Tabling of documents. Pursuant to Section 79.22 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled The Strategic Personnel Generation Model, SPGM, version 1.0. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 15 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Monsieur Duclos, appuyé par Mr. Garneau, demande.
Mr. Duclos, seconded by Mr. Garneau, asked for leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Reduction of Poverty. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Duclos, seconded by Mr. Garneau, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the Commonwealth Parliamentary Forum held in London, United Kingdom from February 26th to March 1st, 2018.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, entitled Bill C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property. The committee studied the bill and decided to report to the House with amendments.
Seconded by the member of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, that the House now proceed to orders of the day.
Here.
Ms. DeBrucy, seconded by Ms. Lapointe, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Calling the members.
Thank you.
La question est...
The question is the following one. Ms. de Bruson, second by Ms. Lapointe, propose that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, enchanté la petite nation.
Mr. Lausanne, enchanté de la petite nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Brichina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Berton.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr.
Ms.
Husband.
Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam,
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Sidhu Brampton North.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Ropolis.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Êtres Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Êtres Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richard. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warrowa.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. O'Bry.
O'Bry.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Bagenthal.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. General.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Janis.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Bedford's Lord Minster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Brosso.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Miss Malcolmson.
Malcolmson.
Miss Ramsey.
Miss Ramsey.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Jolibois.
Miss Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Shurkett.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Miss Hardcastle.
Miss Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 170, 166. Nays contre 114, 114.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Order. I'd ask members to take their conversations into the lobbies, and members could assist me, if they would, by saying shh. Thank colleagues for their assistance. I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on October 31, 2018 by the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington concerning the meeting of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association held on October 30, 2018. Je remercie.
I would like to thank the member for Perth Wellington for having raised this matter, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, and the members for Chilliwack, Hope, Durham, Cape Breton, Canso, Kitchener, Conestoga, Langley Aldergrove, Prince Albert, Calgary Nose Hill, Mégantic-L'Érable, Brandon Souris, Etobicoke Centre, Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, Selkirk Interlake, Eastman, Elmwood, Transcona, and West Nova for their comments.
When raising the matter, the member for Perth Wellington explained that during the meeting of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association held on October 30, a point of order was raised about the validity of the meeting. He added that the chair of the association, who is the member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill, ruled that the meeting had not been properly constituted and therefore adjourned the meeting. The member for Perth Wellington alleged that one of the vice chairs, the member for Etobicoke Centre, reconvened the group and held an illegitimate meeting, during which a motion was passed to remove the chair and elect the presiding vice chair as the new chair. With the website of the association having been updated in consequence, the member for Perth Wellington asked that, pursuant to Standing Order 151, the Speaker order the Clerk of the House to undo the changes made to the parliamentary records on the association's website and to advise the NATO Parliamentary Assembly that the member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill would remain the chair and the head of Canada's delegation at the 2018 session to be held in Halifax from November 16 to 19, 2018.
In addressing the matter again on November 5th, he explained further in what ways he felt that the provisions of the association's constitution had been violated, including the lack of authority for vice chairs to call meetings.
For Etobicoke Centre indicated that, as per our parliamentary customs and conventions, in his view, chairs of parliamentary associations are members of the governing party. Accordingly, he argued that in deciding to become an opposition member, the member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill should have resigned her position as chair of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association. In addition, he believed that her decision to rule the meeting out of order contravened rules and procedures, and as a result, the resumption of the meeting, as well as the procedures followed during the resumed meeting, were legitimate. Essentially, what I am being asked to do by the member for Perth Wellington is to assume an authority as Speaker to regulate a matter internal to a parliamentary association. The only way to answer that is to understand the role of the Speaker and its inherent limitations, as well as the relationship of parliamentary associations to the House. D'entrée de jeu.
Let me begin by saying that I take great pride in the role played by Parliament as an active participant on the international scene and as a leader in parliamentary democracy. This notable work by our parliamentarians is achieved through various avenues, including our well-respected parliamentary associations and interparliamentary groups. Complementary to that is the Speaker's role in parliamentary democracy, with respect to which House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states at page 311, and I quote, "The Speaker is the representative or spokesperson for the House in its relations with authorities or persons outside Parliament," end of quote.
Distinct role of the Speaker then intersect in such a way with Standing Order 151 as to grant the Speaker the authority being sought. That rule states, quote, "The Clerk of the House is responsible for the safekeeping of all the papers and records of the House and has the direction and control over all the officers and clerks employed in the offices, subject to such orders as the clerk may from time to time receive from the Speaker or the House," unquote. Specifically, does this translate in this instance to an authority over parliamentary association matters? Associations, unlike committees, are not creatures of the House. In fact, the standing orders fall just short of being silent about them, with only Standing Order 34-1 requiring them to report their activities to the House upon their return to Canada following a trip abroad.
Parliamentary committees, in contrast, are created by the House and empowered by its standing orders. Even then, as they are generally masters of their own proceedings, the Speaker does not normally reach into the business of committees unless and until a committee sees fit to report a matter to the House and there is a specific mechanism in the rules of the House for them to do just that. The fact that there is not a similar provision for parliamentary associations is telling. Some argued that being an honorary president of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association confers on the Speaker of the House an authority over parliamentary associations which allow, even obligate, me to rule on this matter. But does it?
As members well know, the scope of the Speaker's ability to enforce and interpret the rules and practices of the House is confined to those deliberations defined as parliamentary proceedings, that is, those that are found to be what is truly necessary to the role of members as legislators. Erskine May's 24th edition at pages 235 and 236 states, quote, "The primary meeting of proceedings, as a technical parliamentary term, is some formal action, usually a decision, taken by the House in its collective capacity. An individual member takes part in a proceeding, usually by speech, but also by various recognized forms of formal action, such as voting, giving notice of a motion, or presenting a petition or report from a committee, most of such actions being time-saving substitutes for speaking," unquote. The work of parliamentary associations, while important in many respects, falls outside this definition of a parliamentary proceeding. This imposes a distinct relationship between associations and the House through the Speaker. Le Président.
Speaker Parent pointed out in his April 23, 1998 ruling, found at page 6035 of the debates, and I quote, "The creation of Canadian interparliamentary groups is governed by certain administrative bodies within the House of Commons and the Senate. Interparliamentary relations are carried on under the responsibility of Parliament. There are decision-making processes governing their administration," unquote.
Specifically, these processes lie first and foremost with the Joint Interparliamentary Council, commonly referred to as JIC, as well as the Standing Senate Committee on Internal Economy, Budgets and Administration, and the House of Commons Board of Internal Economy. The latter two not only created the JIC in 1995, but continue to be the bodies through which the JIC derives its authority. In practical terms, the Joint Interparliamentary Council receives its funding from both houses, but is the governing body empowered to determine all budgetary and administrative matters relating to parliamentary associations. Les réunions.
The meetings and activities of associations are framed by constitutions containing rules specific to each association, ones that typically specify the mandate of the association, its composition, and its rules of procedure, amongst others. In no way is the House, or am I, as its Speaker and servant, involved in the establishment or adjudication of these rules, even if they mirror or are inspired by certain rules of the House. This independence of associations from the House is reflected in the fact that the rules and practices governing each association are decided by their members.
It is clear to the Chair that the disputed matters relating to the October 30 meeting of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association should be resolved in a forum other than the House. A General Assembly of the Association, or alternatively a meeting of its Executive Committee, both that can be convened at the request of members, are such forums. Should these avenues fail to settle the matter, any recourse clearly falls under the purview of the Board of Internal Economy, and specifically the Joint Interparliamentary Council, the governing body which reports to the Board of Internal Economy. Le Président Parent.
Speaker Parent reminded members in the April 23, 1998 ruling referenced earlier that the matter would be better raised in another forum. He said at page 6035 of the debates, and I quote, "My duty, however, is to confine myself to the jurisprudence which exists and governs the operation of privilege. Given the preoccupation over these matters, I would suggest that this particular issue must be handled through a different avenue, namely the Board of Internal Economy, which holds statutory responsibility for such matters." Unquote.
It was made clear, even then, that while interparliamentary relations are carried on under the responsibility of Parliament, certain decision-making bodies, governing associations are in place, namely the Joint Interparliamentary Council and the Board of Internal Economy. That aside, it would be regrettable if this procedural, and some might say political, impasse was to injure in any way the ability of parliamentarians to pursue together their important role in promoting and defending the interests of our country abroad. I thank all members for their attention in this matter. Orders of the day. The Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, by the Minister of Finance that in relation to Bill C-86, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that in relation to Bill C-86, the second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration, order, at the second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places so the Chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today we rise, of course, as the government is shutting down debate on its 851-page omnibus budget bill. Now, this fall, the government released its financial statement in which it revealed that it had received a $20 billion windfall that resulted from factors completely out of its control. One, the world and U.S. economies are roaring. Two, oil prices have gone up by more than 100%. Three, interest rates, which are not controlled by government, are at near record lows. Four, there's been a housing bubble in Vancouver and in Toronto. All of these factors are A, out of the control of government, and B, here today and potentially gone tomorrow. In other words, you cannot rely on them permanently in order to fund your spending. Yet that is exactly what the government did. It got $20 billion in new windfall revenue, and it blew every penny of that, plus the deficit was twice what the government promised it would be in the most recent fiscal year. Government said it would run 3 small deficits of no more than $10 billion and then balance the budget in the year 2019. That is only a few months from now. So, the government has not told us, this minister has never once said when he will balance the budget, not since the election when he promised it would happen in 2019. Will he please rise now and tell us in what year will the budget be balanced?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, happy to stand before this House and talk about some of the things that our government has done over the last number of years. Also looking forward to November 21st, when I'll be able to provide the fall economic statement, giving an update on the country's finances. Now, the good news that we'll be able to bring on November 21st is really a product of the work that we've done on behalf of Canadians for the last few years. We started out saying that we wanted to make sure we invested in middle-class Canadian success. That was critically important. We saw the decade before that people were falling behind, that the previous government wasn't making the kind of investments needed to ensure that our economy did well, but also to ensure that middle-class Canadians felt the benefits of that growth. So we started right in after getting into office. We took down taxes. We lowered taxes on middle-class Canadians. That was critically important. And then we moved forward with the Canada Child Benefit. Now, what we know, Mr. Speaker, is that looking at 2019 versus 2015, the average middle-class family is going to be $2,000 better off for their family. Now, that's important for those families because they can spend the money on the things that they need to raise their children, but it's also important for our economy. So what did we see? We actually saw that people took that disposable income. They put it back into the economy. And what that led to is not a global economic change, the world change, but in fact a Canadian change, reflected in 2017 most demonstrably with the fact that we, the Canadian economy, grew at the fastest rate among G7 countries. What does that mean for Canadians? That means that we are in a better position, a more resilient position to deal with what we see in the future. And most importantly, middle-class Canadians, families across this country are better off because they have more money to spend on what matters to them. And that, Mr. Speaker, is helping our economy.
Bravo. Bravo. I notice there's quite a few people with questions, so I would ask the honourable members to keep their questions short, and also the honourable minister, when he answers, try to keep it as concise as possible on both sides. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I would suggest that if the minister is so proud of his 800-page bill, that he would welcome expanded time to be able to discuss it and debate it and give it the transparency it needs. So at the Finance Committee this morning, women in Canada, having been waiting 42 years since pay equity was promised by the previous Trudeau Liberal government, finally we have pay equity legislation embedded within this 800-page bill. Here's some testimony from Finance Committee this morning. Quote, it means women will have to go to court all over again. They call the pay equity provisions unconstitutional. And they also say, quote, it offers less protection than existing provisions for part-time and temporary workers, end quote. So given that, why would you ever want to rush through passage of this vital bill? We have to get it right so women are paid equal for their equal pay for work of equal value. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for her advocacy in this regard and say that we know that getting forward on legislation that's going to actually ensure that women get paid equally for work of equal value is critically important. This is something that we've been focused on since we came into office. In fact, our government has been very focused on how we can ensure that the kinds of outcomes for women are consistent with the outcomes for men in this country. That's been an ongoing focus. It certainly was an important focus of our budget in 2018 in multiple measures. The measure under question, the pay equity portion of this bill, is critically important. We know that women in our country are not paid the same rate as men are. In fact, for similar kinds of work, about 88.5 cents on the dollar of what a man would earn. And in fact, when you look at it more broadly, comparing women overall, about 69 cents on the dollar when you incorporate part-time work. It's not acceptable. We've made it clear that it's not acceptable. That's why we believe it's critical that we move forward with the pay equity legislation in the federally regulated sector that we've put into this Budget Implementation Act. And we're looking forward, hopefully, to seeing the member on the opposite side voting for that so we can see this equity in the future.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the governor of the Bank of Canada rang an alarm for all Canadians. Making deficit period is over because interest rates are going up and they might rise even more in the near future. We know that investments are in free fall in Canada. Canadians would rather invest in the U.S. 65%. Our investments have gone up by 65% in the U.S., and American investment in Canada has gone down by 52%, which is why we need a full-fledged debate on the way government spends money. So my question is simple. When is Canada going to come back to a balanced budget? Mr. Speaker, it's very important. The member raises very important issues. It is important to attract investment to our economy, and it's important to take stock of the situation as it is now. Over the last year and a half, there has been an increase in business investment in Canada. And we have to make sure that this continues, and that's why I'm very pleased to have the opportunity on November 21st to unveil our economic statement for the fall. It'll be important to explain how we will be able to continue to keep significant amounts of investment in Canada. Of course, the investments we have made were important for economic growth. We will continue to make investments to ensure that people across Canada are in a good position for the future.
That in the rules, it does state concise. It doesn't exactly state the amount of time. I just appreciate people who are concise. But I want to encourage the honourable members to be concise and precise on their questions and their answers. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to read a quick quote into the record. I quote, "It is a complete dog's breakfast, and deliberately so. It is calculated to be so humongous and so convoluted, all in a single lump, that it cannot be intelligently examined and digested by a conscientious Parliament." Mr. Speaker, who said that quote? That was from the Honourable Member for Wascana, who currently serves as the Minister of Public Safety, and he said that about the Conservatives' Budget Implementation Act that was 443 pages in 2012. So I have two questions for the Minister. Does he agree with his colleague, his Cabinet colleague, and does he not think it is the height of hypocrisy for the Liberals to engage in a practice that they once railed against so feverishly in previous parliaments?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I very much appreciate the question. We've been really clear, both before this particular government and in this government, that it's important that budget implementation acts actually put into implementation what's been in budgets that we've introduced. That's exactly what we're doing here. So as you examine, as the members examine this Budget Implementation Act, what they can feel confident of is that the measures in the Budget Implementation Act are about budget measures that we've put into effect in 2018, 2017, 2016. That is critically important. And that is in direct contrast to what the previous government was in a habit of doing, which is introducing things in Budget Implementation Acts that weren't actually part of budgetary measures. We've committed not to doing that, to move forward in a way that actually demonstrates that continuing, consistent approach to getting the job done for Canadians through budgets that matter.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in this Budget Implementation Act, there is three what should be separate standalone bills around important Indigenous issues. Now, first of all, when you try to actually go to the area of the document, you actually don't even have links. So the document is so massive, it takes you 10 minutes to even get to one area of the bill. No hard copies were provided. Now, we were shut down at committee in terms of our committee even having a look at three standalone. After the mess they made of S3, to not have the committee that's responsible for this area looking at those three pieces that should be standalone is a travesty. And now, as the Shadow Minister, I will not even get a chance to speak in this House at second reading on this bill. This is absolutely shameful, and I'd like the Finance Minister to stand up and justify how he we can have 3 pieces of Indigenous, what should be standalone legislation, that are not going to have the proper scrutiny by the people that are best poised to give it that scrutiny.
Well, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have been working since we've come into office to try to make sure that we deal with really important challenges with Indigenous peoples in this country. In Budget 2016, Budget 2017, Budget 2018, we continue to find ways to ensure that reconciliation is happening in this country. So I can tell you that that continues to be critically important from our perspective. It's been demonstrated through the times that we've been in office, and it's demonstrated again in Budget 2018. Budget Implementation Act will allow us to continue to make a real and important difference for Indigenous people in this country and for middle-class Canadians across the country.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think anybody who's taken even a cursory glance at this legislation will realize that it's impossible for parliamentarians to study and appreciate and comment meaningfully on all of the provisions within this budget legislation. This is something that the Liberals pointed out in the last Parliament, and now they want to hang their hat on the idea that somehow, well, as long as it was mentioned in the budget, any minor mention or something that can be interpreted implicitly as having meant that maybe we might amend legislation, then that's acceptable. In fact, the parliamentary assistant to the government House Leader had the gall yesterday to get up and cite examples from Budget 2017 as justification for why some provisions are in the enabling legislation for Budget 2018, Mr. Speaker. So how far back do the Liberals think they get to go? Are they going to be taking budget items out from 1956 or 1984, Mr. Speaker? There has to be some meaningful constraint on what goes into a budget implementation bill, and the Liberals are pushing the boundary so far that it doesn't even make sense. So can we please have the time to look at this instead of ramming it through?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we know how important it is to get the work done that we promised Canadians that we would do. So when we've put forth a Budget Implementation Act, which is built on the kinds of things that we promised Canadians we would do in our budget, we need to make sure that we get it right. So as we look at the page numbers, of course, we need to think about the content and how important it is to have those technical details correct. It's not always perfectly straightforward, but I know that members on all parts of this House will agree that it's important to get it right. So when we have, the Financial Consumer Protection Framework with 75 pages, it means we want to get it right. We want to make sure that we do protect consumers in the financial sector. That's critically important. When we say that we're going to get the intellectual property strategy right, and it's in 96 pages, it means it's a complicated subject, a subject that we need to assure we get right. That's what we committed to Canadians that we are going to do, and that's exactly what we're doing in this Budget Implementation Act.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When I was on the Finance Committee, I was very adamant and always fighting for the people of my riding, but also people across Canada who are very poor. And one of the issues was the Canada Child Benefit, how there would be a clawback to these benefits if people were on social assistance. And I was very proud of our minister when he came to our committee over 2 years ago, and he talked about how he would ensure that there would not be a clawback for these people who are our fellow citizens who too often fall through the cracks because they don't have people who have been in those situations often here in Parliament. Now, in this budget, there is a mention about that, ensuring that social assistance payments under certain programs do not preclude individuals from receiving the Canada Child Benefit. So that's in this budget right here. But I'd just also like to highlight, Mr. Speaker, that in Manitoba, there is a continued clawback for young children who are in the care of the state, child welfare children, who have the clawback by the province. So the province is actually making a profit off the backs of our most vulnerable children, instead of ensuring that those funds go to their long-term education and are built up in a fund so that they can receive a long-term benefit. The province of Manitoba continues to claw back that money to balance their budgets on the backs of our young children, and I hope the minister can talk a little bit about that.
For Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for pointing out that it's important for us to continue to think about how the programs that are making a difference for middle-class Canadians, for all Canadians, are actually having the desired impact. So he points out that we need to consider looking at those things. The budget that we have this year has done exactly that in a number of ways, but there will always be more work to be done. For example, we looked at the Canada Child Benefit and realized that there were some situations where people were not actually getting access to the Canada Child Benefit appropriately because of their family situation. So we made sure we dealt with that, the issue that we call the kinship issue. We also realized that the Canada Workers Benefit, which is so important for people that as they're trying to get into work, was not actually getting to everybody that was eligible for it because they didn't necessarily know about their eligibility. So we found a way to make sure that that was automatically available for people. So dealing with people who are at a stage in their work life where they're maybe not having the kind of opportunities or income that they expect is important. We need to think about how these programs interact with other programs. That is something that we continue to be on. It's one of the reasons why in this budget implementation bill we've got some specific language to assure that we deal with challenges that we're faced with either as a result of the way provinces are dealing with the programs or because of emerging issues that must be dealt with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Banff-Airdrie.
Well, ironically, Mr. Speaker, prior to the government moving forward with this heavy-handed tactic to ram through this 800-page bill without having proper debate here in the House of Commons, we were actually in Finance Committee where we were interrupted by these heavy-handed tactics. And we were hearing from a number of witnesses there, including one witness, an economist, in fact, who was talking about the fact that, you know, the fiscal irresponsibility of this government in what is a time of relatively strong position for the economy globally, running these kinds of massive deficits that they're running presently, puts us in a real danger if there is to be any kind of a downturn in the economy in terms of what that would mean for the fiscal position of this country. So instead of, you know, doing what would be prudent, which was what the previous Conservative government was doing in times that were good, which was paying down the debt and running surpluses, this government is running, you know, deficits, massive deficits. So, you know, that obviously puts us in a terrible position. And so what I want to know, and what I'd like to ask this finance minister, is when will, and this is a real simple question, it's a real easy question, it should be not difficult for him to answer, but he's evaded it, he's dodged it numerous times. I ask if he'd finally just answer the question, when will this Liberal government, in what year will they finally balance the budget?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think I should start with just correcting some facts. So the previous government actually built up an additional $150 billion worth of debt. What we saw is that what they had for that is they had, unfortunately, among the lowest levels of growth we've seen in 100 years. It's been an enormous challenge, of course, for us to deal with the challenges left from the previous government, but we took the responsible approach. We said we're going to make investments so that we can actually get ourselves in a better position. The good news...
Order. I'm trying to hear the answer, and I'm having a hard time with the chatter that's going on. I'll let the Honourable Minister of Finance continue.
The good news is that we're making responsible investments that are growing our economy, and what we're doing is continuing to put ourselves in a position where we have the resilience to deal with challenges. What the member might not know is that the Canadian balance sheet, the issue that he was referring to, is the strongest among the G7 countries. We have a debt to GDP that is less than half of the average, the lowest among the G7 by a big margin, which puts us in a good position for the long term, and importantly, we've taken the right decision to invest in middle-class Canadians so we can have the opportunity for them to continue our economic growth for the future.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm curious, the Minister of Finance said just earlier that they wanted to take a long time to get this legislation right because there's important measures in the budget, his words. I'm wondering why it is the Minister of Finance doesn't think that there ought to be some sort of proportionate amount of time for Parliament to study these measures and ensure that the government did in fact get those things right, because that's our job here. Our job isn't just to take the government's word for it. Our job is to examine the work of the government and ensure that it's done the job properly. So if it takes a long time for government to develop proposals, and particularly if they're lengthy and complex, why does the minister not believe that parliamentarians should be afforded similar time that the government had in order to develop them in the first place?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we've made a commitment to Canadians. We were elected in 2015 with an agenda to make a real and measurable difference for middle-class Canadians. We laid out some important things that we wanted to ensure that we achieved over the time period that we're in government, and that's critically important. We've moved forward in budget 2018 with measures that we told Canadians we would get at. We said that we wanted to get at pay equity, to make sure that women and men have similar outcomes for similar work. That was critically important. We know on an ongoing basis we need to ensure that we have an intellectual property strategy that allows innovation in our country. We know that having protections for consumers in the banking sector is critically important. There are measures in Budget Implementation Act 2 that will allow us to move forward in a way that's consistent with what we've promised Canadians. We've done consultations to get to an approach that makes sense, and we're looking forward to having the opportunity for all members in this House to vote on a bill that will make a real difference for Canadians. Let's get to it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance has highlighted many things he doesn't know. He doesn't know when the budget is going to be balanced, quite likely because he knows it's a structural deficit that isn't going to get out of deficit in a long time. He knows that he didn't know that capital investment is fleeing this country. We saw in Canada's announcement over the weekend that they basically, a company that's called Energy Canada is basically given up on Canada. He also maybe doesn't even know what he campaigned on in 2015. I'll remind the Minister. Omnibus bills prevent Parliament from properly reviewing and debating the proposals. We'll change this House of Commons standing order to bring an end to this undemocratic process. So this is like a double whammy because, number one, we have an omnibus bill, and number two, it's time allocation. So he doesn't know when the budget's going to be balanced. He doesn't know that capital investment is fleeing this country. Does he know what he ran on in 2015 as far as his democratic policy platform page that he had in his platform? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, there were 3 comments in that outcome, and I think what we should do is just identify the issues that were brought forward. First and foremost, of course, we're in a situation where our debt to gross national product is declining over time. That's a responsible way to manage our country's balance sheet, and we'll continue to do that. We also know that business investment, which did go down as a result of the change in oil prices, has been going up for the last year and a half. So these are not a situation where these facts are debatable. It is just, in fact, the facts. And finally, what we committed to was that our Budget Implementation Acts would be related to budget measures, and that is, in fact, exactly what we've delivered on. So in each one of the questions, we feel that we've moved forward in a way that's appropriate, and importantly, it's having a big impact on Canadians. That's what we're really after.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been some discussion today about what is in this 800-page Budget Implementation Act. But there's one key piece of information that's not in the Budget Implementation Act. My colleagues have asked it before. According to the minister's projections, when do they believe Canada should balance its budget? In what year?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that it's important to have a fiscal anchor. What we've said is that investing in the long-term health for our economy is important. Investing in infrastructure is important. The investments we made in middle-class Canadians with the Canada Child Benefit were critically important. They've had the desired impact. They've grown our economy. They've also shown that we can do that while reducing the amount of debt as a function of our gross domestic product. That will continue to be important for us. And what I can say is that our fiscal health is strong.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to get the Minister of Finance just to reflect on commitments that the Prime Minister gave to Canadians, indicating that the first priority was, in fact, our middle class and trying to ensure that there's middle class tax breaks, Mr. Speaker. We've had wonderful progressive moves such as the Canada Child Benefit Program that my colleague from Winnipeg Centre brought up. We've had increases to our guaranteed income supplements. We've seen negotiations between territories and provinces on things such as CPP, price on pollution, and just how all this fits in terms of the important role we see as government of fighting for enriching Canada's middle class in every way and those aspiring to be a part of it.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, that's a really important question. I think what we need to think about is how we make a real difference for Canadians who are trying to make sure they can raise their families in dignity. We've started with some measures that really deal with the anxiety that Canadian families were facing. and that was, importantly, a middle-class tax break. So for those people earning between $45,000 and $90,000, we reduced the taxes in that category from 22% to 20.5%, a 7% decrease. We then added on with the Canada Child Benefit, which helped those families even more, raising hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. But we realized we needed to do more. The increase in the Guaranteed Income Supplement dealt with single seniors that were finding themselves in poverty. And of course, for Canadians anxious about their long-term future, we negotiated with the provinces to make sure we could actually enhance the Canada Pension Plan. These are the sorts of measures that have made a real difference for families today, made a real difference for families and for people who are looking towards the future, and will continue to fight for Canadian families to make sure that they have the capacity to raise their family and to be confident about the future.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, I have a simple question to the Minister of Finance, a question that he has been unable to answer. It's a very straightforward one. In what year will the budget be balanced?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond to that new question and say that we've said that we need to make sure that our economy, that our country is resilient to face challenges. We're not going to do what the previous government did and add $150 billion to our debt and have nothing to show for it. Instead, what we're going to do is carefully manage the amount of debt we have as a function of our economy. Happily, our economy is growing, unlike it was with the previous government. So that is a very important factor in our ability to manage down that debt load. We will continue to do that because we know being responsible is important while we invest in middle-class Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Carleton.
His plan is to manage down the debt load by increasing the debt $20 billion every year. That was this year. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the amount of interest on Canada's national debt will rise to $40 billion per year by 2022. That's more than we currently spend on healthcare transfers. Now, that might be very good for the wealthy bankers and bondholders that travel in the finance minister's circle. Working-class taxpayers, on the other hand, will have to pay more in tax so that those wealthy bondholders can have more in their pocket. One thing that could mitigate against that injustice and protect us against future economic difficulties that inevitably come is a balanced budget. The finance minister said the budget would balance itself by the year 2019. In what year will the budget balance itself?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think we should examine carefully the issue around how Canadians are actually feeling with respect to taxes, because this government has taken measures that have made a real difference in terms of their ability to take home more pay for their families by lowering middle-class taxes, by increasing the Canada Child Benefit, by increasing the Guaranteed Income Supplement. We've put people in a position where they actually have a greater amount of take-home pay. That's critically important. By putting a price on pollution, something we don't want, but giving back a rebate to families so they'll have more money. What we're going to find ourselves with in 2019, that for Canadian families, middle-class families, they're going to find themselves more than $2,000 better off, especially if they're in the 4 provinces where the federal pollution pricing backstop will be in place. So what's important to say is that we've been able to make the kind of investments to make our economy grow while we've been reducing taxes on middle-class Canadians and helping people to have more confidence about the future.
Il est mon devoir d'interrompre.
It is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to put forth the matter which the House currently has before it. The question is as follows.
Mr. Morneau moved that in relation to Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and que 15 minutes avant l'expiration.
That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill, Any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moved that in relation to Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, not more than one further sitting date shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill. Shall I dispense? All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Enchanté la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Enchanté de la Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est île Dessert.
Monsieur Schifke.
Mr. Schifke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez-Angry.
Mr. Hernandez-Angry.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Kinnan, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Hayes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins de Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Bartol.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abou-Taïf.
Mr. Abou-Taïf.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Cattle.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brasseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 125, 125.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming consideration of second reading of Bill C-86, the Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 2, and on the amendment of Mr. Cordier.
Order. I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Order. I'd invite colleagues to take their valuable and important conversations out into the lobbies. There are 5 minutes remaining in questions and comments. Following the speech of the Honourable Member for Edmonton West. Before we begin those, perhaps members could assist me by saying shh. Thank colleagues. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And It's always a wonderful opportunity to ask a question related to our budget implementation, in the sense that what we have had over the last few years now is consecutive budgets that have really done, I believe, a lot of policy initiatives to the benefit of Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. And what I have found interesting is you still have the Harper Conservatives across the way that seem to be quite content on being critical of all aspects of this government's budget priorities, aspects that include things such as tax breaks, such as child care or child benefits enhancements to guaranteed income enhancements. There's a lot of positive things within the budget, and one of the things that I personally recognize in this budget implementation is dealing with the issue of increasing the annual allotments for the Canada Child Benefit. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just make reference or provide thoughts in regards to the importance of the increase to the Canada Child Benefit Plan.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If anyone's sitting at home wondering what we're doing, this is a continuation from my speech from Friday. Now, the basis of my speech was built around an Athenian philosopher named Demosthenes, and he's famous for a quote that says, "The easiest thing in the world is self-deceit. For every man believes what he wishes, though the reality is often different." And that's very much what the Liberals are living in a world in, is self-deceit. We heard earlier the Finance Minister, when discussing bringing closure to the budget or time allocation, all the wonderful things doing for seniors, the GIS. Well, I have a report here from the Library of Parliament that actually shows, under this Liberal government, all three measures: the low-income measure after tax, the low-income cutoffs after tax, 1992 base, the market measure, 2011 base. Under every single measure, seniors are worse off now than they were in the past. We see that the government talks about the middle class. The Parliamentary Budget Officers put out a report very recently showing the middle class growth, income growth, is stagnating. This government is living in a world of self-deceit.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments my colleague just made. It's so important for us as members of political parties, as people in the world in general, to be willing to challenge our assumptions, to be self-critical, to make sure we're not subject to self-deception. And the question we've asked the Finance Minister repeatedly is on the issue of whether or not they have a timeline in mind to balance the budget. We'll recall from the last election a promise to have the budget balanced in the final year of their majority mandate, the 2018-2019 fiscal year. And yet now there's absolutely no timeline set on balancing the budget. If I remember correctly, even the Kathleen Wynne Ontario Liberals at least had a theoretical date in mind when they said they would balance the budget, by however much skepticism there may have been about that date. So can my colleague reflect maybe on the problem, the inappropriateness of having absolutely no plan to ever balance the budget?
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague from Fort Saskatchewan. He brings up a great point about the government's refusal to even address this. If you look at the famous Liberal mandate tracker, it actually shows balancing the budget. They promised to do it by 2019. Is in progress with difficulties. The difficulties, of course, we see is that there's no end in sight to the Liberal debt being added on. Parliamentary Budget Officers forecasting something like $40 billion a year just in interest payments that we're going to be paying foreign nationals and rich Bay Street bankers to borrow money because this government cannot get their house in order with spending. We've seen every province across the country spend, tax and spend governments like the NDP in Alberta, the Wynne Liberals. These people can commit when we'll actually balance the budget. The Liberal government, dead silence, talking points, and further self-deceit. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to speak to Budget Implementation Act number 2. the Budget Implementation Act for 2018, and I'd like to speak to some parts of it which are very important. The protection of the environment and the fight against climate change. Canadians know that pollution has a price. Pollution affects the health of our communities, the vigor of our economy, and the well-being of Canadians, and we see this clearly. Floods like the ones that happened in the Outaouais region in my riding of Hull-Aylmer, and certainly in the neighboring riding of Gatineau. Forest fires, which are increasingly devastating, increasingly violent storms. And I repeat, Mr. Speaker, in my riding, a mere 6 weeks ago, 6 tornadoes hit the ground and they created enormous damage. This type of weather event was unprecedented for my region. Climate change, Mr. Speaker, is real, and there is an important cost to this. Studies have shown that climate change are projected to cost $5 billion per year to our economy until 2020. Canadians expect polluters to pay for pollution, and this is the right thing to do for our children and grandchildren, and that's why our government has committed to acting. Putting a price on carbon is a good way of bringing down greenhouse gases and to help Canada meet its international climate change commitments. Again, this issue is of utmost importance. Therefore, the price of products and services will reflect the actual emissions needed to produce them. The more you pollute, the more you will pay. That's clear. And less you pollute, and the more you will benefit. Mr. Speaker, our government sincerely believes that entrepreneurs, businesses, companies, it's clear that they need to make money, but if you pollute, you must pay, and that's why we are putting a price on carbon. It's important for economy. Our economy must fairly reflect the cost of producing these goods and services, and that's why the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change was developed. The plan was developed by the federal government in collaboration with the provinces and the territories and following consultations with Indigenous peoples. Under the plan, there will be a price on carbon across the country, and the plan will bring about measures to bring down greenhouse gas emissions. It is a flexible framework which gives provinces and territories the flexibility they need to apply the system that works best for them. It can be a price-based system, it can be a cap-and-trade system, it could be a combination of both of these approaches. Our government has also committed to bringing about a backstop for any province and territory which would like to apply it. And we also have a plan for jurisdictions which decide not to apply our plan. Provinces and territories had until September 1st of this year to let the federal government know how they intended to proceed, and our government has been very transparent. From the very outset, we indicated that the federal backstop would have two parts. First of all, a price on fossil fuels such as heating oil, gas, etc. And secondly, there would be a system for large industrial emitters. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see that some provinces have developed their own system to price carbon emissions. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I should have said at the beginning of my intervention that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Guelph. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that several provinces have developed their own carbon pricing systems, but we all, as Canadians, must act to bring down pollution, and these jurisdictions will be able to do so with a plan that reflects their own regional realities. In order to keep a pan-Canadian approach to carbon pricing, the federal plan will apply to all provinces and territories. Lastly, we have announced the next stages to our plan. Some jurisdictions have decided to voluntarily apply the federal system, in whole or in part.
And they are going to work together with Ottawa. Other jurisdictions will be subjected to the federal system if they have not taken the necessary steps on their own. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, but we have been very clear with the provinces regarding our intentions. Let's be quite clear. In all of these cases, everything that's generated directly from the federal price on pollution will be returned to the province or to the territory where it was collected. I repeat, in all of these cases, direct payment of the federal price on pollution will be returned to the province or territory it was collected from. It's important to highlight that, Mr. Speaker, because putting a price on pollution is not intended to increase the revenue for the federal government. It is intended to encourage cleaner growth, a more sustainable future throughout this vast country. Provincial and territorial governments who have committed to fighting climate change by voluntarily adopting the federal system will be able to collect what is charged directly and be able to use it as they wish. In the 4 provinces that did not want to commit to setting a price on pollution, the federal government will remit the vast majority of what is collected into the hands of families of those provinces. The government has also developed options that will directly support an economy that are going to be directly affected by the federal backstop. This includes small and medium businesses, municipalities, nonprofit organizations, and Indigenous communities. The direct amounts collected in New Brunswick will remain in New Brunswick. The amounts collected in Ontario will stay in Ontario. Everything collected in Manitoba will stay in Manitoba. And everything collected in Saskatchewan will stay, as I'm sure you've already determined, Mr. Speaker, will stay in Saskatchewan. Amounts remitted to individuals or families through incentive payments are intended to compensate the increase in costs by setting a price on pollution. It will further reward families who make cleaner consumer choices, more sustainable choices, because the residents of small communities and rural areas have higher energy needs and more limited access to alternative transportation options. They will receive an additional amount of 10%. In order to go forward with this, we need to make legislative changes. And the second Budget Implementation Act will give us the tools we need to implement this important initiative. This bill proposes the changes that will allow the Canada Revenue Agency to offer a reimbursement to taxpayers, which they will be eligible for when they file their taxes. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, we must all take measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Setting a price on pollution by setting a price on carbon is the most effective and efficient way of doing so. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I would sincerely support and with a great deal of enthusiasm support this bill and its measures. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member in his remarks spoke a fair bit about the government's environmental policy, or a tax policy masquerading itself as environmental policy, we might say. And yet the government also has a policy of giving a significant break in terms of the carbon tax for Canada's largest emitters. And people in my riding certainly have a hard time understanding the differential treatment of large emitters and everyday consumers who use a relatively small amount of energy resources in their daily lives, but still very much need those resources to take the kids to soccer practice, to pick up groceries, to heat their homes. So I wonder if the member could share a little bit from his perspective about why the government is providing special treatment to large emitters and yet putting the brunt of the pressure on everyday consumers, moms and dads, small businesses in my riding and his.
La députée de Hull-Aylmer.
J'aimerais remercier mon collègue
I would like to thank my colleague from Alberta for his question. But I must say, Mr. Speaker, first of all, before answering his question, I just want to look at the premise of his question. He said that there's a tax, and by implication he said that the revenue will come into the government's coffers, but that is not the case. That is not at all the case. It is very clear. I announced it in my speech, and I know that the honourable member listened attentively to what I said. I clearly explained, and it's clearly written, in the Second Budget Implementation Act for 2018, that every bit of revenue collected through the price we're going to put on pollution, all of that revenue will be returned to the provinces and territories from which it was collected. I see, Mr. Speaker, that I took a bit too much time to answer the question, but, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that I guarantee to the member that this is not a tax. This is an establishment of price, and we're going to redistribute those revenues where the tax was applied.
Say commentaire. The honourable member for Pontiac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate this opportunity to discuss with my colleague from the Outaouais region of his opinions on the federal budget. I also appreciate how he's insisting on the very progressive points of view for Hull-Aylmer. It's very clear that his fellow citizens are very much in favor of setting a price on pollution. And I like how he has outlined our government's position. I'm often asked, when I knock on doors in the Plateau, in Hull-Aylmer, the areas that I represent in the Pontiac, some of my citizens are very much in favor of investing in infrastructure, especially light rail, in Western Gatineau. They're in favor of this because we need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, but also they need a more affordable and effective means of public transportation. Can the member comment specifically on the fact that these are historic investments being made into infrastructure that are allowing people in Gatineau to have access to a light rail system? The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I would like to offer an apology to my dear colleague, the member for Pontiac, who well represents people in Quebec and Pontiac, because in my speech I had mentioned the tornado and I talked about Hull-Aylmer. I forgot to mention the Pontiac region, which was seriously affected, and it is thanks to the work that the member for Pontiac accomplished to help his citizens He did extraordinary work. It needs to be highlighted. Thank you for the question regarding investment in infrastructure. I work hand in hand with my colleague in order to attract an innovative project to our region, a project that will have the direct effect of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. That is the light rail for Gatineau, especially Western Gatineau, in its first phase. The train will go directly through his riding, and it is thanks to green investments made by our government. Investment in infrastructure at historic levels that we made in our last budget, Mr. Speaker, that we have this ability to do so. And it is for those reasons, for environmental reasons, for people's well-being, whom I'm very pleased, and so I'm very pleased to work with my colleague on this project, and I congratulate him for his leadership on that matter.
Debate. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To have an economy that works for everyone, we need a tax system that's fair, and we need all Canadians to pay their fair share. After all, the taxes we pay build the infrastructure that gets our goods to market. They help create good, well-paying jobs, and they fund the programs and services that enable Canadians to have a decent standard of living and an equal chance to succeed. For the past 3 years, tax fairness has been a cornerstone of the government's promise to grow a stronger middle class. To that end, one of the government's first actions was to cut taxes for the middle class and to raise them on the top 1%. This measure is leaving more than 9 million Canadians with more money in their pockets. The government has also acted to support small business in Canada. They are, after all, the key driver of our economy, accounting for 70% of all private sector jobs. To enable small businesses in Canada to reinvest in their companies and create jobs, the government reduced the small business tax rate from 10.5% to 10% this year. As of January 2019, this rate will be further reduced to just 9%. Once this reduction to the rate of 9% is fully in effect, the average Canadian small business will have an additional $1,600 per year to reinvest in the business and to help the Canadian economy to thrive even further. Mr. Speaker, as our economy grows, we need to ensure that the benefits of that growth are felt by more and more people. This means ensuring that more people have the opportunity to work and to earn a good living from that work. That's why the bill that we're considering today takes a major step towards fulfilling the government's commitment to ensure that all Canadians receive tax benefits and credits to which they are entitled, so that they and their families can have the resources they need to succeed. In Budget 2018, the government introduced the new Canada Workers Benefit, or the CWB. This is a strengthened version of the working income tax benefit and will put more money in the pockets of low-income workers, giving the people a little extra help they need as they transition to work. The new CWB will encourage more people to join the workforce and will offer more help to more than 2 million Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class. It will also raise some 70,000 Canadians out of poverty by 2020. Starting in 2019, the government proposes to make it easier for people to access the benefit they have earned by enabling the Canada Revenue Agency to calculate the CWB for any tax filer who hasn't claimed it. That will make the process automatic. Following the CRA to automatically provide the benefit to eligible filers will be especially helpful to people with reduced mobility, people who live far from service locations, and people without internet access. With the passage of this bill, an estimated 300,000 additional low-income workers will receive the new Canada Workers Benefit for the 2019 tax year. By improving access to the Canada Workers' Benefit and providing for a more generous benefit under the program through the First Budget Implementation Act of 2018, the government proposes to invest almost $1 billion more in new funding for this benefit in 2019 compared to the year before. This will be a very good investment, since we estimate that the new and enhanced Canada Workers' Benefit will directly benefit more than 2 million working Canadians that can then contribute to our economy even further. Mr. Speaker, another important part of this bill is the measures it contains to improve tax fairness in Canada. In this Budget Implementation Act No. 2, the government is following through on a commitment to allow charities full ability to pursue their charitable purposes by engaging in nonpartisan political activities and the development of public policy. Charities play a key role in Canadian society and provide a valuable service to all Canadians. They also provide perspectives that enrich public debate and help to shape the formulation of public policy. Under these proposed changes, charities will have a much broader scope to engage in public policy advocacy that advances their charitable aims. The proposed amendments accomplish this by removing the existing limits on nonpartisan political activities from the Income Tax Act, including quantitative limits. Mr. Speaker, in the first Budget Implementation Act of 2018, the government stood up for our men and women in uniform. We extended tax relief automatically to all members of the Canadian Armed Forces and police officers deployed on international operational missions determined by the Minister of National Defence, regardless of the level of risk associated with their mission. In recent years, Canadian police officers have increasingly been deployed on international missions that are independent of missions overseen by the Department of National Defence. Accordingly, in this Act, the government is now proposing to allow the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness to determine international police missions that would qualify for the tax deduction for Canadian Armed Forces members and police officers. Allowing international police missions to qualify for the tax deduction would ensure that the same treatment for Canadian police officers deployed on international peace and stability missions as for those who are internationally deployed on missions determined by the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to talk about other measures from this bill that will improve tax fairness by ensuring that everyone pays their fair share. The bill contains an amendment to the Income Tax Act that preserves the integrity of Canada's tax base by ensuring that non-residents cannot use partnerships or trusts for tax planning techniques to inappropriately extract profits for their Canadian subsidiaries free of Canadian withholding tax. No one should be able to inappropriately extract profits from Canadian corporations tax-free and move the money offshore. It's also known that taxpayers have engaged in aggressive tax planning in which they artificially combine their investments or activities with those of other taxpayers into one offshore entity in order to inappropriately reduce or defer paying Canadian income tax. Taxpayers who use such tax-playing strategies seek to artificially avoid having legal control of their investments or activities, or to artificially satisfy a requirement for a minimum number of employees. This Act proposes two new amendments that close two separate loopholes and ensure that the taxpayer's investment income is reported accurately. By restricting this tax planning, we'll ensure that everyone gets appropriately taxed on their investment income and activities and contributes to the Canadian society. These amendments are directed at aggressive tax planning used to avoid or defer Canadian tax. Their aim is not to interfere with legitimate investments, but to prevent unjustified tax avoidance and to clarify intended policy for both taxpayers and tax practitioners. So finally, Mr. Speaker, Tax fairness is a key pillar of a growing economy. It instills confidence in Canadians and helps to create opportunities for everyone. The proposed tax measures contained in this legislation are important steps in the government's plan for achieving tax fairness and ensuring opportunities for all Canadians to succeed. I urge all my honourable colleagues in this House to support this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And during the time allocation debate, I expressed concerns about certainly the fact that I would not be able to have a chance to speak to this Budget Implementation Act. So what I would like to ask my colleague, this is a big bill, it's a complex bill, and in its Division 4, Section 19, there is an addition to reserve policy, and I'd like him to tell us what that addition to reserve policy, what is being changed from what the policy was previously, and why that change was necessary.
Honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we have heard comments from the other side that this is too big a bill to be debated and that maybe we're doing too much for Canadians in this bill. Mr. Speaker, my speech was focusing on tax fairness and on the working tax benefits, something that I'm sure that the NDP would be very interested in and that they would want to explore further. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm limiting my comments today to tax fairness and tax planning in order to help to raise people out of poverty into the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to read a quote here from Teamsters Canada and follow it with a question. The quote is, "For now, the government must continue their efforts to crack down on tax evasion. Teamsters also urge the government to eliminate the tax credit on stock options. The write-off disproportionately benefits Canada's richest CEOs who already earn over 193 times the average worker's salary." So I'd be interested in the members' comments on why the tax credit on stock options, which we have asked for elimination for quite some time, wasn't included in this budget.
Good question.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that it's great to have the member from Kootenay, Columbia in the House. I know he was in China at this time a few days ago and has been traveling extensively on behalf of the House and for his good work that he's doing there. The act that we have in front of us is addressing a lot of our tax issues. I think we will be needing in the future to look at a comprehensive tax review of all of Canada's tax laws. Within the 800-page document, we haven't addressed every tax eventuality that needs to be addressed, and I'm sure that we'll continue to work with the Teamsters Union and with Labour to make tax fairness an ongoing discussion in the future debates around taxes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, our Shadow Minister for Indigenous Affairs, just asked an important, specific question about measures in this budget dealing with Indigenous issues. That was obviously not the focus of my colleague's speech, but it's part of the bill that we're debating today. He didn't answer that question. I want to give him a chance to answer that question again, and if he doesn't want to answer that specific question, it might be worth asking if he's read this 800-page bill and if he's familiar with the Indigenous provisions in it.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud of the investments that Canada is making in our Indigenous communities. When we look at the investments in mental health, in education, the water advisory investments that we're making with Indigenous peoples, we are working side by side with Indigenous peoples and making the appropriate investments as we go forward with them. And we are working on the new relationship and recognizing the rights that Indigenous people have and reflecting those in our budget documents. So I'm really proud with what we are doing in this budget, and I hope to see further advances in investments in Indigenous communities in the years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for a short question. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the speech from my honourable colleague from Guelph. I'll keep my question very short. He was talking about the measures in the budget which deal with making sure that there is no tax avoidance strategies, especially ones which would take money out of Canadian corporations and take them outside, overseas. I was wondering if the member, this is a very important issue, could the member please talk a little bit further on that part of the Budget Implementation Act?
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for the question. And the Budget Act that we're discussing today is closing loopholes. It's taking some items that were in gray areas that needed clarification. And in order to make tax planners understand what's legal and what isn't legal, we're clarifying the issues around how money that's generated in Canada pays tax in Canada. And so it's really a matter of clarification so that going forward, people don't use aggressive tax planning techniques that are counter to the spirit of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je devrais informer.
I must inform honourable members that there's only 5 hours of debate since the first turn on this bill. Therefore, all following interventions will be limited to 10 minutes for remarks and 5 minutes for questions.
Honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as always, it's an honor and a privilege to rise in this place. And today, in some ways, perhaps more than others, because I will be only one of a handful of members that will have the opportunity to debate this bill at second reading. So, we have heard already today, as we debated the time allocation motion, about how this is an 800-page omnibus bill that is going to be now debated under the guillotine of time allocation. And this is not a scenario where debate having become stale or an opposition filibuster was looming, that a government had to move time allocation. This is an example of a government that is simply trying to ram through an 800-page bill without proper debate. There really is no other explanation for what is happening right now. So this bill is an omnibus bill. It contains, as was mentioned by the member during debate on time allocation, the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, a bill that contains within it 3 bills on Indigenous policy. We understand it contains 2 transportation bills, changes to some 20-plus statutes. And this government has allocated a truncated now day today plus last Friday for debate on it. And it is a shame, Mr. Speaker, and it is shameful in particular because this government campaigned heavily on the issue of omnibus legislation. They promised that they would never table omnibus bills. They promised that they would change the standing orders to prevent any government from tabling omnibus bills. And yet, though, amid the debacle in the spring of 2017 over changes to the standing orders, the result was a change to the standing order that did give the Speaker some power to split a bill. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, that is what is before us now. We are debating this bill with the limited time that we have without knowing yet if the bill will be divided. So, Mr. Speaker, with every minute that passes, we're closer to having to vote on this bill without clarity as to what we'll be actually voting on. The members, the NDP had requested to have this bill split. And we don't know yet, Mr. Speaker, what your ruling is going to be, and so it is difficult to be able to digest. It's difficult enough to digest an 800-page bill, and here we are debating it without even knowing what the final vote is going to be put to the House later today. So that is, it's a shame that we're so hopelessly rushed on this debate or on this bill, and this bill, though, is a culmination of several Liberal broken promises. They promised heavily. In my writing, it came up actually fairly often during the campaign. people talked about omnibus legislation, and this bill, parties promised never to table an omnibus bill. They promised never to allocate to invoke closure, and they also promised that they would balance the budget by 2019. They actually went out of their way in their campaign to differentiate themselves from both the Conservatives and the NDP, who had, in our own ways, promised balanced budgets. A key point of differentiation that they took to the doors was that they would run a modest $10 billion deficit for a maximum of 3 years and return to a balanced budget by 2019. So they were elected on a promise to run a modest deficit solely for the purpose of funding an infrastructure program. This was not to be a structural deficit. This was not to be a deficit through which to fund ongoing program expenditure. This was a capital deficit that they were going to run in order to fund infrastructure, and infrastructure only. This is what they took to the doors, and this is the premise upon which this government was elected, the primary one. And so, Mr. Speaker, they've broken their promise on omnibus bills, they've broken their promise on closure, and they are helplessly breaking their promise over and over again on debt and deficit. So, Mr. Speaker, if we look at this bill, at 800 pages combined with the 400-odd pages each in the spring BIA and the budget itself, we're up to 1,600 pages of budget bills tabled in this House without mention of a return to balance, without mention of any kind of a plan to return to a balanced budget. So, Mr. Speaker, this was a promise. This isn't something that Conservatives would just fixate on because this is what we promised in the election and this is what we think they should do. They actually took it to their own voters. People that voted for this Liberal Party voted for a party with an expectation of a balanced budget by 2019, and it hasn't happened. It isn't going to happen. We see now that this government has been lucky. They've walked into a stronger than expected world economy. They've been lucky on interest rates. They've been lucky on real estate inflation. They've been lucky by receiving another $20 billion in unbudgeted revenue that they have blown through as well without being able to balance a budget. And so we know that the Finance Department's own numbers say that they will not balance the budget until 2045. How could this government and its members, the governing party members, how could they possibly take this to the doors in 2019? They didn't promise their talking points on maintaining a low level of debt to GDP. That isn't what they promised, Mr. Speaker. Now, on this Implementation Act, which contains no plan for a balanced budget, they neglect to address an important issue from the budget itself. The budget on page 290 commented then on the $20 price differential on Alberta crude. And the budget said that this addressed this as a concern, that this was an issue for revenue projections going forward, that at $20 a barrel, that the differential on Canadian crude, price differential on Canadian crude, was a concern and a threat to future revenue projections. However, the budget claimed that the differential would shrink in the year ahead. They said in their budget that the differential was expected to shrink from $20 to $15, and this would be good. And their forward revenue projections assumed a reduction in the differential. They said the differential would shrink because new pipelines will be built, because the Trans Mountain expansion would go ahead and get Alberta crude to Vancouver, where it could be taken to refineries in California, where heavier oil would get a much better price than being taken by rail to Oklahoma or to not go anywhere for lack of any transportation capacity. So we all know, Mr. Speaker, that has not happened. We are here today with a $50 differential. So what is that going to do to the revenue projections? They're already expecting it to shrink. It's ballooned out to $50 per barrel. So there is no plan for a balanced budget. We know that their revenue is threatened by the differential on oil. It's substantial. It's billions of dollars of tax revenue that is at stake in the differential. So we have an 800-page bill that we've got a few hours to debate. It has complicated 300 pages actually on its pay equity section, I understand. We've got complicated labor code changes. We've got an intellectual property component. We have new CRA components to this as well that all have to be dealt with somehow in a short period of time. And yet this BIA gives us more spending, more deficits, likely more red tape and more difficulties for small businesses, no plan for a balanced budget, no plan to fix the Alberta discount and the threat that it represents to Canadian governments, provincial and federal. And so, Mr. Speaker, I can't support this bill and I cannot support this government for its broken promises and its shameful use of time allocation and omnibus legislation.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention by my colleague today. However, I take note of his repeated attempts to say that this particular government and the Liberal Party perhaps has been lucky. You know, it wasn't luck that led to Paul Martin making sure that the right restrictions were in place when he was finance minister so that we didn't lead into the same housing crisis that the states got themselves into. It's not by luck that you become the fastest growing GDP out of the G7 nations. It's by fiscal prudent responsibility. It's not by luck when you decide to invest in real investments in infrastructure that will pay off down the road. So rather than buying gazebos, for example, we would invest in roads and bridges, putting people to work and changing the environment that we have so that people can actually continue to succeed. So I would take great exception to that. I imagine that he has a great retort for me, but at least I thought I would provide that comment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the member invoking the previous Liberal Prime Minister, Paul Martin, he seems to have forgotten that there was another Prime Minister in between for 9.5 years. And so the good luck that I referred to is indeed that they inherited the 9.5-year legacy of the previous government that put the country's fiscal foundation is entirely on the track record of the Stephen Harper government. And indeed, you know, this Liberal government could maybe learn a thing or two from the Paul Martin government, too, while we're at it.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure a member across the way we are still trying to forget about those Harper days. Mr. Speaker, you know, it's interesting. You have Conservative that stands up time and time after on the budget, and what they like to talk about is the issue of deficit. And, you know, what comes to mind is when you take a look at Canada as a nation, as a history, 151 years, I believe that the Conservatives have been in government for about just less than 40% of that time, the Liberals on the other 60%. But when you take a look at the total debt, the amount of debt in total that has been created, it's like 75% of it has been as a result of Conservatives. If you compare to Stephen Harper inherited multi-billion-dollar surplus. Even before the recession, turned it into a billion-plus dollar deficit. My question, very straightforward: why would this government want to take any advice from the Stephen Harper Conservatives when they did so poorly on the issue of deficit management?
Honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
The history of politics and the change of governments has been one of Liberals creating financial mess that a Conservative government has to come in and clean up. We'll be there for Canadians in 2019.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really enjoyed listening to that speech by my colleague from Calgary, Rocky Ridge. He talked a lot about the accumulating debt and how there's no plan to even return to a balanced budget for the next foreseeable future. And I'm wondering if the member could tell us what impact that's going to have on our children and grandchildren in years to come.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, and the impact will be potentially severe if we can't get past this and reverse the track that this government is on. And I want to add to this that every provincial and territorial finance minister in Canada has at least some kind of documented plan to return to a balanced budget. The only finance minister in Canada that just simply buries his head in the sand and refuses to answer questions at committee and in this place as to when he will balance the budget, that's this finance minister. He's the only one in Canada that can't even say the words.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And while we're on the topic of getting advice from Stephen Harper, we might want to consider taking the advice from his former Director of Policy, who is currently out there defending a price on pollution. I would argue that, yes, there are some folks from that previous government that at least have wisened up when it comes to certain issues. Today, Mr. Speaker, I welcome and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this very important piece of legislation. I'll be focusing my remarks today, Mr. Speaker, on Part 1 of the Second Budget Implementation Act that is before us today. But before I do that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read out a few jurisdictions here. Alberta, Argentina, Australia, British Columbia, Beijing, California, Chile, Denmark, the European Union, Estonia, Finland, France, Iceland, Ireland, Japan, Kazakhstan, Korea, Latvia, Massachusetts, Mexico, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Quebec, Rio de Janeiro, Shanghai, Singapore, Slovenia, South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Tokyo, Turkey, United Kingdom, Ukraine, and Washington State. What do those jurisdictions have in common, Mr. Speaker? I'll tell you what they have in common. They currently, or into the very near future, will have a price on pollution. And that is one of the things that I am so incredibly proud of when it comes to this particular bill, is that we are taking this matter of our changing climate and how the world is going to respond to it. So next time that one of the Conservative members, Mr. Speaker, says, well, what can Canada do? What's Canada's contribution to this? We're responsible for so little in terms of the pollution in the world. Well, I reference you back to the work that Kazakhstan is currently doing, and I can only imagine what their impact is, yet they still see this as a very important matter to pursue. So, Mr. Speaker, we talk about why this legislation is important, and let's just start with some of the impacts as it relates to health and how people in the world will be affected. And these stats are according to the World Health Organization, who claim and who have educated us to know that the contribution of air pollution, according to the World Health Organization, estimates that almost 12% of global deaths in 2012 came as a result of air pollution. The WHO also estimates that 7 million people die every year from exposure to fine particles in polluted air. 4.2 million deaths are as a result of exposure to outdoor air pollution, and 3.8 million as a result of household exposure to various different pollutants. 91% of the world's population lives in places where air quality exceeds the WHO guideline limits. And so these are just the health reasons why this piece of legislation and doing something about pollution is so important. You know, but let's just put that aside for a second and just talk about the recent study that came out from the United Nations on climate change and what it means to the world. It means, Mr. Speaker, that in a very short time, we're talking about decades, we will change our environment throughout the world in a way that will significantly impact people. And we might think as Canadians, as I've said before in this House, well, we live in a relatively safe climate environment. What will 1 or 2 degrees difference really make to us? And fair enough, if you can see beyond that and if you buy into that, perhaps we should just consider for a second the migration impacts that are going to happen as a result of climate change. When the world starts to make decisions and people start to move around the world, those migration patterns will cause world disorder and will lead to an environment that makes it a lot riskier for Canada to continue to participate on the world scene as it relates to our economy and our social issues, and continuing on the way that we've come to know Canada can be so great on the world stage. So the way that this Budget Implementation Act sets up to deal with the price on pollution, Mr. Speaker, was for those provinces that have chosen not to participate, those provinces that have decided that they want to hold out despite all these huge list of jurisdictions that I've already listed off that are participating. What we're going to be doing for those provinces or territories that are not participating is instituting a price on pollution. And this is a federal price on pollution that we're going to be collecting, and we're going to be immediately rebating back, sometimes in advance of collecting it, to individuals and households throughout the individual province that it was collected. So for example, in my home province of Ontario, 90% of all of the funds that will be collected through the price on pollution will be delivered right back to households. That remaining 10% will be used, Mr. Speaker, to help schools, hospitals, Indigenous peoples, universities, colleges, and small and medium-sized businesses deal with matters that pertain to becoming more efficient in terms of impacts that they're putting onto our climate. And you know, we've had a lot of debate in this House about why a price on pollution is good and why some might think it would be bad. But I stand by the theory, it's a well-documented economic theory, that when you put certain prices on different mechanisms in your economy and your marketplace, you will see the players in those marketplaces reacting differently. So when you put a price on pollution, those that are polluting will start to find ways to become more efficient. They'll invest, they will create, they will discover, they will come up with new ways of doing things that don't pollute as much so that they can increase their bottom line. It's a basic economic principle. And the fact that the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, don't buy into this, quite honestly, is astounding for me. And you know, speaking of which, I think it is an appropriate time to mention some of those that do support a price on pollution. Let's talk about Doug Ford, the new Premier of Ontario, who our Leader of the Opposition is spending a lot of time with and becoming very close with. His chief budget advisor said that the anti-carbon tax premier once told Canadian senators that putting a price on greenhouse gas emissions is, quote, the single most important thing that any government can do to transition to a low-carbon economy, end quote. That was by the chief budget advisor for Doug Ford. I already mentioned Stephen Harper's former director of policy, who's defending a price on pollution. How about, let's get out of the partisan politics. How about the Nobel Prize-winning economist, Paul Romer, who said that a carbon tax are the only way to genuinely and effectively solve climate change. According to him, Americans, the American who won the 2018 Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences for their work in adapting economic theory to make better account of environmental issues and technological progress. And this is exactly what we've been talking about. And according to the World Bank, international carbon pricing took off with the introduction of the flexibility mechanisms under the Kyoto Protocol of 1997. And I bring that up, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's extremely relevant, because it was a Liberal government at the time that signed on to Kyoto, and what happened shortly after? The Conservatives pulled out of it, despite the fact that we were on our way. So we heard a little bit earlier about fixing the mistakes and how the Conservatives will fix the mistakes of the Liberals. Well, I think that the exact opposite is happening right now, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say that I'm extremely proud of this piece of legislation. I'm extremely proud to see our government moving forward on this. I can tell you that I started off by listing a whole number of jurisdictions and what they had done in attempts to put a price on pollution. And what I can also come back and circle around on is the fact that a lot of those companies or a lot of those countries or those jurisdictions are reporting huge successes. Let's go back to Sweden, for example, who enacted their price on pollution in 1991. They were one of the first governments to do so. Sweden currently has a GDP growth of 60% higher than what it was in 1990, and at the same time have reduced their emissions by 25%. They grew their economy by 58%, which shows you that growing your economy and decreasing emissions is possible. So I see that my time is wrapping up, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this very important debate. As you can see, my passion lies with the price on pollution, and I'm very, very proud to be part of a government that's bringing it forward.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate my colleagues' thoughts on one area of the bill. This, of course, is 850-plus pages, and I would argue that when parliamentarians stand up to vote on this particular piece of legislation with the very minimal debate time that we've had, people are actually going to be very unfamiliar with many parts of this bill because they have not been given proper scrutiny. So I had asked one of his other colleagues in terms of Division 4, Section 19, which is in terms of additions to reserve, but I'd like to ask him about Section 4, 11 and 12, where there is changes to both the First Nations Fiscal Management Act and Land Management Act, and if he could describe what those changes are and describe why they have been put in place.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member started off by talking about how this is a large bill, and that was mentioned a number of times by the other side of the House, and I don't disagree with that. When we have a budget bill, it's going to be a comprehensive bill that includes a number of different parts to it, including the part that she mentioned. But let's talk about some of the other parts that are in there. Pay equity, improving access to the Canada Workers Benefit, modernizing the federal labor standards. If the Conservative Party is against any of those, rather than just complaining about this being a large bill, why don't they actually talk about what they're against? Are they against pay equity? Then just stand up and say it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this very limited debate, the government has invoked closure yet again on a vital bill, 800 pages. We're all still digging into the details of it. I heard and appreciated my Liberal colleagues' comments about the polluter pay principle. Now, I note one of the pieces that is amended in this 800-page Budget Implementation Act is the Ship Source Oil Pollution Fund. There are a number of measures. This is meant to be an industry-funded provision for the event of a pollution in marine waters, and because my colleague across the way represents a maritime reliant riding, as I do, the jobs and the environment that are dependent on a clean environment, I'm concerned that one of the measures that is proposed in this bill to amend the Ship Source Oil Pollution Fund is to allow the government to top up the fund in the event that it becomes depleted. Now, my information is that industry has not contributed to this fund since 1976. So if the member is so committed to polluter pay, why did his government not make that amendment to this bill?
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that we're on the right path. And I'll tell you why I think that, because the only thing that the Conservative and the NDPs can do is really criticize the fact that they don't have enough time to debate this bill. But the reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, the Budget Implementation Acts are implementing measures that were already released in the budget. So they would have known about a lot of this before. But not only that, even with respect to this act specifically, Mr. Speaker, it's only at second reading. It's supposed to go to committee. Then it comes back to this House again for debate. Then it goes to the Senate. It goes through the same process at the Senate. There is a lot of time to be discussing this, and I look forward to seeing that member in the Finance Committee so that she can be part of the debate on this.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd just like to come back to my earlier colleagues from Kamloops' question about the impacts to First Nations that this particular piece of legislation will have. One of the things it talks about, there's changing to the Financial Management Act, Section 50. It talks about upon the request of the following entities, the board may review the entity's financial management systems, be that a band, a tribal council, Aboriginal group, a not-for-profit organization. One of the things that I've had from my riding is that there's been some concern about the way that the finances have been handled on reserve, and individuals have been wanting to look at some of these things, and there has not been any way for the federal government to allow individuals to have a look at some of these things. And I know I would like just to note that at Northern Aboriginal Affairs Committee, us being allowed to have a tackle this that was voted down by the Liberals. Does the member not consider the fact that we would need a little more time just to study this and to get stakeholder feedback from our First Nations communities as to whether this is a legitimate piece of legislation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. You need to get more. You need to be able to do that work. But guess what? You can't bring members of the public before this particular House right in this setting. You do that in committee. And so what happens when we pass this at this stage? It goes to committee. And then at committee, the various different stakeholders can come forward. One of the committees that studies legislation in the most greatest detail is the Finance Committee. And at that time, when this comes before the Finance Committee, which is where it will go when we vote on this, that member will have the opportunity, I'm sure he will be there with the previous member from the NDP, to make sure that these concerns are raised at the Finance Committee on behalf of the constituents that he's raising them. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Multiculturalism and Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rise this afternoon to speak in support of Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February the 27th, 2018, and other measures. And let me start by acknowledging that I'm speaking on the traditional lands of the Algonquin peoples. And on this very auspicious day, I'd like to wish all those who are celebrating Diwali a very happy Diwali, and I hope all of my constituents and all those in Canada who celebrate this very special occasion are able to see the light and overcome darkness. Mr. Speaker, speaking of the light, the last 3 years, the Liberal government has shone quite a bit of light into this country. There are a number of remarkable achievements that I think are worthy of note, and of particular is on trade. Mr. Speaker, we have set Canada on a course that will enable Canada to be the freest and one of the most open trade markets anywhere in the world. And these three trade agreements, as you know, include the Comprehensive and Economic Trade Agreement between Canada and the EU, also known as CETA, the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership between Canada and the countries of the Trans-Pacific Asia, and of course, most recently, the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement with our North American allies. This means millions of new markets, billions of new dollars in trade, and countless opportunities for Canadians of today and of the future. This unprecedented access to new and emerging markets will create unimaginable global opportunity for all of us. I know that my constituents were quite worried earlier in the year about getting a good deal under the USMCA. They were worried about Canada giving in too much or that Canada being shut out altogether. No longer, Mr. Speaker. For close to 18 months, our negotiators have worked day and night to get not any deal, but a good deal for Canada. And I want to thank and acknowledge our Minister of Foreign Affairs and her entire team for her tireless work, and she has indeed made us all very proud. Mr. Speaker, there's more good news. Every time I meet employers, one of the issues that they bring to me and bring to my attention is the lack of labor, lack of being able to find people to fill good jobs in Canada. They complain that they're unable to hire people and retain them regardless of the money they pay. And oftentimes these are high-paying jobs. We have right now historically low rates of employment. And in fact, it's one of the lowest it's been in the last 40 years. And our government has helped propel our economy forward, making it the fastest growing economy amongst G7 countries and one of the fastest among the world. And this has led to the creation of over 500,000 jobs since we were elected in 2015. And of course, there's more good news for small business as our tax rate will go from 11% to 9% as of the coming January. There are many very important initiatives in the budget, Mr. Speaker, and I can talk about all of them. I know of particular note is the establishment of the status of women as a full ministry, the implementation of pay equity legislation along with legislating gender budgeting are critical parts of our government's agenda. And I know many other of my colleagues have spoken about it extensively. But I want to today focus on two very important things that I want to highlight this afternoon. First is the issue of poverty reduction, and secondly is the price on pollution. And let me start with poverty reduction, Mr. Speaker. Poverty is linked to a number of different socioeconomic outcomes in our society, whether it's the longevity of our life, whether it's success in education or success in the workforce. Poverty is central determinant, one of the central determinants of success or limitations in our society. Our government believes that everyone deserves a real and fair chance at success, and that is what drives us to grow the middle class and support people who are working hard to join it. Canada's first ever national poverty reduction strategy sets new poverty reduction targets and establishes the federal government as a full partner in the fight against poverty. Our poverty reduction strategy also builds on the progress we've made together so far. And these include the introduction of the Canada Child Benefit in 2015, and most recently, of course, the indexing of the CCB. This has lifted over 300,000 children out of poverty. And then just in my riding of Scarborough-Rouge Park alone, it's given back $76 million in just the last year. Secondly, a reversion of previous government's changes to the Guaranteed Income Supplement and Old Age Security, which basically restores the age of retirement from 67 to 65 years old and made benefits for seniors more generous, which includes lifting 100,000 seniors out of poverty each year. The launch of Canada's first ever national housing strategy last year will not only create 100,000 new housing units and renew and renovate more than 300,000 existing units, we're also removing more than 500,000 Canadians from critical housing need. Since 2015, our government has been working hard to lift Canadians out of poverty with the help of programs like the CCB, the top-up to the GIS and the Canada Workers' Benefit. By 2019, the government's investments in it are expected to help lift over 650,000 Canadians out of poverty. The poverty reduction strategy called Opportunity for All is a bold vision that will build Canada where every Canadian has a real and fair chance at succeed. Opportunity for All, Mr. Speaker, is a long-term strategy that builds on significant investments that the government has made since 2015 to reduce poverty altogether. And there's three pillars to this strategy. One, dignity. It's lifting Canadians out of poverty by ensuring everyone's basic needs are met. Secondly, opportunity and inclusion. helping Canadians join the middle class by promoting equality of opportunity and full participation in every aspect of our society, and resilience and security, supporting the middle class by protecting Canadians from falling into poverty by supporting income security and resilience. And I do want to note, Mr. Speaker, one of the aspects of our government agenda is the anti-black racism aspect, and I would be remiss if I don't address it because it's part of the work that I do as the Parliamentary Secretary for Canadian Heritage. Our government understands that any plan for reducing poverty must also address systemic barriers such as racism and discrimination that holds some Canadians back. By removing barriers and leveling the playing field, all Canadians will be able to reach their fullest potential. And to help address systemic barriers of racism, our government is launching, and we're currently in the process of consultations across the country, which will establish a national framework for anti-racism that will bring together experts, community organizations, citizens, interfaith leaders, and others to really work out a national strategy. And of course, as a first step towards this, the recognition of anti-black racism is at the core of these discussions, amongst other forms of racism and discrimination. The second aspect I want to highlight, and I know my time is quite limited, is the price on pollution. Mr. Speaker, there's no question whatsoever that we have a problem with our environment. Our environmental disasters that we've seen over the last number of decades just seem to be getting worse and worse every year. Whether it's the floods in Toronto or the wildfires out west, we see the challenges of climate change. We see it firsthand. Mr. Speaker, last year, for Canada's 150th birthday, I had the opportunity to visit St. Anthony's, Newfoundland, a beautiful part of our country, a country where icebergs are prevalent. And one of the things that the local folks were telling me is that the number of icebergs really spoke to the fact of climate change, the reality of climate change, where we know that temperature is rising and it's hurting, hurting the environment, hurting and limiting our way of life, particularly for Indigenous people. And that's why it's important that this government address the issue of climate change. We address it by pricing pollution, making sure that those who pollute pay a fair share, pay their share to ensure that pollution no longer is free. This is not a free commodity that the Canadians or any industries can take for granted. If they pollute, they must pay, and that is the principle behind our pricing, pollution pricing plan, Mr. Speaker. With that, I'd like to once again reiterate my support for C-86 and like to thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for their speech today. It's specifically regarding poverty and certainly some of the barriers that exist. Further to the member's speech, I think it's important to remember that poverty actually knows no color, no skin color. It reaches into all aspects of our society. And certainly is something that I know we face probably in every single one of our ridings across the country. Having said that, there's certainly demographics that are more stricken by poverty than others. But when we're talking about poverty, we're also talking about the cost of living. We're talking about what costs are increasing upon those who have the least in society and how it affects them the most. And so to hear in the same speech a push for a carbon tax, they call it a price on carbon, a mechanism. I think there's about 7 different things that are used. And at the same time talk about poverty. This tax is affecting those with the least amount of means to be able to live the most. And so my question is for the member, how is it that this government is proposing this tax at the same time as trying to say that they're trying to defeat poverty? This tax is going to further poverty in this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, poverty is absolutely an important issue that my friend opposite is correct, that it affects all of us in all of our ridings. And of course, it affects particular communities much deeper than others, particularly those in northern and rural communities across the country. That is an important issue that I think we need to address, and I know there's been in the past decades a complete failure to address the root causes of poverty, and I think that's what we're really getting into, is the shortage of housing, the lack of investments in public infrastructure, the lack of investments in transportation, and it's that very important investments, I think, are critical to uplifting people out of poverty. At the same time, we are not going to be able to ignore the environment, Mr. Speaker. It is critical, and the way that our pricing on pollution has been undertaken, 90% of the money will be going back to those in communities, those families who need it the most, and that is our fundamental.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I know that the member used to sit with me on Northern Aboriginal Affairs Committee, and I know that he's passionate about his work there. One of the things is we just tried to pass a motion calling for the Northern Aboriginal Affairs Committee to study Divisions 11, 12, and 19 of this BIA bill. I was just wondering, seeing as the Liberals voted that down at committee, I was just wondering if this member could just elaborate on what the thinking was behind putting these particular divisions into this bill and how they're going to impact First Nations communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, each and every committee operates on its own, and the membership decides what to do, what kind of study to undertake and what not to undertake. So I can't speak for the particular point that my friend opposites brought up, but certainly there will be ample opportunity once C-86 goes to committee at Finance to be able to study it. And of course, if the Finance Committee requires additional support from other committees, they may well ask that. But at this point, it is important that this goes to committee and a full and comprehensive study takes place before this comes back.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member from Scarborough-Rouge Park for his speech. In his speech, he has talked about Canada Child Benefit. So can I ask through you that can the member please explain that how Canada Child Benefit is making an impact in his community, and what is he hearing from the families that how Canada Child Benefit is helping them in their day-to-day lives?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course I want to thank my good friend from Scarborough Centre and my colleague. We work very closely together, Mr. Speaker, as we represent a very close geographic area. And of course, the topic of the Canada Child Benefit keeps coming up over and over again. Overwhelmingly, people talk about how it impacts them in a very personal way. In my riding alone, the impact is $76 million. It's used towards soccer. It's used towards, in many times to buy food. It's used for things such as extracurricular activities at school. So it's such a game changer in our communities, and I'm sure it is as well across the country.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député Louis Saint-Laurent.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are gathered this afternoon to talk about the second Budget Implementation Act. For those who are listening to us, what we're currently debating is a law that is going to implement the main measures of the budget. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this debate, which is essential for Canadian democracy, essential for Canadian taxpayers so that they know what we're doing with their money, is being done under closure because this government committed 3 years ago, before Canadians, to doing things differently, to never invoking closure, and to never passing bills thick as this. And it's doing the opposite. Over 50 times, they have invoked closure. And this bill is not a 10-paragraph bill. It has 850 pages, and that's what we call an omnibus bill, which contains aspects that affect labor legislation. We're quite far from the budget, but that's the Liberal approach. They said one thing during the election campaign and decided to do the opposite now that they have power. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, when it's time to look at what is the budgetary situation of Canada, It is exactly the opposite of what the Liberal Party has committed to obtaining, hand on heart, they obtained Canadians' trust, but they betrayed them. Mr. Speaker, let us recall that it is the Liberal Party who committed to making itty-bitty deficits for 3 years in order to come back to balanced books. In 2019, during an election year, it's almost miraculous. The Prime Minister had made an unprecedented economic statement during an interview with the CBC. He said that budgets balance themselves. If budgets balance themselves, well, that means that deficits don't exist. Mr. Speaker, I looked in every economic school of the entire planet. And aside from the current Prime Minister of Canada, nobody in the world who is serious about economics thinks that budgets balance themselves. That is a rather Pollyannish vision, not to say a mythological vision, of how budgets work. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we start from the idea that budgets balance themselves, we expect that in 2019 that the budget will be balanced. Well, no, Mr. Speaker, it's exactly the opposite. For 3 years, they've run deficits 2 and 3 times higher than expected. And today, while we're at the very doors of 2019, the government has absolutely no idea of when they're going to balance the books. It's not because we haven't tried. The member for Carleton, who's the Minister of Finance in the shadow cabinet of the official opposition, asked the Minister of Finance 5 times before my colleagues here in the House to say when the government was going to balance the books. And our questions were simple and clear.
When Canada get back to zero deficit? We asked that to him, not once, not 2, but 3, but 5 times in a row. And unfortunately, the Minister of Finance dodged the issue. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance will dodge the issue, but he cannot dodge this reality, and certainly not his responsibility to the Canadian taxpayer.
They had also said, Mr. Speaker, and why is it a bad thing to ask about deficits, Mr. Speaker? In the end, what we're doing with deficits is we're sending a bill to our children and grandchildren. It's entirely responsible to run deficits because that's money that we don't have. We see the government, the ministers, the Minister of Families, who's always dignified when he speaks. He's an honorable man who I very much respect. But when it's said that we're thinking of our children when we make this budget, I understand that he's thinking of the children. He's sending them the bill that they're going to have to pay by the time they enter the labor market. That's the Liberal way of doing things. But it's not responsible or realistic for a government that was elected by promising small deficits to behave. Mr. Speaker, they drape themselves in the principle that the wealthy will pay more taxes. The famous 1% will get hurt with the Liberal government.
Oh, yeah. Look at the result. Look at the figure, Mr. Speaker. Since those guys have been elected 2 years ago, the famous 1% paid not more, but less and more than $4 billion. That's the Liberals' economic. That's the Prime Minister economic. That's the way those guys who have been elected saying no deficit in 2019, the famous 1% will pay more, have said something, but the reality is not there today. Aussi, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that they said we're going to run very small deficits because we want to be able to stimulate the economy by investing in infrastructure. We're going to invest billions of dollars in infrastructure. But once again, what was the result? There wasn't one. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, not the official opposition, not the Conservative Party, no, the PBO, Mr. Speaker, said in his last report that the infrastructure plan does not exist. And if you look at everything that has been done, well, about 0.001% of the economy benefited from that. So almost nothing. Mr. Speaker, their public spending is out of control. And let's just remember one thing. It's normal that the government spend more year after year if one of two things happens. For example, if the population increases, well, then the government has to provide more services, and therefore there's an increase. And if inflation increases, number 2, then you also have to increase your spending based on inflation. But if you look at the two together, did the government take that into account when they made their forecasts and their calculations? No, they did not. Because their spending is 3 times higher than the combination of those two, the change in demographics and the inflation. So they don't know how to do their math when it comes to spending. Now let's look at the situation today. There's reason for concern. First of all, there's been a 5% decrease in investments. And if you break that down, if you look at this alarming situation, Mr. Speaker, you'll see that Canada, unfortunately, is right to be concerned about the ineptitude of this government. Because the new American administration is attracting investment. And here are the results. Canadians are investing 65% more in the States. However, the Americans are investing 52% less in Canada. So if you want to know if the economic stimulus is good here, well, just look at the fact that the Americans are investing less in Canadians and Canadians are investing more in the United States. That is bad news. And this leads me to another concern. The Governor of the Bank of Canada, not the Governor General, even though some Governor Generals have been spending for rather questionable reasons, but we won't get into that. So the Governor of the Bank of Canada, Mr. Poloz, said last week that after modest increases in interest rates, there would be more increases. And so it's the end of this government's fun spending, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the government is doing nothing. The government doesn't even seem to be worried. Mr. Speaker, $24 billion is spent on interest alone. And soon that's going to turn into $35 billion. So we're going to have to stop spending 3 times more than what would have been indicated with demographic and inflation changes. We have to be worried about this. Canadians are worried as well about the Liberal carbon tax. Now, these people were spouting great principles to all the provinces, but look at what the provinces decided to do. Provinces didn't want that carbon tax. And what did the government do? They imposed it. But that's not how you deal with provincial-federal relations. If provincial jurisdictions want to have a carbon tax, if they want to be a part of the carbon market, well, all fine and well. But if the federal government decides that they're going to impose it because the provinces did it, that's something else. So actually, the government is speaking out of both sides of its mouth. They're saying that pollution has to be taxed, that a price has to be put on pollution. This is their new narrative, pollution pricing. However, what about the large emitters? Well, they're getting a discount, not a 5% discount, not a 10% discount, not a 50% discount, 90%. Mr. Speaker, and these are the same people who said the wealthy would be paying more and they ended up paying less. These are the people who said they would be taxing polluters, except the large emitters. Well, Mr. Speaker, given this state of affairs, we will be voting against. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable MP for Saint-Laurent, Louis Saint-Laurent, speaks well. However, he's saying nothing. He's not saying anything about pollution himself. He knows full well this is even a conservative principle. You are supposed to stimulate the economy, and what we're saying is that we are going to put a price on pollution so that the economy as a whole can benefit. There are economic activities, yes, that have to happen. However, there's a price to polluting. So why is he rising up against this idea to put a price on pollution? I don't understand. Now, I know he's an honorable member, and usually he's quite consistent in his beliefs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to salute the member opposite for Hall Elmer. And I'm impressed by this colleague. He's an honorable colleague. However, I would say this. When it comes to taxing carbon or putting a price on pollution, if they were going to be consistent, they would do this for everyone. They would do this for all emitters, but they're not doing that. The largest emitters in Canada will be exempted up to 90% from this tax. That is the reality of this government. And our approach has always been to help businesses to pollute less. That's a positive and constructive approach. So we help them pollute less. And when we were in government, greenhouse gas emissions under the Conservative government fell by 2.2%, and the GDP increased by 16.9%. That's a Conservative record that Canadians are so proud of.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I start off by just congratulating my friend across the way for winning his award last night. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if my friend could explain to me how it is when you take a look at really what I would classify as one of the bottom lines in terms of good governance is the number of jobs that have actually been created. With working with Canadians and small businesses from across this country, virtually in all regions of the country, we've been able to see well in excess of 500,000 new jobs to Canada's economy. That far exceeds anything, even remotely close, that Stephen Harper ever did. Can my friend explain to why it is that Stephen Harper's government was never able to achieve the type of job growth that this government has been able to achieve in 2 to 3 years, which I suggest to you is one of the reasons that our plan is in fact working. Canada's middle class is growing. It's healthier today than it ever was under Stephen Harper.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Well, let me pay all my respect to my colleague from Winnipeg North to have been nominated twice yesterday for the Maclean's Award, and also congratulate him for this award he got a year ago. So, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the fact. La réalité, Monsieur le Président.
The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that this government is acting while the world economy is also developing and progressing. Americans to the south are going through a boom, an economic boom. And the price on oil has increased over the past several years. There are many factors here that the government has no control over. But what that has happened is that it has helped the Canadian economy. And when our Conservative government was here, we had to face one of the worst economic crises since the 1980s. And despite that fact, Mr. Speaker, our government ensured that Canada was the fastest G7 country to emerge from that crisis with the best job creation out of all the G7 countries. That's something to be proud of. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, we're talking about the 6th omnibus bill since the last elections. It's 850 pages long, including another 60 or 70 pages, and nothing about tax havens. In 3 years, in 6 bills, 4,500 pages of budget bills, not a word. In terms of taxation, the Liberal government is a monumental failure. In fact, this is worse than a failure. I mean, when you fail, at least you've tried. But this government isn't even trying. The government chose to leave the doors wide open for tax havens and those who take advantage of them. And it's doing that knowingly and deliberately. Despite its fine words about the middle class, it has chosen which side it's on, and that is the Bay Street bankers. Tax havens are probably the worst economic and financial scandal of our times. And when it's time to deal with that cancer, Canada is one of the worst offenders in the world. Canada only represent 2% of the planet's GDP, and yet the three biggest Canadian banks, the Royal Bank, Scotiabank, and the CIBC, represent 80% of all assets in Barbados, Grenada, and the Bahamas banking assets. 2% of the planet's GDP, but 80% of assets in these three tax havens in the Caribbean. And that's not all. In the 8 tax havens that make up the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, Canadian banks represent 60% of those assets. So Canada may not be an economic superpower, but it sure is one when it comes to tax havens. As a social democrat, I cannot accept this. There is no social justice without fiscal justice. There's no justice at all when the financial sector participates in Caribbean cash boxes and allows ordinary people to pay the bills. Ottawa lets them do what they want, and yet at the same time, it's cutting transfers. With a lack of funds, Quebec has had to cut back everywhere. And during the last Quebec election campaign, people said in Quebec over and over again that its priorities were health and education. And yet, under the Caribbean sun, bankers are growing their tax-free billions. And they're doing this legally, because through 6 BIAs, the government has done nothing to prevent them, nothing at all. And because of that alone, everyone in this House should vote against this bill, and that's what we'll be doing in the Bloc. Now, Mr. Speaker, the bill isn't all bad. It has just brought about pay equity at the federal level for the government and for all federally regulated entities. It's time that the 21st century came to Ottawa, especially that it was John Turner's government that had announced this 35 years ago. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about the part of Bill C-86 that deals with the protection of consumers in the banking sector. It must be said that the system proposed in Bill C-86 is a marked improvement over the shameful piece of legislation that the government brought in 2 years ago in Bill C-29. And I should also say that I am proud of the work that we did to make the government back down and redo its homework. To accommodate Bay Street, the Liberal government was undermining Quebec consumers. It's important to say one thing, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to protecting the consumer, Quebec is one of the most advanced jurisdictions in North America. It is in Quebec that the government has the toughest rules and safeguards to make sure that consumers do not get hoodwinked. One of the good things that we inherited from Lise Payette was this. So it's these safeguards that protect ordinary people, but that bother rich Bay Street bankers. No misleading advertising in Bill C-29, no hidden fees, no unilateral contract changes, not making people pay $50 or more when their credit cards are stolen. Contracts also have to be written in French. That's what the Quebec legislation does, and there is recourse. It's simple, free, and legally binding. And all of this is thanks to a government institution, the Consumer Protection Board in Quebec, that defends the interests of those who try to exploit consumers. The board also supports class action lawsuits so that David alone does not have to fight Goliath. Ottawa tried to reject all this, tried to get all the power, and tried to use this just to give one big gift-wrapped present to the banks. In other words, bankers' heaven. I have to say that Bill C-86 is not as egregious as Bill C-29 was. The obligations that the government is imposing on banks are real obligations. They're not written down conditionally or as a request or as suggestions, contrary to what was done 2 years ago. And the government is less obviously trying to ignore Quebec and to reject the Consumer Protection Act. It has withdrawn its famous federal priority. It appears now that both regimes will be able to exist side by side. But I say it appears because it's not entirely clear, and that's why we have to look at this in greater depth. In terms of consumer protection, the federal government contains a huge flaw. It makes no mention of a recourse. In Quebec, it's simple. If the bank rips you off, then you can complain to the Consumers Protection Board, and they will investigate and if necessary, bring this before the courts. It doesn't cost you anything, and the government is there to make sure that your rights are respected. But Bill C-86 does not do that. The consumer will have to go to the bank ombudsman. This is a sort of mediator who makes recommendations but actually has no authority. And that person is paid by the banks. Now, would you trust a judge if they were in the pocket of the bank? What we needed was a government institution, not a banking employee. If the bank does not listen to the recommendations of the ombudsman, what is there in the way of a recourse? Well, individuals can go to federal court and pay out of their pockets. Mr. Speaker, do you seriously think that a client who is charged $50 in hidden fees will then go to the federal court and face the bank's army of lawyers? Consumer protection is something new in federal law. It's in the bank's interest to try and restrict as possible the scope of their obligations. They'll do everything they can to make sure that jurisprudence is not too hard on them. They're going to fight this. Bringing a case to the Supreme Court can cost up to $1 million. No one's going to risk that simply to get $50 in hidden fees back. No one is going to do that. The recourse provided for in Bill C-86 is not tailored to protecting the consumer, where we're often talking about small but many amounts. It's all very well for the bill to impose obligations on the banks, but it does not provide any real recourse to the client. And given that, these obligations may be more theoretical than real. Here's what I expect. With no real recourse at the federal level, there will be clients who will have been hoodwinked, who will then turn to the Quebec Board for consumer protection. And the board will take up the cause, and the banks, just like they've always done, will defend themselves, saying that, well, the Quebec law doesn't apply to them. In 2004, the Supreme Court ruled in litigation like this, and they said that the Quebec law applies to banks. However, the Marcotte ruling is a subtle ruling. You have to read between the lines. What it said was that banks were subject to Quebec law because there was no exhaustive, or rather inclusive, consumer protection federal legislation. Now, would the court have ruled the same way if Bill C-86 had been passed? Would it have ruled that what we're saying today, that what we're talking about today is an inclusive and detailed regime? Because exclusive means that Quebec legislation would be excluded from federal legislation. So we don't know what this exactly means. And it's very hard to tell when you're dealing with an omnibus bill. There's a real risk that Bill C-86 will simply abolish simple, free, binding recourses that we have in Quebec and replace it with this inexistent federal recourse. And Toronto banks feel that they are above the law. So given the insufficiency of recourse in Bill C-86, is a real risk that consumers actually will be in a worse position than they were before. And that's why I would like to propose a sub-amendment, that the Carleton members' amendment be amended by replacing after other measures with this, but that it be divided, and that Section 10 would establish a consumer protection regime before it is sent to the Standing Finance Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At all?
Order. The Honourable Member for Joliette moved a sub-amendment. The sub-amendment is not in order. And I will quote from the third edition from Procedure and House Rules on page 542, where it says that a sub-amendment must only deal with the corresponding amendment and must not derogate from its meaning. A sub-amendment cannot introduce new issues that were not included in the amendment, and it cannot cannot be substantially different from the amendment. Order. Questions to the member for Joliette will be put after statements and question period when we move back to government orders.
Statements by members. The
Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, EI is a sexist program designed by men, a program that is not adapted to the lived lives of women today. Women enjoy less eligibility to EI and get fewer benefits. And sometimes they don't have a right to 1 red cent if they lose their job during maternity leave. Why? Because you have to have accumulated insurable hours over a period of 52 of the 52 last weeks. If a woman is on mat leave, she doesn't pay. Mr. Speaker, because women should not have to suffer from the hidden defects of a program which doesn't deal with their reality, this should end once and for all.
For London West.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to creating a more inclusive, accessible, and barrier-free Canada. That is why enhancing Canada Post's accessible delivery program is a key part of our government's renewed vision for the Postal Service. I am pleased to rise to inform the House that this week marks the first meetings of the Canada Post Accessibility Advisory Panel. This national advisory panel of experts and advocates for persons with disabilities and seniors will advise Canada Post on an enhanced accessibility delivery program to make it easier for Canadians to access their mail and parcels. Mr. Speaker, the Accessibility Advisory Panel will serve as a valuable forum for input and dialogue on the issue of accessibility. Thank you to these distinguished Canadians for agreeing to serve on the panel and for helping Canada Post continue to improve delivery for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, top scientists from Canadian academia have come to our nation's capital to participate in the first ever Science Meets Parliament. This initiative connects science and parliamentarians. Organized in partnership with the Office of the Chief Science Advisor, Science Meets Parliament aims to connect policymakers and the scientific community. During this two-day event, 29 scientists, all of them Canada Research Chairs, will shadow 43 parliamentarians from both sides of the aisle. Scientists will get to learn how policy is made here in Ottawa while transferring their passion for science to parliamentarians. Let's build on Canada's long accomplishment in science, from Banting and Jacques to MacDonald and Strickland, to strengthen Canada's scientific community for the betterment of our collective humanity.
Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 100 years ago, the largest prisoner of war camp in Canada was located in Amherst, Nova Scotia. The Amherst internment camp held over 850 POWs, mostly German sailors from ships captured or sunk. 100 years ago from today, that camp was full. The Cumberland County Museum has a room dedicated to these POWs, their letters and photographs, especially their precision handmade models of ships, wagons, animals, and artillery. 11 German POWs died while captive at the Amherst internment camp, and in the Amherst Cemetery, a single gravestone with 11 names on it stands as a reminder. Although most of the captives were German sailors, there was one exception. In 1917, Mr. Leon Trotsky was an inmate at the Amherst camp, and some say he helped plan the Russian Revolution while in Amherst. Although this happened 100 years ago, the story of these German POWs in Amherst is still alive in the incredible handicrafts that were made by these prisoners and are still very much appreciated by local residents.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Heaven is in for a real treat, or it's about to get really shaken up, because Lou Batacchio, the ambassador Schumacher, is finally going home. Lou's story is the story of the Porcupine. His immigrant Italian parents came to the multi-ethnic mining town of Schumacher, and Lou spent his childhood as a rink rat at the McIntyre Arena, that mini Maple Leaf Gardens that produced so many hockey greats. And over the years, Lou was a coach, a referee, a hockey scout, a community organizer, a teacher, a politician, and an inductee into the Porcupine Sports Hall of Fame. But it was Lou's love of community and social justice that made him special. He used to hold court every day at the McIntyre Coffee Shop, where he'd argue politics on anything from municipality issues to taking on Donald Trump. I loved talking with Lou and his wonderful wife, Cecile, because he was a man of integrity. He lived 9 decades on this earth, committed to the belief that we are here to build a better world. Go to the Angels, Lou. They're about to get an earful.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you, kind Speaker. Yesterday, newly elected municipal councils were sworn in across British Columbia. And ironically, today, the United States are holding their midterm elections. Elections are on our minds. They allow us to get reference points. They allow us to express our values as facts, policies, and practices. And the facts are debated. That highly respected philosopher Homer Simpson once said, "Facts are meaningless. You can use facts to prove anything." That is even remotely true. 14% of all people know that. What is true is that we extend our congratulations to the newly elected mayor of White Rock, Darrell Walker, and Doug McCallum, the newly elected mayor of Surrey. As a former mayor, I'm conversant with the challenges and opportunities, and it is a fact that it's truly an honor to be in an elected position. And of course, all of us in this House know that these are the facts. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, November is Diabetes Awareness Month, with World Diabetes Day on the 14th. 11 million Canadians are living with diabetes or pre-diabetes. Many take between 3 and 12 prescription medications and find the cost of equipment and supplies in excess of $15,000 each year. That's why it was such a failure of the Liberal government to reject 80% of people living with type 2 diabetes from collecting the disability tax credit to help pay for these costs. After our questioning, 58% were subsequently reapproved, but 42% were denied again without notice. It's important to support people living with diabetes by making life with this disease more affordable, and that's what the Conservatives will do. This week, increase your awareness by visiting the mobile screening unit, which is parked on the Hill today, or drop by the research fair to meet with Canadian researchers working on improvements here 5:30 to 7:30 tomorrow, Centre Block. Together, we can raise awareness and help eradicate this disease. Thank you.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, members of the fresh fruit and vegetable industry are with us today to celebrate Fall Harvest Days on the Hill. The economic impact alone of the fresh fruit and vegetable supply chain is $14 billion in GDP. This industry is a huge employer for local economies, employing Canadians in both rural and urban Canada. And these farmers sustain our people and others around the world. Their work can be grueling, often fighting against the uncertainty of the elements to get the crop from the field to the fork. But we know for many it is a labor of love, and we here should appreciate all that goes into their efforts. Thank you to the industry for what you do, providing fresh fruit and vegetables for the nutrition of all and keeping us all in good health.
Honourable member for Oakville.
Gender-based violence is a serious issue in Canada. We need all Canadians to work together to end it. Violence against women will not stop if boys and men are not included in the conversation and become part of the solution. Men and boys in my riding of Oakville slipped on a pair of hot pink heels and walked through Oakville's downtown for Hope and High Heels. This raises funds for Halton Women's Place and the work they do, providing a safe haven for women and children in crisis and providing education to build a future without abuse. I am so thankful for their important service to our community. Mr. Speaker, gender-based violence can be ended in our lifetimes. Karina, Pam, and I are challenging all our male colleagues here in the House to join us after question period, to walk the talk, and do Hope and High Heels on the Hill. We have a pair of pink heels for everyone who wants to support ending violence against women. See you on the steps or the rotunda if it's raining. Thank you.
I remind members that we don't refer to each other by first names. Now, of course, the intent of that is to avoid conflicts, and I don't see any particular conflict arising from that, but one should generally avoid that, of course. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to remember a dear friend and supporter, Del Reinhardt, who passed away September 2nd at the age of 79. I could tell you about his successful business ventures or his work as an accountant, but I won't, because his most important work was his family and his beloved wife. Like many Albertans, Del was actually born in Saskatchewan, at Kerrobert specifically. He married his wife Jeanette in 1964 and had 4 children, Greer, Michelle, Brett, and Kim. They had 13 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren. Although he wintered in Arizona, he politicked in Alberta. Del loved talking politics. He would engage young conservatives, brimming with ideas, teach them, mold them, and he door-knocked, persuaded, and talked politics always. My favorite memory of Del is getting a return phone call from somewhere on a payphone in Yuma to talk politics. In the words of Jeanette, he relished political discussion. Del now rests at St. Mary's Cemetery. Eternal rest grant unto your servant Del, O Lord, and let eternal light shine upon him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, whether it is providing a loan for a first home or the funds to start a new business, credit unions are there for the millions of Canadians they serve. They are the backbone of many Canadian urban and rural communities, helping local economies grow and thrive. In my community, we are fortunate to have IC Savings, serving the needs of thousands of hardworking middle-class Canadians, playing a vital role in helping us ensure we all achieve financial well-being. The Coopérative de Crédit de la Caisse Populaire.
Credit unions and Caisse Populaire serve more than 10 million Canadians and employ more than 75,000. An equal number of active members volunteer and devote precious resources to many charitable causes.
14 years in a row.
I invite my colleagues to give a round of applause for the representatives of credit unions visiting Parliament Hill today. The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, for the first time on the Hill, Science Meets Parliament. Here today among us are 25 scientists and engineers who are leading lights in their field. Here is a wonderful opportunity to strengthen ties between the scientific and political communities. Today I had the great good fortune to closely observe 3 researchers at work and learn about the fascinating advances in their respective fields. Dr. Mering is studying the foundations of neurology and behavioral genetics. Dr. Bourgeois is studying quality assurance assessment programs, and Dr. Champagne is devising sustainable solutions to other issues. I have extraordinary admiration for these men and women in the sciences who contribute to improving people's lives and protecting them. Thank you for being here today.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand to remember those who paid the ultimate sacrifice, who offered their lives, so that we might know peace, we might know hope, so that we might be free. And I say might because at some points of World War I and World War II, there were no guarantees of victory for our Canadian and Allied forces. Stagnant lines in World War I, defeat at Dieppe in World War II were overcome with valor, courage, persistence, and above all else, self-sacrifice. This character forged a nation at Vimy Ridge, and it was solidified at Juno Beach. It was through this sacrifice by generations of young Canadians that we stand here in this place today, speaking freely, practicing democracy, pursuing equality, and preserving the destiny that our forefathers laid before us to be the true north, the strong, and the free. We will remember.
Honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, today Diabetes Day starts on the Hill. Across Canada, millions of people live with diabetes, and it is critical for all Canadians to get screened to see their risk on this disease. Today, parliamentarians are learning about their own health risks thanks to the mobile cardiovascular screening unit on the Hill. And I want to thank Diabetes Canada for all the important work they do and welcome them to the Hill. It is clear that Canada needs a national strategy to address this growing challenge of diabetes, a strategy like Diabetes 360. I invite all members to join us tomorrow night for a reception to hear from the leading researchers on groundbreaking new treatments like beta cell replacement and islet transplants to help Canadians living with diabetes. Canada gave insulin to the world, and if we work together, we can defeat diabetes.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, MPs and staff gathered together at the Maclean's Actuality Parliamentarians of the Year Award. In a rare and refreshing spirit of bipartisanship, we celebrated MPs from northern Saskatchewan to Quebec City, Chicoutimi to Toronto, Nepean to Burnaby, who do us all proud. But I rise today to pay special tribute to our friend Paul Dewar, who deservedly won the Lifetime Achievement Award. After learning of the devastating news of Paul's cancer diagnosis, letters poured in from across the country. One person wrote, "This is a story of a life well lived because it was done in community." His longtime friend, Kiavash Najafi, recently said, "Paul is a man who cannot be stopped in pursuit of a better world." And we see this on brilliant display with Paul's Youth Action Now initiative. In his gracious and moving acceptance speech last night, Paul urged all of us to talk to one another with curiosity and compassion and to find that space in between. To Julia, Nathaniel, Jordan, enjoy these precious moments. And to Paul, thank you for sharing with us all and all Canadians a life that continues to be very, very well lived.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to wish all Canadians a happy Diwali. Diwali, also known as Deepavali, as a Hindu festival of lights, which is celebrated every autumn across the world. One of the largest holidays of the year in India, Diwali has a religious meaning for the members of the Hindu faith and other religions about truth over evil, light over darkness, and knowledge over ignorance. It is also a symbol of the best traditions of Indian culture and history. Diwali is a time to celebrate life and to look forward to the year ahead. In mandirs and gurdwaras across Canada, as you pray and celebrate Diwali with family and friends, I wish you happiness, prosperity, and joy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy Diwali.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, today I had the honour of spending some time with two of leading ocean scientists, as well as a health research chair from my riding of Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. We shared their research that looks into marine microbes, glacier dynamics, ocean productivity, and even the impacts of medical tourism. When would I ever have such a great opportunity? As a government, we pride ourselves on creating evidence-based policy, and this requires building a meaningful connection between the scientific and political communities. Today is our first annual Science Meets Parliament, a new initiative that brings scientists here to the Hill with the goal of creating dialogue and promoting mutual understanding. Up to 28 scientists have spent the day meeting with members of Parliament and senators. We have a great opportunity to learn from world-class scientists who in turn can better understand how the political process works. We have a chance to build lasting connections, become better informed, and learn about how research benefits our economy. So tonight at SJAM, come mingle with 28 of the best, brightest minds and see what you missed.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has displayed outstanding capacity to be out of touch with Canadians on the issue with Stats Canada seizing personal financial data. But more and more experts are joining Canadians in their outrage at what this government is doing. A respected constitutional expert at the University of Waterloo said, "What a moral failure. The government has no more business looking at personal banking transactions than it has putting cameras in bedrooms." Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and stop this practice?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take the privacy of Canadians very seriously, and so does Statistics Canada. In fact, Statistics Canada has been engaged with the Privacy Commissioner in regards to this pilot project, which has not yet been launched. We also understand the importance of quality and reliable data for Canadians. During 10 years, Conservatives ignored data and governed only through ideology. We witnessed the consequences: historically low economic growth while they were in power. We will continue to protect the privacy of Canadians and promote evidence-based policy.
Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister wants to make an evidence-based decision. Exhibit A. StatsCan has acknowledged that it is going to seize financial data linked to social insurance numbers. Exhibit B. This government has had 56 violations of security in its time in office. Exhibit C. This government had to pay out $17.5 million in a class action lawsuit because of a data breach. Will the Prime Minister make an evidence-based decision and cancel this practice?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, we take the privacy of Canadians very seriously. The Conservatives pretend to be concerned about privacy, but Canadians can see through this Conservative game. They continue to be opposed to Statistics Canada just doing their job. As recently as this weekend, the opposition House Leader indicated that the Conservatives still oppose the long-form census, which we brought back after the Conservatives eliminated it. While the Conservatives continue their fight against facts and science, we will protect the privacy of Canadians and ensure our decisions are made.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This isn't about the government's ability to make decisions. This is about the rights of Canadians to have their financial data protected. The Prime Minister would believe that the ends justify the means and that it's okay to violate fundamental rights when it comes to people's personal information. Conservatives reject that notion. The Prime Minister has the ability to do the right thing and cancel this practice. Will he do so?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, these are the same kinds of arguments that Conservatives put forward when they're in government as justifications for eliminating the long-form census, which apparently they still oppose. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House and in this government, we trust the work of the Privacy Commissioner to protect Canadians' privacy. That's why we are working with them. We are ensuring that Statistics Canada works with them on this pilot project that hasn't yet been brought in to ensure that we always protect the privacy of Canadians while ensuring reliable data.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, the member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel told a CBC journalist that he was busy working on duties assigned by the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister explain exactly what those duties are? Instead of having that member represent his constituents? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member in question has publicly stated his intention to leave his position in January. He shared the files that will be working on between now and then. We all expect all members of Parliament to work in the best interest of their constituents.
No. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's very nice for the Liberal MP. He gets to collect his salary all the way to the end of January while he's earning a paycheck from a private firm. But that's all okay to the Prime Minister. In fact, the Prime Minister's asked him to stay away from Ottawa, to not vote, to not give speeches, to not represent his constituents. Why does the Prime Minister think it's fair for a member of Parliament to not show up for work, collect a paycheck from a private firm, and still get paid from the taxpayer?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the member in question has publicly indicated his intention to leave public office this coming January and has shared the issues he'll be working on until then on behalf of his communities. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we expect every member in this House to work in the best interests of his constituents.
Allard.
Order.
Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, this week is dedicated to veterans who risk their lives to defend us, and the best way we can honour them is to take care of them when they come home. But when they call for services, our veterans have to wait hours and hours. Their calls are transferred a half a dozen times before they finally get to the right person. And the Liberals still find a way to not spend $372 million over the past 3 years, despite their promises. Will the Prime Minister commit to supporting our motion and to fully spending the budget dedicated to veterans? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since 2016, we have invested $10 billion in programs and services for veterans. We have increased financial support to veterans and caregivers. We have supported a continuum of mental health services. In Budget 2018, we announced $48.2 million for service delivery and for the lifetime pension plan. We reopened the service offices for veterans that the previous Conservative government closed. The Honourable Member. Well, that's his answer, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the $372 million that hasn't been spent, the minister himself admitted that because of an accounting error, Ottawa accidentally withheld $165 million over 7 years. So in addition to that, the government will also be saving $500 million over 5 years by abolishing the lump sum payment. The Liberals are refusing to use those funds to fill the gaps in the pension system for our veterans. I'd like to know, is the government really working for veterans, or is it simply trying to save money at their expense? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to supporting veterans and their families. Unlike the previous government, we will ensure that funds are in place to support veterans when and where they need them. The Conservatives themselves cut services to veterans, including service officers, in order to create a false balanced budget. We have increased by $10 billion financial support for veterans, and we will always be there to support our veterans. And, of course, we will be supporting the NDP motion.
Neil Bernie.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the Prime Minister criticized the Harper Conservatives for lapse spending at Veterans Affairs. He said, and I quote, "They left unspent more than $1 billion Parliament allocated for veteran support. Canadians know that this is wrong." He was right. This is wrong. The Liberals have now left $372 million unspent at Veterans Affairs, even as service levels deteriorate. My question is simple. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing today, end lapse spending at Veterans Affairs, and ensure money budgeted for veterans is actually spent on veterans?
Hear, hear. Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is and continues to be committed to supporting and honouring Canada's veterans and their families. Unlike the previous government, we ensure that the necessary funding is made available to veterans when and where they need it. What the Conservatives did was cut services to veterans, including service offices, to create a fake balanced budget. In 3 years, we increased financial supports by over $10 billion, putting more money in veterans' pockets, increasing mental health supports, and are delivering on the promises we made to veterans and to their families.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Passing this motion today is a victory for veterans, but ending lapse spending is only the tip of the iceberg. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are now making veterans wait until 2020 to pay them back $165 million they're rightfully owed, and have introduced an unfair system for pensions that will actually reduce benefits for some veterans. This government has a sacred obligation to our veterans who have waited long enough. The Prime Minister voted in favour of this sacred obligation to our veterans. Why is his government not applying it?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Prime Minister. Speaker, the well-being and financial security of Canada's veterans is our top priority. Our investment into veterans is $10 billion of new funding including delivering on our promise for a pension for life option. Because more veterans are expected to take the $1,150 monthly tax-free payment for the rest of their lives rather than take a lump sum up front, the budgetary costs are obviously spread out over a longer time. We immediately increase financial support for veterans, increase mental health support, and are delivering on our promise to veterans.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, for 2 weeks we've been asking the Prime Minister to put an end to his intrusion into the private lives of Canadians. Despite that, the Liberals are obstinately defending the indefensible. How can the Prime Minister condone an approach that allows the government to collect people's personal, confidential information, like credit card purchases, information from their bank accounts, and without their consent? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Let's talk about the real facts. Personal information will be removed. Canadians can rest assured that their banking information will remain protected and private. Statistics Canada cannot share that information with any person or organization. No government or the Prime Minister. The privacy of Canadians will be respected. The Honourable Member. Well, the Privacy Commissioner has launched an investigation, and that's troubling, Mr. Speaker. We've got a Prime Minister using the excuse of a pilot project to condone the fact that the government can gather confidential information on more than 500,000 Canadians. We've got a Liberal government violating the Canadians' privacy without their knowing it. We have the Prime Minister who's accepting to see the government take action that runs counter to the Privacy Act. So I'll repeat my question for the Prime Minister for the 10th time. Will he continue to accept this unacceptable situation? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government takes the privacy of Canadians very seriously. Let's be clear. This is a pilot project under development. Mr. Speaker, no data has been gathered. Statistics Canada is working with the Commissioner, the Privacy Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thornhill. Mr. Speaker, every Canadian chartered bank promises personal financial information will only be shared with client consent. But the Liberals are defending an exception in law allowing Statistics Canada to harvest deeply personal financial data without asking. Europeans this year have new privacy laws that prohibit this sort of privacy exposure without specific client consent. Mr. Speaker, why won't this Liberal government defend the privacy of Canadians and require Statistics Canada to ask permission before they pry into Canadians' most private financial dealings?
The Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, let's highlight some key facts. I think it's important that we talk about the facts. Statistics Canada is pursuing a pilot project. No data has been collected. Customers would be informed, and personal information will be removed. No breaches have occurred with Statistics Canada servers, Mr. Speaker. Those are the facts. Enough with the fake outrage.
A member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if this is only a pilot project, I can only imagine what the full Monty will look like. Mr. Speaker, the new European privacy law gives citizens full control of personal data held by banks and financial services, the right to say no to requests to share that data with third-party organizations. Last week, Canada's Privacy Commissioner told our committee that, quote, individual privacy is not a right to simply trade off for innovation, efficiency, or commercial gain. Mr. Speaker, why won't this Liberal government allow Canadians to say no to Statistics Canada?
Minister of Innovation.
Again, Mr. Speaker, a lot of over-the-top rhetoric, a lot of fear-mongering. You know, what's really important to note that under this pilot project request, Statistics Canada used Section 13.1. You know how often Section 13.1 was used under Stephen Harper? 84 times, Mr. Speaker. Again, enough with the fake outrage, enough with the hypocrisy. Let's be straight with Canadians.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, yes, let's be straight with Canadians, and enough of the hypocrisy from the other side of the chamber.
Hear,
Mr.
hear.
Speaker, let me put it this way. Canadians expect informed consent when people are taking their financial data. I'd like to know from the Minister of Innovation and Science, did he seek to consult with Canadians before he allowed Statistics Canada to send those letters to Canadian banks?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we've had this debate in 2015 when it came to the long-form census. They wanted to make it voluntary. We wanted to make sure it was mandatory. You know why? Because we believe in good quality, reliable data. The members opposite have a fundamental problem with Statistics Canada because they don't like the facts. They don't like good quality data. They don't like science. They don't like evidence-based decision-making. They want to have this debate. Bring it on.
Order. Order allowed. The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the members' comment regarding Bring It On, consider it brought, and we look forward to fighting on this issue in the next. The track record for this government when it comes to consultation is just so suspect. They introduced small business tax changes with fully drafted legislation. They consulted on intellectual property. They got 18 comments. But here's some evidence and facts for the minister. 98% of the residents of Calgary Signal Hill say no, and 18,000 Canadians in 5 days have written in to say no to this tax.
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite has given the impression she can do a better job than the chief statistician. Now, I find that very amusing. We believe in Statistics Canada, we believe in their methodology, but more importantly, we believe in the issues around privacy and data protection. Statistics Canada has a very rigorous process of removing personal information, and according to Section 17.1 of the Statistics Canada Act, no courts, no government, no prime minister, no government agency can compel Statistics Canada to reveal any personal information. They never have and they never will compromise on privacy and data protection.
Député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, yesterday Lowe's announced it would be closing 24 Rona stores across the country, including 9 in Quebec. In 2016, when Lowe's bought Rona, the NDP asked the Liberals to review the review process for foreign investments in order to ensure that the process is transparent and that potential job losses be taken into account. We also wanted to see a disclosure of the commitments made by the buyers. People are entitled to know. Do the Liberals plan to review the plan, or do plan to review the Canada Investment Act to prevent workers from always being sacrificed? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her question. Our thoughts are with the workers in the communities affected by those store closures. We are always concerned with any job losses. We are prepared to provide essential support to affected workers, and we are monitoring the situation closely.
West.
Well, yesterday, the minister bragged about saving a few executive jobs as Lowe's USA deep six Canada's Rona. Meanwhile, Canadian frontline workers were not impressed by his I Feel Your Pain offering because U.S. workers get to keep their jobs, whereas they're fired. Under the Foreign Investment Canada Act, the minister had the power to say no or to protect Rona workers and stop store closures as part of the deal, but he took a pass. Now that we're in this mess, people are losing their livelihoods, communities are losing their stores. What is he going to fix it?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite obviously has raised a very important issue. We understand how difficult this is for the workers, their families, and the communities impacted by these store closures. And of course, these store closures have occurred in Canada, but also in the United States as well. And we're always concerned to learn about any job losses, Mr. Speaker. And under the Investment Canada Act, as well as the member opposite has highlighted, we engaged the Quebec government as well. We were able to secure the head office in Boucherville and able to secure a footprint of jobs in Canada as well. And we'll continue to monitor the situation on a going forward basis.
I'd encourage the member for Windsor West to wait. Of course, he had a turn, and maybe he'll have again another one before too long. The honourable member for Carleton.
Honourable
On income tax, this government has raised taxes on middle-class families on average by $800 per year, while taxing $4.5 billion less from the wealthiest 1%. On business tax, they raised taxes for plumbers, farmers, and pizza shop owners while protecting the finance minister's billion-dollar company and the prime minister's multi-million-dollar trust fund. And now on carbon taxes, they tax the consumer and give a total exemption to the polluter. Why is it that the little guy always gets the freight whenever this government is hungry for money?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
It's no wonder that the party opposite always talks about our climate plan, since they don't have a climate plan. We are committed to working with small businesses to do what? Help them reduce their emissions, do their part to tackle climate change, and also support them to be more energy efficient so they can save money, which they reinvest in their business. We have a plan to tackle climate change, to grow our economy. The party opposite has neither.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, this government does not have a climate plan. It has a tax revenue raising plan. If that had anything to do with the environment, then they would be charging those large industrial corporations rather than putting 100% of the burden on small businesses, seniors, and soccer moms. But let's get this straight. Corporations that emit more than 50,000 tons of greenhouse gases per year are exempt, while small businesses and suburban commuters have to pay. Why?
Mr. Environment.
Mr. Speaker, what is the party opposite's climate plan? They always talk about our plan. We have a plan that makes polluters pay. Let's be clear. They don't have a plan to put a price on pollution. It would be free.
Order. I can't hear the answer. I need to hear the answer. Members, I heard the question. Order. 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 We have to hear both sides, whether we like what they say or not. And we have to each wait our turn. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. The party opposite would make it free to pollute for everyone. We have a plan to make sure that polluting isn't free, to also tackle climate change, to ensure that we're putting more money in the pockets of Canadians, and do what we need to do. Because you know what? We owe it to our kids to have a serious plan to tackle to protect the environment, tackle climate change, and also grow a clean economy and create good jobs.
Carleton.
Under the Liberal plan, pollution is free if you're a large industrial corporation. But they're saying to families, don't worry. If you can figure out how to pump 50,000 tons of greenhouse gases out of your chimney, we'll give you an exemption too. That's the Liberal plan. So once again, if this were really about the environment, why are they taxing consumers and not polluters?
The Minister of Environment.
Let's be clear, under our plan, pollution is not free. Under the Conservatives' plan, wait, there is no plan. There is no plan by the Conservatives. They have no plan to put a price on pollution. They have no plan to grow a clean economy. We could do both. We're going to continue doing what Canadians expect, which is tackle climate change, reduce our emissions, grow a clean economy, and create good jobs.
The honourable member for Carleton. Order.
So I keep asking that if this tax really will save us all from climate change, why is it the large industrial corporations get a complete exemption? And the only answer we've heard so far is that if the tax applied to those corporations, they might move out of the country and take their jobs with them, which raises the question. If the tax drives jobs out of the country and global emissions up, then why are they applying it to thousands of small businesses right across Canada?
Minister of Environment.
Let me be clear. We have a plan to tackle climate change. We also have a plan to make pollution, putting a price on pollution. Polluters need to pay, but unfortunately on the other side, they want to make polluting free. They have no climate plan. They have no plan for the economy. They have no plan to create jobs. We're going to do both because that's what Canadians expect.
Order. Member for Brabantia will come to order, and lots of others too, I hope. The member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Women waited 42 years for Liberals to legislate pay equity, but we heard this morning that pay equity provisions in the government's 800-page bill might be unconstitutional. They weaken protection for part-time and temporary workers. Said the Equal Pay Coalition, quote, "It means women will have to go to court all over again." Liberals can't call this pay equity if it doesn't protect precarious workers. Will this self-proclaimed feminist Prime Minister fix the bill?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, we're incredibly proud to be the first government to take pay equity seriously and introduce proactive pay equity legislation for all federally regulated workers and employers. This is historic legislation, Mr. Speaker. It's going to right the wrong of decades, if not a century of work, and so we're really looking forward to working with employers and stakeholders, ensuring that the regulations are set well so that we can move forward with this legislation. Thank you.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
No answer, so we'll try again. C86 is a massive omnibus bill in direct contradiction to the Liberal promise not to do this anymore. The Pay Equity Coalition told Finance Committee that pay equity provisions are unconstitutional in the bill and will force women back to court to fight for rights. That's appalling. And the Liberal bill provides even less protection for part-time and temporary workers. That's worrisome. Now, C86 is badly botched on pay equity. Rather than ramming it through the House, will the government pull back and work with civil society, pay equity advocates and the NDP to fix the bill?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows that pay equity isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do for our economy. If we were able to close the gender wage gap, pay equity is part of that, we could see the addition of $150 billion to our economy by 2026. We're committed to ensuring the effective implementation and enforcement of proactive pay equity in federally regulated workplaces. Employees' right to equal pay of equal value will be protected, and any proposed exemptions would be developed in consultation with stakeholders. Thank you.
The member for Mississauga, East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, there's nothing quite like the Olympics. There's no denying that it brings a country together, unifying it around the power of sport. I remember the 1996 Olympic Games like they were yesterday. Now, we've seen that Calgary and the province of Alberta are putting together a bid to host the Winter Olympics in 2026. I know that our government has been very involved in the negotiating process of these games. Can the Minister of Science and Sport please provide this House with an update on this bid?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the member from Mississauga East Cooksville and an Olympian for his question. Our government worked with the City of Calgary and the province of Alberta to reach an agreement for a Calgary 2026 Winter Games bid. Calgarians will now vote in a plebiscite, and if they decide to support the Games, they will have a strong partner in our government. The Olympics are good for the economy, our athletes, and for all of us who would witness history in our own backyard.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked a question about a needle exchange program in prisons. And the minister answered that the program had to do with EpiPens and insulin syringes. The reality is that the minister has no intention to ban the use of narcotics in prisons and is choosing to make criminals comfortable rather than keeping correctional officers safe. Jeff Wilkins, chair of the Union for the Atlantic region, says that needle use in cells will significantly increase risks to their union members. Does the minister deny what Mr. Wilkins has said?
For public safety.
Mr. Speaker, these types of programs are in use in correctional facilities in various locations around the world. They are based on scientific research and the best advice of healthcare professionals. The total point here, Mr. Speaker, is to prevent the spread of disease and to keep our institutions safer, and we are determined to do that in a safe and secure way. I would point out that those facilities already include EpiPens for allergic reactions. They already include syringes for insulin. Mr. Speaker, that demonstrates the Correctional Service can manage this situation.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, maybe Mr. Wilkins' words weren't weighty enough, but there's also Jason Godin, the national president of correctional officers, who says that this needs to stop immediately. This has nothing to do with EpiPens or insulin syringes for diabetics. These are needles that are going to be given to prisoners so that they can shoot up with illegal drugs. It doesn't make any sense. Correctional agents say that they weren't consulted about this, and they're calling on this program to be ended immediately. Will the minister listen?
Mr. Speaker, obviously the views and the opinions of the correctional service officers who perform such excellent work in our facilities under very difficult considerations, obviously their views are important to us. We also take into account the best scientific evidence and the experience from around the world, which demonstrates that this program can be done effectively and safely.
A member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Of the total number of people who illegally entered Canada via the U.S.-Canada land border and subsequently claimed asylum in Canada between January 2017 and today, how many are employed in Canada? How many are drawing social assistance payments? How many are housed in homeless shelters, hotels, or other government-subsidized housing? And what is the total cost for other government programs that they have accessed, for example, education, healthcare, or daycare?
The Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to advise this House that we've actually made very substantial progress in reducing the number of people that are entering the country irregularly over the last few months. And in addition, I have very good news to share with this House. Of the 464 individuals that were temporarily housed in the City of Toronto at the beginning of June, only 35 of those people remain in temporary shelter, and the rest, through the excellent work of the City of Toronto and Costi, have found more permanent housing. The system's working, Mr. Speaker.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, actually, Canadians have no way of knowing if the system is working because the government isn't tracking the information I just asked for. They're not tracking how many are employed or the total cost of social assistance programs. They're not tracking the cost of subsidized housing. They're not tracking the impact on Canadians who are in need. Why doesn't this government understand that the only way to gain acceptance for immigration in Canada is to fix the broken system rather than spending tax dollars on propaganda programs?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I would simply point out to the member that, first of all, the issue of asylum seekers is a totally separate system, determined by an independent tribunal from the larger immigration system. And I don't think I need to explain to the member opposite the enormous contributions that immigrants have made to this country. And our country has been built on the hard labor of immigrants and their contribution. And for those who first come, who may require some support and assistance, we are a welcoming country.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe. Order. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' bill to reduce poverty includes no new program and no new investment. Do people living in poverty really need to wait another 3 years for that? In 2016, they voted against my bill, saying that they could do better. But now, clearly, their bill lacks ambition. Organizations have expressed disappointment that the government is recycling old measures. The minister knows that this is just smoke and mirrors. So why are the Liberals again settling for empty rhetoric over real action? The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government was elected on a promise to grow the middle class because that makes the economy grow, and it helps Canadians join the middle class. We started doing this in 2016 with the Canada Child Benefit, a historic measure that has lifted nearly 500,000 people out of poverty. We've also implemented measures which by the spring of 2019 will have helped over 600,000 Canadians be lifted out of poverty. We know that this is important, Mr. Speaker, and we're counting on the support of the NDP to get this bill through.
What's going on?
Mr. Speaker, Canada Post workers on disability and mothers depending on their top-up are being wrongfully targeted. It's been a week since I first raised this in the House, and it's been longer since they've been cut off. Whatever the government says, this is not a normal part of the collective bargaining process. So the minister responsible for Canada Post can call off the dogs at any time. So what is she waiting for? Is she waiting for someone to miss a mortgage payment or skip their medication? What exactly is it going to take for her to call Canada Post and tell them to stop bargaining on the back of sick and vulnerable workers?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, we absolutely understand
understand the impact that work disruption is having on employees and their families, and that's why our government has been encouraging both parties to reach a fair deal for everyone. Unfortunately, when a strike occurs, the expiry of collective agreement affects some of the supplemental benefits available to employees. It doesn't, for example, affect prescription or long-term disability, Mr. Speaker. Rest assured, employees also continue to receive their EI benefits, parental and maternity benefits, and Canada Post is also accepting requests on compassionate grounds for exceptions, and I encouraged the union last night to tell their members of this possibility. Thank you.
Député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Îles-Chemin-Lévis. It appears that in addition to receiving a generous pension, Adrienne Clarkson bills over $200,000 a year to an expense account 10 years after leaving office as Governor General. That's a lot of money, and there's not a lot of information about it, Mr. Speaker. Even the royal family in the UK has their spending carefully scrutinized. So, do the Liberals not realize that this is tarnishing our institutions? And will they finally be accountable to Canadians and tell them how their money is being spent? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Governor Generals provide a great service to Canada. It's clear that Canadians expect transparency and accountability in the way that public funding is spent. This applies to all of our organizations, institutions, including the Governor General. We have looked at this program so that we will take the appropriate action that will meet the expectations of Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, he's correct. Canadians do expect this government to be transparent, which then begs the question yet again. Adrienne Clarkson, former Governor General, has spent $200,000 per year since 2005 when she left office. Now, that's up and above her pension taking, the amount that she takes home for her pension. Now, Governor General David Johnston, he's come forward and preemptively offered that his accounts can go on public record. My question is simple. Will the Liberals release a detailed account with regards to the expenses incurred by Adrienne Clarkson?
Honourable Minister of Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, with their commitment to public life, Governor Generals provide a great service to Canada. Canadians expect accountability and transparency when public money is spent, and this applies to all organizations, all institutions, including the Governor General. So we'll look very closely at how the support we provide them with is structured to ensure that we're following best practices and meeting Canadians' expectations.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. The G7 was held in my riding. Twice, I wrote to the Office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs with questions about compensation programs for the businesses who suffered significant financial losses during the summit. And guess what? No answer. Today we've learned that the government spent $23 million on 631 vehicles that are no longer being used. And in the meantime, our local businesses are still waiting for compensation. When will the government keep its promise to compensate these businesses? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the residents of Charlevoix were proud to welcome people from all around the world and to show the beauty of their region. In the months before the summit, we worked closely with all local partners, and I can assure my colleague that the compensation policy for local businesses are the same as those that were in place under the Harper Conservatives in 2010.
Member for Long Range Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the tourism industry is an important economic driver for all our communities, from coast to coast to coast, and especially in my beautiful rural riding of the Long Range Mountains. In Newfoundland and Labrador alone, tourism provides close to 30,000 good jobs for middle-class Canadians. However, we know that better is always possible. Can the Minister of Tourism, Official Languages and La Francophonie update the House on the government's plan to grow our tourism sector, create more jobs, and grow our economy?
Very good. Honourable Minister.
I want to thank Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Long Range Mountain, for her excellent question. Indeed, tourism is an important driver in Canada. It provides for 1 in 10 jobs in the country. 1.8 million Canadians work in the tourism sector, and it is an industry of the future. It is growing at one of the fastest pace in the world, 4%. And therefore, the Prime Minister has asked me to develop a new federal strategy for tourism. And by making sure that we support good jobs, work
in this Canada-China Year of Tourism to bring more Chinese tourists to Canada. We can grow the numbers, grow revenues.
Order. The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, as one of the Liberal members just said, better is always possible. Well, better should be possible when it comes to the Admiral Mark Norman affair. In one of the first Liberal cabinet meetings, Mr. Speaker, they tried to stop the Davie shipbuilding contract. We know that several Liberal ministers and members of the Liberal caucus have real or perceived conflicts of interest. We also know the Privy Council investigation showed that 73 people were aware of cabinet secrets from that meeting. Will the minister commit to release the names of these 73 people?
Public safety.
Mr. Speaker, there is a prosecution going on in Canadian law courts. Both sides in that important legal proceeding are competently represented by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada and by eminent defence counsel. They are pursuing the documents that they need. A court of law will determine the status of those documents and whatever rules of privilege or confidence apply to them, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is these matters are determined in court and not in Parliament.
Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, payment delays in construction lead to job losses, slowed projects, and small business bankruptcies. Trade contractors perform 80% of all construction work in Canada, and they're disproportionately affected by these payment delays. They're unfair, and the Liberals promise to fix the problem. Now that this government has consulted and published a report on this matter, will they commit to tabling prompt payment legislation so that it has time to become law before the next election?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, we absolutely agree that contractors deserve to be paid promptly, and we are absolutely committed to bringing forth legislation before the election to remedy this. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, last summer, our government made an important announcement for rural communities in northern Manitoba with investments to strengthen the safety of the Gillam and Bloodvein River airports. Regional airports play a vital role for small communities. They are not only important hubs for residents and businesses, but provide essential air services, including community resupply, search and rescue, forest fire response, and air ambulance. During my time in Manitoba's air ambulance program, our ability to provide life-saving medical procedures and evacuations depended greatly on the airport's accessibility and safety. Can the minister please update Manitobans and all Canadians on this important initiative?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the member from Charleswood, St. James, and Assiniboia, Headingley for his excellent question and his service to his country. We know that local airports in Manitoba are extremely important to the local economies, for travel, for tourism, for resupply, for medevac. That is why we are increasing the safety at two airports in Manitoba, at Gillam and Bloodvein River, by providing them with snow removal equipment. But on top of that, we have previously announced funding for airport improvements at God's River, Red Sucker Lake, Flin Flon, Brandon, Tadouli Lake, The Pas, and Thompson.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Kimberly Moran and her newly adopted son have been stranded in Ghana, Africa, for over 3 months as they seek citizenship papers to allow them to return to Canada. After months of silence, the minister finally responded by saying that he couldn't even give a time frame for completion of this process. How callous, Mr. Speaker. It appears this Liberal government doesn't care about the Moran family or their adopted boy. When will this government finally act to bring this family home?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't speak about the specifics of this case due to privacy laws, but I can assure my honourable colleague that, like all matters that deal with inter-country adoptions, we take all cases seriously. Inter-country adoptions, in all cases, our first priority is the health and well-being of the children involved. International adoptions, Mr. Speaker, are governed by strict rules, and we must comply with the rules of both the sending and the receiving country. Thank you very much.
Député de Pierre Boucher.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher-les-Patriotes-Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals let Lowe's buy Rona with no conditions. They settled for just 6 non-binding commitments from the company. The result is that Lowe's has already broken 2 of those commitments. Furthermore, it looks like there were secret commitments made between the company and the government. But there's no way to know what they are. They're as top secret as the mission of the member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Will the government show some transparency and tell us what are these famous commitments that Lowe's is supposed to respect? Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts are with the workers, families, and communities affected by these store closures. This transaction was examined in order to see if it would provide a net economic benefit to Canada. Consultations were also held with the province of Quebec, and Lowe's made commitments that need to be respected. We are monitoring the situation closely. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Well, the question was, what are those commitments? Let's talk a little bit about the minister's thought process here. I asked his department if I could see any document, analysis, or study concerning the sale of Rona that the minister may have received before authorizing the transaction. Do you know what I was told? We regret to inform you that we have not found any documents that meet your request. Not even a post-it note. Will the minister reveal the impact assessments used, or is he confirming that he authorized the sale without doing an analysis at all? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I do not agree with my colleague. We have been very clear. Our government's priority is to ensure that transactions are good for everyone.
In Canada Act as well, that this transaction really advances the economic benefits, where the head office would be located in Boucherville as well. We engage the Quebec government as well, and will continue to monitor the situation on a going forward basis.
Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, after determining that China was dumping and subsidizing structural steel, the Canadian International Trade Tribunal applied countervailing duties. But LNG Canada has sought an exception so that it can ship in steel modules from China rather than building them here. We should seize this opportunity to develop Canada's steel industry. Can this government commit to enforcing existing tariffs against unfairly traded Chinese steel?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this is an important question. There is a process whereby if there's an investment that's being made and if there's an opportunity for something to be purchased that cannot be produced in Canada, that we consider remission orders. That is exactly what happened in the case of LNG Canada. By the same token, we do want to have a situation where we encourage steelmakers to produce the goods that we need here in Canada. That will be our continuing goal while considering exceptions where exceptions are warranted.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members, and they'll want to hear this, the presence in the gallery of members of the Canadian Forces and the RCMP who have been chosen to participate in the 2018 Remembrance Day Century Program. Sergeant Isabelle Leclerc, leading Seaman Harver Gill, Corporal Danny Lassar, Master Corporal Simon Hughes, Lieutenant Derek Carter, Constable Steve Monkley, Sergeant Jeremy Leblanc.
As it is 3:10 p.m., according to order adopted earlier, the House will now proceed to the recorded division on Mr. John's motion. Calling the members.
La question est...
The question is as follows.
I'll move that in the opinion of the House, the government should automatically carry forward an all annual lapsed spending. Shall I dispense? No. Annual lapsed spending at the Department of Veterans Affairs for the next fiscal year for the sole purpose of improving services for Canadian veterans until the department meets or exceeds its 24 self-identified service standards. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Miss Hardcastle.
Miss Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Baudrillard.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Miss Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Miss Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, enchanté la petite nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, enchanté la petite nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Miss Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Miss Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Miss Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Miss McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Angry.
Mr. Hernandez Angry.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Disnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu. Mr. Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Mr. Wright.
Ms. Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Miss Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Bradford Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold?
Yep.
Mr. Clark?
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diop.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
All those opposed?
All those opposed, please rise.
Chairman.
Yeas pour 301, 301. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 8 minutes.
Order. Wait a minute. Order. I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies. I thank members for their assistance. The honourable member for Durham is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My point of order relates to a unanimous consent motion that was passed in this House of Commons on May 24th of this year, and it relates to the unanimous consent given to the installation of the plaque commemorating former MP from the Great War, Sam Sharp. The unanimous consent motion was seconded by my colleague from the other side, the MP from Pickering-Uxbridge, and much help from the member from Scarborough-Guildwood as well. My question, Mr. Speaker, the installation is to be held before the 100th year anniversary of the armistice that ended the war, Mr. Speaker. We've been informed in recent days that it's the intention of the Minister of Veterans Affairs not to install the plaque as per the unanimous consent of this House, but to display the maquette, Mr. Speaker. The maquette, or the model for the commemorative plaque, was displayed in 2015, Mr. Speaker. The intention of the House on May 24th of this year was to install the plaque here in Centre Block. I would quote, Mr. Speaker, from the unanimous consent motion passed on May 24th in this place, quote, a day before the 100th anniversary of the tragic death of MP Sam Sharp, this House calls for the commemorative bronze plaque of Sam Sharp, sculpted by Canadian artist Tyler Briley, to be installed in the Centre Block ahead of the 100th anniversary of the armistice that ended the First World War. End quote, Mr. Speaker. It goes on after that to give discretion to the Minister of Veterans Affairs that during the period of closure of Centre Block for renovations, the plaque can be removed from its installation and loaned to the Operational Stress Injury Clinic at the Royal Ottawa Hospital, Mr. Speaker. All sides agreed to a very detailed and very much discussed unanimous consent motion. And it's my sincere hope, in the spirit of bipartisanship in relation to reducing the stigma associated with mental injuries from service, that we can, before 100 years passes from the end of the Great War, rectify an omission of the House of Commons almost a century ago, when George Baker and his iconic statue was provided in the lobby here, Mr. Speaker, and no mention was made of sitting Member of Parliament Sam Sharp, Mr. Speaker. That unanimous consent motion was passed on the eve of the 100th anniversary of his death by suicide, Mr. Speaker, in a year that the Legion has decided to make the Silver Cross mother a mother of Private Welsh, who was a casualty through a similar means after the Afghanistan war, Mr. Speaker. Let's show a spirit of bipartisanship, cooperation to meet the goal and the clear express intention of this House to install the plaque tomorrow or before November 11th, Mr. Speaker. That is really our duty. That was the will of the House. So the fact that the intention from the Minister is now to deviate from that express will brings my point of order for your clarification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for Durham for raising his point of order. I'll look into the matter and come back to the House. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege. Order. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege as well as the point of order raised on October 31, 2018 by the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby regarding Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures. Je remercie les députés d'avoir.
I would like to thank the member for having raised the matter, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House for his observations.
To his question of privilege, the member for New Westminster Burnaby contended that the government's intent to allow a few days of debate on Bill C-86 would not allow for sufficient scrutiny of its clauses, given the length of the bill at 850 pages. As parliaments have a fundamental right and responsibility to examine legislation, he concluded that a bill of this size is more than an omnibus bill and constitutes an obstruction to his ability to perform his parliamentary duties. Le secrétaire parlementaire de la Ligue.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader assured the House that time will be available for the bill to be considered at each stage of the legislative process, and thus the members' privileges are not being breached.
Pour commencer, j'aimerais remercier.
Let me begin by saying that I appreciate the member for Westminster Burnaby's concern with his ability to scrutinize a bill of this magnitude thoroughly and, in turn, debate with confidence. This is a massive bill, the largest budget implementation bill to date.
That said, the rules and practices of the House have yet to address the issue of limits on length of legislation, even with the addition of Standing Order 69.1, which grants the Speaker some authority with respect to omnibus legislation there is no mechanism for the chair to deal with legislation based solely on its size. This is no less true when there is a supposition being made about the limited amount of time that will be allowed for debate on any given bill. Whether or not a reasonable amount of time has been allowed for debate is not a question that the chair can answer, even now when members are being asked to digest a gargantuan bill, as the new member for New Westminster Burnaby called it. As my predecessor said on June 12, 2014, at page 6717 of the debates, quote, "It is the House that retains that authority and therefore must continue to make that determination as to when and if a bill has received adequate consideration," unquote. For these reasons, I cannot conclude that the objection raised constitutes a prima facie contempt of the House. Passons maintenant au rappel au règlement.
Turning now to the point of order, the honourable member asked me to divide the question on the bill pursuant to Standing Order 69-1 on omnibus bills. He argued that specific measures in the bill, namely clauses 461 and 462, dealing with protections for workers, and clauses 535 to 625, dealing with the head of compliance and enforcement, did not appear to arise out of measures announced in the budget. Therefore, in his view, these sections should be separated out for a distinct vote. He felt that there were likely other matters contained in the bill that were unrelated to the budget, but the short timeline had not permitted him the opportunity to make a thorough review.
The Secretary to the Government House Leader responded by saying that there was indeed a link between these measures and what was promised in the budget. In the case of the provisions relating to the head of compliance and enforcement, he indicated that the government had signaled its intention to amend and modernize the Canada Labour Code in last year's budget, and that these provisions were in response to that commitment. Standing Order 69.1 allows the Speaker to divide the questions on the motions for second and third reading of a bill when there is no common element connecting the various provisions or where unrelated matters are linked. Paragraph 2 of that standing order provides an exemption for budget implementation bills by which the question cannot be divided if the bill contains only provisions announced in the budget or referenced in the budget documents. Le 8 novembre 2017,
on November 8, 2017, in a ruling regarding Bill C-63, found at pages 15165 to 15167 of the debates, I explained that, quote, "I believe the purpose of the standing order is to allow such a division in relation to those matters which are unrelated to the budget, accepting that the purpose of the remainder of the bill is to implement the budget," unquote.
The only question at issue is whether the provisions identified by the honourable member have any link to the budget presented in this place on February 27. If they do, then I would not separate them out for a distinct vote. As I mentioned in the ruling last year, establishing such a link is not always obvious. The budget document is over 360 pages, accompanied by nearly 80 pages of supplemental tax information. Sometimes commitments are very specific and targeted, while other times the language may be vaguer. A generally stated policy intention may translate into a series of detailed and technical legislative amendments. Accordingly, a provision announced in a few sentences may require pages of legislative changes to implement. It is with this in mind that I have reviewed the provisions identified by the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. L'article 461.
Clause 461 of the bill creates a new division, 6.1, in the Canada Labour Code relating to temporary help agencies. The provisions seem to deal largely with matters relating to pay equity. Page 43 of the budget indicates that pay equity legislation will include job types such as seasonal, temporary, part-time, and full-time positions. While this measure falls outside the Pay Equity Act, enacted by Clause 416, and related measures in Clauses 417 to 440, it seems reasonable to conclude that it is part of a series of provisions dealing with equal pay for equal work and fair treatment in the workplace, in line with the objective announced in the budget.
2. Changes a heading in the Canada Labour Code relating to maternity leave and other types of leave. For many years, it was our practice that headings were not subject to amendment as they were not considered to be part of a bill. However, in recent years, it has become more common to see clauses or amendments that change headings. In fact, this particular heading had previously been changed by Bill C-63. The substance of the present change seems to be grouped to a list, seems to be to group a list of different types of leave into a more concise heading. The Parliamentary Secretary noted that page 46 of the budget indicated that, quote, the government proposes to amend the Canada Labour Code to ensure that workers in federally regulated industries have the job protection they need while they are receiving EI parental benefits, unquote. I am prepared to accept that the heading change flows at least partially out of this commitment. Les articles 535
Clauses 535 to 637 amend the Canada Labour Code to allow a minister to designate a head of compliance and enforcement and spell out this person's powers and responsibilities. Some of these relate to harassment and violence in the workplace. Page 236 of the budget makes reference to protecting federally regulated employees from harassment and violence in the workplace, and at least some of these measures clearly align with that objective. However, the Parliamentary Secretary's main argument for not separating out these provisions is that they fulfill a commitment made in Budget 2017 to strengthen compliance and enforcement mechanisms in the Labour Code.
The Parliamentary Secretary's contention is that the exemption in the standing order applies to a bill whose purpose is the implementation of a budget, inferring it need not be this year's budget. I think this is a bit of a stretch. The title of Bill C-86 references the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018. Clearly, the main purpose of the bill is to implement this year's budget, not last year's. I do not believe the intention of the standing order was to also exempt provisions from previous budgets. Had the commitments been repeated in this year's budget, I may have been inclined to accept his arguments, but that does not appear to be the case. For that reason, I am prepared to allow a separate vote on the provisions contained in Subdivision B of Division 15 of Part 4. Accordingly, given that a reasoned amendment has been moved, there will be 3 votes at second reading for this bill. The first will deal with the reasoned amendment. If it is defeated, the second vote will deal with all provisions relating to the head of compliance and enforcement in the Canada Labour Code, which includes clauses 535 to 625 of the bill, while the third will deal with all remaining provisions of the bill. Je remercie les honorables députés.
I thank honourable members for their attention.
Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading and on the amendment of Mr. Poilievre on Bill C-86, Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 2.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So here we are, speaking for the NDP about the Budget Implementation Bill C-86. I'm going to run through some of the things we don't like, some of the things we wish were there, some of the measures that we have some qualified support for, particularly around oil spill response. And then I'm going to go into a little bit more depth about pay equity, a long-awaited provision of which we've been eagerly looking forward to being brought into this House for 3 years now. Well, actually 42 years if you count the total sweep of time since it was first committed by Liberals. And a lot of questions that have come up about the mechanics of that. So one first big missing piece. Although the bankruptcy laws are amended through this Budget Implementation Act, they only protect commercial license holders and corporations, and they fail completely to protect workers' pensions with those same bankruptcy laws. Our NDP colleague, the member for Hamilton Mountain, has been working for 3 years on this. When there is a bankruptcy, you put workers' pensions that they have paid for at the front of the line. How this government, when it's for the middle class and all that jargon, how could they have opened up this section, the bankruptcy laws, but not introduced that amendment that is so important? Whether you're a Sears worker or a Stelco worker, it's a major miss and a great disappointment, a moral failure, in fact, some have said. What's missing? That if this was a New Democrat budget, we would have web taxation for the giant web companies. We'd have ended pension theft. We'd have universal child care. We would have closed tax loopholes. We'd have much stronger measures against tax havens. A major way to fund our social programs in this great country is if we closed the offshore, super rich tax loopholes. We would have had sick leave in EI. We would have had universal affordable pharmacare. We would have closed the funding gap for Indigenous education and access to drinking water on reserve. There would have been more help for rural communities. Here's one that this is a mix. We're glad to see an increased number of weeks of parental leave when divided between working parents. But again, we've made this argument every budget. It only is effective for people that can afford to live on just 33% of their salary. So again, that's not something that's in reach or affordable to families who are not super well off. And as well as our colleague, well, I've just forgotten her writing name, so I won't try to pretend it and give her name. She points out that 6 in 10 workers does not have access to EI. The program is still designed in a way that does not accommodate part-time and precarious workers, the people that most need the social safety net of EI. And so it's a provision that, although on paper it looks good, it's a good step, I guess, but it doesn't actually get to the people that need it. And of course, it does not get at the heart of the matter, which every gender-focused government and every progressive government in the world has done, which is to invest in universal affordable childcare, and this budget does not do that. An issue that I've been working on for at least 10 years in my role as Islands Trust Council Chair and the whole 3 years that I've been representing here, because I do represent a coastal community, ocean, lots of shipping traffic, very sensitive ecology, very fast-moving currents and big tidal fluctuations, and a lot of jobs dependent on the region. We're very concerned about oil spill response. So we were glad to see in the budget a mechanism for the Coast Guard to receive upfront funding from the ShipSource Oil Pollution Fund. That's a fund that we might remember that when I was able to work with the former fisheries minister, the member from Nunavut, to have the Vicky Lynn 2 removed from Ladysmith Harbour after 4.5 years of trying. It cost $1.2 million. That was funded through the ShipSource Oil Pollution Fund on the basis that taking action on that abandoned vessel which had been towed into Ladysmith Harbour by Transport Canada. But in any case, government brought it into our riding. It took us that long to get it out, but it was that fund that was used to remove the Vicky Lynn 2 on the basis that removing that abandoned vessel would prevent an oil spill. So it's good that in this budget there is some conversation about how this bill should be, how this fund might be used in a new and modern way. But a provision in the Budget Implementation Act that worries me is it creates a mechanism for the government to put taxpayer money into the fund in the event that it is depleted. Now, we've heard a lot of speeches in this chamber about polluter pays and making corporations pay for pollution, and I agree with that. But this is the exact opposite of the intention of the oil spill Ship Source Oil Spill Pollution Fund. So this is a part of a letter that I wrote as Islands Trust Council Chair in 2013 to the Tanker Safety Panel Secretariat under Transport Canada. Quote, this fund cannot be viewed as a polluter pay arrangement when industry has only contributed $35 million between 1972 and 1976 and none since then. On the other hand, I'm told that the taxpayer has contributed more than $424 million, and the fund has paid out more than $51 million for industry's annual premiums to the international compensation funds. It makes sense to us, this is Islands Trust Council, that cargo owners and pipeline owners with marine terminals who profit by risking our marine environment and the health of our communities should contribute to this fund to avoid the burden falling on the Canadian taxpayer, end quote. So that's how it should be. Industry should be paying for this fund. We really don't want to see the government opening up a mechanism to put taxpayer funds into this, even if it's only in an emergency situation. It should be that right now we're asking the polluters to make contributions so that in the calamitous event that there is an oil spill, that we are able to have the funds right there that industry has already paid for. Okay, but most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the pay equity provisions. Going back in history, you'll remember it was 42 years ago that the Pierre Trudeau Liberal government committed to pay equity. In 2004, again under a Liberal government, there was a task force that had tremendous buy-in from all sectors, made very strong recommendations. It was that on pay equity that were never implemented. The NDP's very first Opposition Day motion into this House was to have the government strike a special committee to find a way to implement those 2004 recommendations. And here we are 3 years later. We really wish it had not taken this long, but we are glad to see the pay equity legislation finally tabled here. That it is buried in an 800-page omnibus bill is very discouraging. It means we can't dig into the details, and there are a lot. So here are some questions where this doesn't seem to align with the 2004 pay equity task force recommendations, which this Parliament's special committee unanimously said should be implemented. So, one, pay equity is a fundamental human right, but this Act's purpose clause defines it in terms of the employer's need. This is unheard of in a human rights statute in this country and completely contrary to the 2004 task force recommendations. There is no legal support center for non-union women as recommended in the 2004 task force. There is no standalone enforcement entity, a specialized pay equity commission and tribunal. Again, that recommendation ignored. The definition of employer is left out. We had some testimony just this morning at the Finance Committee that ran through some of these mechanisms, and so we're getting good advice, but again, we wish we had more time to debate and implement them. They asked a question, why does the new federal pay equity legislation reduce the entitlements that women employed in precarious jobs currently have that protection under the Canadian Human Rights Act? So how could it possibly be that precarious workers have less protection in this new bill than they do right now? The timeline is a significant problem as well. Again, we've been waiting 42 years. It took this government 3 years to get to this point. The new Pay Equity Act says women could wait over 10 years to receive a pay equity remedy, 1 year to develop the regulations, 3 years for pay equity plan development, 8 years for compensation and remedies to be paid out in the case of workplaces with fewer than 99 employees. This is not a situation where more consultation and more research is needed. Other countries have gone way ahead of us. Women have waited far too long. We really deeply want to accelerate the implementation of equal pay for work of equal value. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you very much. And I note before I ask the question two important points. One, that the NDP continually wants us to do things faster, but then slow down once we start doing them. I'm trying to reconcile that contradiction. And the second thing is that in 2004, when pay equity legislation was on the table in this House, ready to be passed by the House, as was the Kelowna Accord, as was the National Daycare Program, as was an extra $2.7 billion for housing, the NDP chose to support a confidence motion rather than wait, the timing of which the opposition controlled, rather than wait for those pieces to pass and then move a confidence motion. They've never explained themselves to Canadians for why they gambled all those things away, but they were gambled away. But my question is this, because I think the member opposite raised an important issue around EI. The member opposite agree that remodeling EI to reach more Canadians is necessary, and if that happens, would she agree with what the Conservatives often say, that it's a payroll tax rather than an insurance process, and would she support it even if it did have an impact on premiums?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, of the 7 questions that were all introduced in that bill, in that question, I will say that having waited 42 years, we want to get pay equity right. And the timeline, the closure that's been invoked on debate, the very limited committee time that it looks like, I promise you we're not trying to slow pay equity down. We want it to be implemented more quickly, and we want to have the time in committee and in this House to be able to get the details right. This has enormous impact for women in all sections. Another piece that wasn't accommodated in the legislation was the question of intersectionality. Indigenous and racialized and immigrant people, not just women, are should be accommodated within this Pay Equity Act, and it looks as if that is missing. These are all detailed questions we want to work with the government to get right. I really wish they hadn't waited until year 3 to bring the legislation forward. I wish they would give us more time to have this conversation right now.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note, and this has been discussed, I think, by all of us in the opposition, this is a bill that's over 800 pages. So for those that objected to Conservative budget legislation, this is double what we saw under the previous government, which I think is a comparison that should put those who railed against omnibus legislation, who are now on the government side, utterly to shame. I want to ask the member's perspective on the Indigenous consultation issue in the context of a budget bill that does have implications for the lives of Indigenous people in a number of particular important provisions. And we haven't had much time in this House to discuss those provisions, given the vastness of the bill and the limited time that we have. But I wonder if this process, in this member's view, conforms to the requirements in UNDRIP around consultation of Indigenous people for things that affect their lives.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I'd love to be able to answer that question. I'm so proud of the work that my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Mississippi, ASCII Nunavut EU brought to actually bring United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People into legislation and have that bind future governments. Honestly, I haven't even looked at that section. I haven't been home since this omnibus bill was tabled. I haven't heard from the Nanaimo, Tsimina, Sense-na-Nas councils in my region, and this is, again, a government that says that the nation-to-nation relationship is the most important. We've got the ability to lock that into law. If there are good provisions, I'd love to be able to support them. But again, this is such a rush.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. And in that speech, you mentioned about the bankruptcy laws where the government had promised in the budget that they were going to look at it and have consultations. And look at, and they even also, Mr. Speaker, but they also even campaign on it. They're going to look and use every tool in the toolbox. But my colleague had mentioned that they're using this now to open up the bankruptcy laws for companies, but not for the worker or the pension. Can she tell us what they said to her in her writing when we were out there at a town hall meeting expressing this concern?
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, in 30 seconds or less, please.
It's certainly when I co-hosted in Nanaimo, in Ladysmith, actually, with my colleague, the member for Hamilton Mountain, we had a lot of people come out, former Sears employees. They really liked the mechanism that had been proposed by my colleague to put workers first in the queue in the event of bankruptcies. They recognize that these are earned pensions that they'd paid all their lives in, and I'm sure they will be dismayed to learn that the government chose to open up the Bankruptcy Act but not to protect workers' pensions.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge our presence on the traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples who've taken care of this place for generations upon generations. I'm standing in the House to speak to and urge my colleagues to support Bill C-86, the Budget Implementation Act Part 2, more affectionately known in this House as BIA2, and to speak to the measures that help grow Canada's middle class and support those working hard to join it. I firmly believe, Mr. Speaker, that when passed, these measures will help support Canadians across the country and will help to grow our economy. I also need to acknowledge the work of feminists who've come before us, those who have worked so hard, those effective trailblazers and courageous silence breakers who have brought us to this moment in time when we recognize that equality is a driver for economic growth. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this past October, we launched Women's History Month with the first online gallery that captures the stories of Canada's women of impact. This particular website tells the stories of women like Elsie Knott, the first woman to be chief of a First Nation in Canada, women like Louise Fish, young women like Faith Dickinson, along with the more well-known trailblazers like the Right Honourable Kim Campbell. Colleagues and Canadians are encouraged to Google Canada's Women of Impact, to read their stories. There is a teacher's guide so that we may share those stories in an effective way. And of course, Canadians are welcome to provide their nominations for other women whose stories ought to be on that website. I mention those women, Mr. Speaker, because our government is committed to continuing their legacies. Advancing gender equality is the right thing to do, and it is indeed the smart thing to do. We have $150 billion to benefit from in Canada's economy over the next decade if Canada's women participate equally in our economy. We will increase our GDP by 4%, we will fill critical labour shortages, and will ensure that Canada's middle class grows and we stay competitive. There are several measures in Bill C-86 to close the gender wage gap and to build on our government's existing efforts. I'd like to broadly speak to 5 of those. The first is the introduction of an act that will ensure that there is a new full department with a broader mandate to help Status of Women Canada evolve, and it will evolve into the Department for Women and Gender Equality, WAGE for short form. There's proactive pay equity legislation. We are legislating the application of a gender and diversity lens to all federal budgets moving forward. There are provisions in there around a shared parental leave, and there's also a new benefit in there, 5 days of paid leave for survivors of family violence. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by speaking to the enabling legislation that will ensure that the Department for Women and Gender Equality is able to build on the good work of the small but mighty agency that is Status of Women Canada. And I will take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank my predecessors, as well as the team at Status of Women, who, regardless of the whims and the values of the sitting governments of the day, kept the work of gender equality alive, kept tools like GBA Plus sharp and applicable in Canadian context, and have worked tirelessly with limited resources to help transform an agency into a full department and help meet the additional demands on their expertise with a feminist government. The department that will now be called WAGE, or the Department for Women and Gender Equality, will now have a mandate that is wide to scope to include the advancement of equality, including social, economic, political, with respect to sex, with respect to gender expression, gender identity, sexual orientation, rurality, indigeneity, immigration, and immigrant status, as well as the ensuring that we take into account the wide range of varieties that Canadians find themselves in. The proactive pay equity legislation that's included in this bill, Bill C-86, Mr. Speaker, is historic. It's a historic step that ensures that women in federally regulated industries, whether it's the public service or others, are paid equally for work of equal value. In doing so, we consulted with employees and employers, advocacy organizations, and worked to strike a balance between the recommendations that came from the Bilson report, as well as the hard work and the report presented to the House on the committee that worked on pay equity. Proactive pay equity legislation is part of our government's efforts to get our own house in order and to continue to lead by example and hopefully compel other employers to do the same. The third item that I'd like to speak to, Mr. Speaker, is gender budgeting. BIA2 includes legislation that enshrine gender budgeting into law. This will ensure that future governments apply a gender and diversity lens to their budgetary decisions. This is an important example of how our government is working to ensure that an intersectional gendered lens is applied to our decision makings, including the federal budget. Mr. Speaker, the fourth item I'd like to speak to is a new benefit to advance gender equality. Our government's 5-week EI, use it or lose it, parental sharing benefit, which is available to two-parent families, including adoptive and same-sex couples, proposes to provide greater flexibility, particularly for mothers to return to work sooner if they so choose. It encourages the second parent to take part in the work that is caring for a newborn. We know that it will help shape and change some of the gender norms around who provides the care. And we also know that for mothers who experience postpartum depression, that having that additional support in those early days will provide some relief. The fifth item that I'd like to speak to, Mr. Speaker, is a budget measure that is tabled by our government that will implement and ensure that survivors of family violence receive 5 days of paid leave. This is something that advocates, women's organizations, unions have told us that these 5 days will ensure that when she experience that violence, that they have some time to figure out next steps, to come up with a plan, to take a time out, whatever that may be. I'm proud that this is something that we heard from advocates across Canada and we listened. Mr. Speaker, regardless of our political persuasions, we all agree that nobody should have to live in fear, in economic uncertainty, of not having access to a decent job or being paid less for work of equal value. Everyone should have the opportunity to succeed in this great country, no matter their gender, gender identity, age, language, origin, race, abilities, rurality, or other identity factors. I encourage my honourable colleagues in this House to support this bill. The measures introduced, combined with our government's ongoing efforts, like support for women's organizations, like childcare, like a national housing strategy that has a carve-out for women who are escaping violence, like the work we're doing to support women entrepreneurs and women leaders like Daughters of the Vote. All of these measures combined will ensure greater equality in Canada, will grow Canada's middle class, and to support those working hard to join it. Mr. Speaker, I hope that colleagues support Bill C-86, and I'm happy to answer any questions they may have.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member across from me in her speech, she said this. She said that we need to we need to tackle the problem of violence against women and girls. I agree with that. But then she went on to say this. She said, we need to tackle this problem because it will mean that our economy will be advanced. It will be good for our economy. Mr. Speaker, what she's saying in essence then is that in Canada we face a problem where women and girls are mistreated. And we need to make sure that we take care of that problem so that these women and girls can go back into the workforce, so that they can contribute to our economic well-being as a country, so that they can pay taxes to this government. Mr. Speaker, my question is very simple, and that is this. As women, do we not have inherent dignity, inherent value, inherent worth? Are we not worth fighting for just because we are women, because we are human beings, because we belong to a country called Canada? Mr. Speaker, in this country, we believe in the security and the freedom of a human being. We believe in making sure that that is preserved and protected. We believe that every single Canadian from coast to coast should be able to walk in this country freely, that they should be able to walk in this country knowing that their security is intact, knowing that they shouldn't be attacked or mistreated by others, including the Prime Minister, I might add. And so, Mr. Speaker, my question is very simple, and that is, why is the honourable member devaluing women by saying that they simply need to be looked after so that they can better contribute to the economy? Mr. Speaker, violence against women and girls is worth going after just because it's the right thing to do.
Hear, hear. Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable colleague. Advancing equality and preventing gender-based violence is the right thing to do. It's also the smart thing to do. I'm sure my honourable colleague knows that domestic violence is costing us $12 billion a year. I'm sure my honourable colleague knows that if given the choice, many would prefer to be out and reaching their full potential and contributing to society and economy. This is why, Mr. Speaker, we've invested over $200 million in a strategy to address and prevent gender-based violence. This is why we're investing tens of millions of dollars in women's organizations who are doing this work. This is why our government was the first to introduce a strategy to advance and prevent gender-based violence. And Mr. Speaker, I also would like to remind colleagues that our party is the party of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and we too, like my colleague opposite, believe in protecting these rights, protected and fought for others who have come before us. I would like to add, though, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives had 10 years to address the challenges around gender-based violence. I would like to add that they closed down regional offices across the country. They shut down and stopped fighting women's organizations who were advocating for a better life and for the dignity that is now being mentioned. They worked every step of the way to undermine and undervalue and underestimate status of women in Canada and women in this country. It's good to see them come on board and to see the merit in our plan, and I look forward to any future collaborations.
In comments, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, my many years in Parliament, I've seen governments squander a lot of things, and one thing majority governments are really dangerous about squandering is the word of the Prime Minister through sheer arrogance. Because we remember how this Prime Minister won, saying, well, it's going to be the last election, first past the post. We said it was going to be a new relations with First Nations, and prorogation, and the use of omnibus. Do you remember how he said that Stephen Harper used omnibus, but we will change the standing orders and we won't do that? And now we're looking at this ridiculously large omnibus that comes from a Prime Minister who figures that the words he said to get himself elected actually don't count for all that much. Because what really concerns me in this is they've shoved into this massive budget implementation fundamental questions about First Nation issues that they don't even believe they have to bother consulting First Nations because, again, it's the same old attitude of the same old government that goes all the way back. I would like to ask this honourable member, how, in God's name, does this government have the gall to shove issues about First Nation rights and land into a budget omnibus bill without consultation?
The Honourable Minister of Status of Women in 35 seconds or less.
I thank my honourable colleague. I can assure him that we are open to engaging with all peoples of this land, especially the First Peoples of this land, to ensure that we move together effectively in an era of reconciliation. I can speak to pay equity. We are absolutely in consultation with Indigenous communities across the country. I'd be happy to provide my honourable colleague with an update on that. I would also say that our government supported UNDRIP, the proposal that was placed in this House, and my honourable colleagues from the Conservative Party did not. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue to ensure that all Canadians, regardless of race, ability, disability, gender identity, have the opportunity to reach their full potential in this great country. I urge my honourable colleagues to support this bill so that we can continue to do that work.
Debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to speak. And I'd like to salute all in my constituency who are either watching on CPAC or perhaps through Facebook. Now, with respect to the speech by the Minister, I find it rather hypocritical because she said, I hope that my colleagues in the opposition will support this legislation and the feminist measures in it. But they have included all these measures in an omnibus bill. This is their strategy. And that is in the Budget Implementation Act 2018. And this is why we will not be voting for C-86, because it is a budget that is truly lacking, that is not good for the Canadian economy. So it's rather hypocritical of the Minister to ask us to support measures to empower women, although she herself has been engaging in these camouflage activities with this omnibus bill. Madam Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to speak to this bill because this morning the Liberal government tabled time allocation on speeches about the Budget Implementation Act. It's the first time in 3 years we've had 3 budgets. This is the 6th time we're going to be debating a budget since 2015, and this is the first time that I have noted that most of my Conservative colleagues, most of my NDP colleagues will not be able to talk about something as important as C-86, which is to implement the Budget Act. And this is the legislation that will make the budget concrete. So we're on the second budget, and we're on its second implementation, or second time we've been implementing this. Now, I would like to say to people who are listening to us, I'd like to talk about some of the strong points of this bill and those that are going in the wrong direction. First of all, the government is perpetuating its pattern. It's perpetuating its deficit approach. It seems that they are incapable of, and this is, they are incapable. They have a personal government incapacity. It's almost like it's not in their genetic makeup. It's not in their DNA to balance the budget because their budgetary measures are bad, but it's not just that. They can't balance a budget, and to such a point that they can't even give us a date on which date they'll be able to establish balance. This is the first time we've seen this in the history of our great Canadian democracy since 1867, and maybe even those parliaments which sat before Confederated Canada. So the Liberals can't give us a date. Now, this is not just rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. This is a fact. There were great promises during the election campaign in 2015, and they promised us many things. They promised a return to budgetary balance in 2018. 19, but according to the PBO, it could be 2045. Who knows? Now, Mr. Harper, who was a true Democrat, wanted there to be budgetary accountability. The Liberals also promised that there would be small deficits of about $10 billion. First year, there was $30 billion in a deficit. And now it's $19 billion, and now the parliamentary budgetary officer, he said that there will be $4 billion added. So it's going to be more than 6 times what they forecast in their budget. And these small deficits of $10 billion, they said, would be used to build new infrastructure, but only $9 billion has been used for these infrastructure projects. So where's the rest of the money? The Prime Minister, he's so aware of the problem that he himself has shuffled his cabinet. He did so last summer. And he appointed the International Trade Minister to the infrastructure job. And in the mandate letter, it says that he has to deal with the fact that the money's not going out for infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, it's not for nothing that the Liberals only want to talk about the budget for 2 or 3 days. They're not allowing Conservatives and New Democrats to speak as much as they would like because we have a lot of perhaps not so nice things to say about their budget. We want Canadians to be aware of what's going on. And we should be able to express ourselves because it is here that Canadians can find out what's going on. In short, they're looking at things through rose-colored glasses, but the situation really is not like that at all. They want to they're not allowing us to export Canadian oil the way we would like to. Over the past few years, they've increased regulations at the National Energy Board, and this has led to various projects such as Trans Mountain or Kinder Morgan, which is just failed. There is Northern Gateway, which also was left by the wayside, and the Western Corridor. Mr. Speaker, with respect to investments, I would like to tell my fellow citizens, so that from 2015 to 2017, American investments in Canada, Canadian investments in the United States went up, whereas American investments in Canada went down. And what's more important and more immediate in the lives of our fellow citizens is that this massive debt, which could compromise our entire future, the future of our glorious Confederation, they are saying that in 2018, the debt is over $6 billion a year, over $6 billion, which means thousands of dollars per family. Imagine you're a Canadian family. Before you even deal with your car loan, your student loan, whatever, you have on top of all that $47,000 in debt, which is because of 3 years of bad government, bad Liberal government. Now, financing the debt. This will cost $3 billion a year. This means $3 billion above, on top of everything else. This is a government that prides itself on health care, but that doesn't respect provincial jurisdictions. We never did that under Prime Minister Harper. Mr. Speaker, we put $36 billion a year in health, but now to service the debt, it's $39 billion. That's more than we spent on health care. There's also a labor shortage. Now, Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but with time allocation, I can't. But labor shortage in Quebec. We need 150,000 more workers. Now, the minister made fun of my question on 3 occasions. The member for Louis-Hébert, they said, you Conservatives, you don't like immigration. Not true. We like immigration. But that's only 27% of the solution. In Quebec City, this is a serious crisis. Now, the federal government, through its jurisdiction, could help, but all it does is laugh at me because I am an opposition MP and because I sit round tables in Quebec and I listen to small business in Quebec, and they tell me what a problem it is. And this government just makes fun of what I say and does worse. They prevent us from speaking. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. It's very interesting because I've travelled throughout Quebec for the Minister of Innovation, and I have also listened to this heartfelt, I heard people talk about their heartfelt need for labour, for workers. And I would like my honourable colleague to work with his colleagues to help us. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Oh, Lord. Oh, this question, what he's doing is exactly what I criticized with his colleague. It's fear-mongering. They accuse us of fear-mongering, but what they do is to mock what we say as Her Majesty's loyal opposition. Over 300,000 immigrants should be able to come into Canada because we made sure under our government that this happened in a peaceful, orderly way. But the director of Association of Economists in Quebec said immigration was only 27% of the solution to a shortage of manpower. We have to bring seniors back into the workforce. We have to get foreign students who are at our universities to stay here. We have to deal with the problem of young men who are leaving school early. Instead of working with us, they come up with these mistaken insinuations. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Rivière-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend my colleague who has a family, and we've been talking about the colossal debt that the Liberals have been racking up with their negligence. And besides this, they brought in a tax that will not help us deal with greenhouse gases. Now, the government is getting further into debt while we're in a period of relative prosperity. Does this make us vulnerable for years to come, for the future? What would he advocate to see to it that we can have a sound fiscal environment and a sustainable environment to lead to future generations? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. We have to be serious. We have to show leadership. We have to take decisions in favor of the well-being of Canadians for the future. There is this carbon tax, which is supposed to deal with climate change, but they know there's a recession. It'll be here by 2020, and then what will they do when they have a $30 billion deficit? They have been racking up deficit after deficit for 3 years. When there is a recession, what will they do? There'll be no money. The larder will be bare. How will they stimulate the economy? The Conservative government from 2006 to 2015 went through the worst recession since the 30s, and we achieved the best result in the G7 and in the OECD. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands. A very brief question.
A problem with the sound system. We'll see. Can everyone hear my voice? Okay, let's give it another shot then. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands, a 30-second question. We'll get a 30-second answer.
I'll start again, Mr. Speaker. I'm curious how the member, when he talks about debt, can rationalize the fact that in 150 years since Confederation, the Liberals have been in power for 60% of the time, the Conservatives for 40% of the time, yet the Conservatives have racked up 75% of the national debt. How do they square that away, and where do they get off lecturing this side of the House on not racking up debt?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou in 30 seconds.
Conservative times are tough time. You know why? Because we always have to clean up the mess. Every single time. Every single time. And you know why they were at power more often than us? Because they don't have principles. They don't have principles. All they want is power. Us, we stand up for the people and principle.
Before we resume debate, I want to remind the honourable members that shouting across the floor is not parliamentary behaviour. I just want to remind you. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'm going to be saying a few words about changes and reforms that the bill will be making to the Copyright Act.
When we listen to music, it is rare that we fully appreciate all the people who contribute to our favorite songs. And we certainly don't reflect fully on the legal and marketplace frameworks that make this listening possible, whether we are tuning into a radio station or streaming from one of our devices. Mr. Speaker, the Copyright Board, excuse my cold, Mr. Speaker, is a very important part of this behind-the-scenes framework. It is a specialized, independent, and quasi-judicial decision-making body that establishes royalty rates to be paid for certain uses of content, allowing rights holders to band together to allow for efficient access and payment. In doing so, the board facilitates the development and growth of markets that rely on copyright in Canada while safeguarding the public interest. Copyright Board's business, Mr. Speaker, is in a sense big business. The royalties it sets are estimated to be worth $500 million annually. And when one thinks of the many ways in which we experience content, the board has therefore an impact on the lives of nearly every citizen. But over the years, Mr. Speaker, as new technology has increased the use of collectively managed copyrights and made rights management even more complex, decision-making at the Copyright Board was hindered by significant delays. Indeed, so much so that royalty rates are regularly being set after copyright-protected content is used. Retroactive decisions by the board are a distinctive feature of doing business in Canada. This results in Canadians having less access to and creators less revenue from innovative services, including digital content services. This delay also delays payment to creators, creates challenges for royalty collection, and freezes capital that could otherwise have been put to more productive use. When, at Parliament's urging, the government looked into this issue and consulted stakeholders, we found that significant and structural challenges in the board's decades-old decision-making framework prevented it from operating efficiently. The government is now taking comprehensive action to address these issues, initially in a Budget 2018 initiative that saw a 30% increase in financial resources for the board, and now accompanied by legislative proposals. Along with several new appointments to the Copyrights Board core staff posts, these measures will set a new course and ensure that the board can once again issue the timely, forward-looking decisions that copyright-based markets need to thrive. The proposed amendments fall into three broad categories: ensuring more predictability and clarity in board proceedings, improving timelines, and reducing the board's workload. We are ensuring more predictability by codifying the board's mandate and setting clear criteria for decision-making. This will help parties streamline their argumentation and the board to structure its decisions. Second, we are improving timelines by making tariff filings earlier and making those tariffs last longer. We are also introducing case management to move proceedings more expeditiously, as well as a regulatory mechanism that will allow the government to set deadlines by which decisions will have to be rendered. And we are reducing the board's workload by allowing more collectives and users to enter into direct agreements amongst and between themselves. This will ensure that the board's resources are focused where they are most needed and not in areas where there is agreement between the parties. These reforms will have positive results for right holders and users alike by reducing legal costs for all participants in board proceedings. They will better position our creators and cultural entrepreneurs to make, produce, and reinvest in high-quality Canadian content, and will support strong, vibrant, and healthy creative industries for the benefit of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I believe these steps are important in making our copyright more efficient and effective, and to enable our businesses to innovate, to create good middle-class jobs, and to contribute to Canada's prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I would add that there's widespread agreement across the whole swath of copyright stakeholders about improving, making changes that improve the functioning of the Copyright Board. Mr. Speaker, these are not the only provisions going on copyright policy in Canada. As some of you will know, the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, INDU, as well as the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, CHPC, are currently conducting a statutory review of the Copyright Act. Such a review is required every 5 years, according to the law, to take stock of the overall effectiveness of the Act in light of fast-evolving technologies and to make recommendations to government regarding potential improvements when warranted. During our consultations on the Copyright Board, some stakeholders recommended that government clarify that boards set rates that must be paid and provide collective management organizations tools for their enforcement. They have argued that there is uncertainty around the enforceability of board set rates. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, this argument touches upon fair dealing. Fair dealing has been a part of Canadian copyright since 1921, and a series of landmark Canadian Supreme Court decisions, in particular in 2004 and in 2012, have outlined the nature and parameters of fair dealing in Canada. In particular, a 2012 decision that applied to works in the educational context. This was coupled with changes to the Copyright Act brought in 2012, which allowed for education to be a unique head in fair dealing, where previously the Supreme Court's decision earlier that year in 2012 had based the same kinds of rights under the heading of research and private study. So there was an impact on that, Mr. Speaker. We have heard diverse and sometimes conflicting accounts in that regard. Authors and publishers feel they would like to be fairly remunerated for educational uses, while the educational community maintains the current framework has begun to work well, and that librarians, professors, and teachers need the flexibility in order to thrive in a digital context with new sorts of digital materials coming online. I would also point out that a Supreme Court decision in 2014 maintained that tariffs could not be mandatorily applied to users as it went around the basic law of contract as well as undermined fair dealing rights. So we have asked, Mr. Speaker, for clarity and more opinions on both sides of this debate. Consequently, the Ministers of Heritage, as well as the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, have written to the two parliamentary committees conducting the review and have asked them to provide specific insights on educational copying, including with regards to the applicability and enforcement of board-set rates. The government's vision, Mr. Speaker, is to have a creative middle class where authors and publishers get paid fairly and where educational institutions and students continue to have access to quality Canadian works. educational institutions, provincial and territorial governments rely on the availability and affordability of quality materials to give our students a world-class education rich in Canadian content. Although we may not always see the inner workings of the copyright framework behind the creation and dissemination of the content that surrounds us, the proper functioning of the Copyright Act, the proper functioning of the Copyright Board, Mr. Speaker, is of vital importance. It is what ensures that our enjoyment is efficiently translated into fair remuneration for creators, and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, returning to the beginning of my remarks, the making of our next favorite songs. With Copyright Board reform, we strengthen the virtuous circle for the benefit of all Canadians. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on another note on the copyright file, we also, in this bill, strengthen our notice and notice regime to make sure that it is not abused by people pretending or claiming that there is a copyright infringement and claiming that they should be paid a certain amount of money as a settlement offer. We have heard, Mr. Speaker, in the context of notice and notice consultations through INDU, in my particular case, we have heard good things about the notice and notice regime. As an initial response to prevent abuse, it is the case that under notice and takedown regimes, copyright is often claimed to be copyright is asserted in order to take down content, even when the claim really has nothing to do with copyright, or the copyright was in fact legitimate. Our notice and notice regime will provide for a more standard form to prevent abuse in this context. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. It brings back some fond memories of when I was working as a parliamentary secretary's assistant on the industry file, and we were involved in some extensive consultations on copyright. Certainly, we never would have dreamed of rolling those consultations into an 800-page budget bill as opposed to moving forward with standalone consultations, discussions, review, and legislation on that. But I want to ask my friend and colleague, since we're talking about music, if he thinks the government got a good deal from Netflix.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question, as well as the hard work he did as parliamentary secretary. I can certainly speak. From the same position, Mr. Speaker, and I can certainly appreciate the amount of work that has been done. Mr. Speaker, the question raised is part of an ongoing review. It isn't just the Copyright Act that is being reviewed, Mr. Speaker, but also the Broadcasting Act and the telecommunications sector generally, Mr. Speaker. That's where that question would be better placed. And as has been said a number of times in this House, the government subscribes to the principle that people who take a benefit from the system do have to make a contribution at some point. We have to, as a government, we have tried to move forward on the Netflix file by ensuring that they do contribute to Canadian and Quebec content, and we're continuing to monitor that situation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague said contribute at some point. What kind of an answer is that? That's spin. I understand my colleague, the member for Quebec. Well, I don't remember what the name of the riding was, but at any rate, he was enraged with the answers from this government, who come across as the ones knowing exactly what to do. What I can tell you, one thing that bothers me, and I've been here for 7 years, I have been the deputy chair of the Heritage Committee for 7 years, and the Conservatives, at the time we didn't agree with them, but they did things properly. When we made the changes the member before mentioned, we knew that it was a big chunk. It was an ad hoc committee. All members were there. They had special analysts, special clerks, it was a special committee. What did this government do? Well, they're just doing as they see fit. Well, let's just do the Copyright Board and put it in here. We don't know how it's going to all unfold, but we'll use an American toolkit. We've got these other Japanese resources, and we'll plunk it together like that. So then we've got industry, heritage, and some of the clauses of the bill are being sent to one committee, others to the other committee. And is it not simply for you to be doing as you see fit? Now, if we're at university, for example, or in a school, we'd have to pay for electricity, insurance, but we're not going to be paying the authors.
Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I just said, we are conducting consultations through both standing committees. Two committees with a rich history, with very effective members from all sides of the House. And we are currently looking at the impact of changes made by the Supreme Court and to the educational sector in 2012.
À l'ordre, conforme.
Order, please. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Alberni, the Environment, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East Natural Resources, l'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, Housing.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join the discussion today on Bill C-86, the Budget Implementation Act. And I think just listening to the conversations that we've heard today, it's well known by everyone inside and outside of this House that we are going into an election year. And I often think back to the last election in preparation for my plans for what's going to become the 2019 election for Canada. And of course, I look forward to being the nominated candidate, which I am, for the election in October of 2019. And congratulations to you, Mr. Speaker. I seen that that you had received your nomination last week, so congratulations to that. But last election, Canadians chose to elect a government with a plan to invest in the middle class and a government that planned to truly build an economy that would work for everyone, not just select few. I think the results of over the last 4 years speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. There are more Canadians employed today than in years and years. We've got the lowest unemployment rate that we've had the good fortune to have since well over 40 years. And I think that's a result of the investments and the infrastructure and so on that our government has done. Since November 2015, the Canadian economy has created nearly 600,000 jobs, most of them which are full-time jobs. The unemployment rate, as I mentioned, is near historic lows, and that's something that I know everyone in this House is pleased about. Canada has had the fastest growing economy amongst all of our G7 countries, and the wages are increasing. People are being paid a better wage, and then they're taking that wage and they're reinvesting it, purchasing things for their families. They're able to upscale to a new home or a better car. Consumer and business confidence are clearly stronger than ever. Middle-class Canadians, as I said, are seeing firsthand that our plan is continuing to work. And by this time next year, a typical family of 4 will be better off with more money in their pocket. If it's a family of 4, we're talking about $2,000 more. And again, if it's a family of 8, well, it'll be reflected with the child tax benefit. More money in their pockets, Mr. Speaker. That is something that we will be tremendously important to the families in my riding of Humber River Black Creek. I have a particularly interesting riding. It's mixed, very multicultural. A lot of new immigrants, a lot of people who are struggling to get ahead, find jobs, get decent housing, and achieve the Canadian dream. And I think what our government is doing is clearly going to help them achieve that dream. More money in their pocket means that the constituents in the riding can afford to buy additional additional things that they need for their children, for their newborn children. They can purchase additional school supplies. maybe even have the opportunity to a nice evening out with a loved one. The idea of being able to offer additional music classes to their children, enroll their children in hockey or soccer, or many of these activities that are quite expensive. And so the additional funding that these families are receiving, I think, will give a better outcome for their own holistic viewpoint as a family. But that all being said, Mr. Speaker, in order for these things that I have mentioned to happen, we must see Bill C-86 pass. Bill C-86 needs to pass in order to support our government's people-centered approach to ensure that every Canadian has a fair chance of success, from coast to coast to coast. Our government is taking the next steps towards building an equal, competitive, sustainable, and fair Canada. By making substantial investments and real progress for the middle class, our government is demonstrating its commitment to all Canadians, and especially those who need it the most in our communities. My riding of Black Creek, Humber River Black Creek, is no different. There are a number of key measures that will have a positive impact for Canadians contained in Bill C-86, but I would like to take this opportunity today to highlight the measures that will impact the lives of the people of Humber River Black Creek in a positive way. Improving access to the Canada Worker Benefit. Our government is taking the next step to help grow the economy in a way that strengthens and grows the middle class by introducing the new Canada Workers Benefit. The Canada Workers Benefit will put more money in the pockets of low-income workers and deliver real help to more than 2 million Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class. Canadians who qualify for the Canada Workers Benefit will be automatically enrolled, ensuring that no worker will be left behind. We often hear that the government initiates programs and people are not aware of that they have opportunities there for support in various ways, and the automatically enrolling people will ensure that they get whatever benefit they're entitled to. The Canada Workers Benefit will raise approximately 70,000 Canadians out of poverty by 2020. Our government's poverty reduction strategy targets. Now, this is a really important issue for communities like mine, Mr. Speaker, that have, as I said earlier, a lot of new immigrants, a lot of people who are arriving, struggling to find jobs, settling their families. And that first 3 or 4 years that they move into the community, it's very much a struggle for them. And I think the government's poverty reduction strategy will help many of the newcomers. Since taking office in 2015, our government has been growing the middle class by helping those working hard to join it and increasing the numbers when we talk about the middle class today. Thanks to programs like the Canada Child Benefit and the National Housing Strategy, which is a very big issue in my riding, I can tell you there's 3 or 4 people that I know right off the bat that are looking for housing in my riding that are homeless. And they're women, and at the moment they're sharing a room with a friend or whatever, while they have their name on a list that's about 18,000 people long, trying to find housing that's safe, that they can live in. Enhanced senior benefits. It's another issue. We've done a lot on the seniors file. We now have a new Minister of Seniors that we're thrilled with, and I know we'll do a lot of work to deliver assistance for the seniors along with our government. And of course, the Canada Workers Benefit that I mentioned. By 2019, our investments will have lifted over 650,000 Canadians, including more than 300,000 children, out of poverty. And I think that is something that all of us should be thrilled with. Guided by the Opportunity for All, Canada's first national poverty reduction strategy, we're establishing an official poverty line for the first time ever and setting firm targets for reducing poverty to the lowest level in Canada's history. Opportunity for All represents a bold vision for poverty reduction that will build a Canada where every Canadian from coast to coast to coast has a real and fair chance at success. Pay equity is another very important goal that we finally managed to see achieved. We've talked about it for well over 25 years, and it's nice to see that it's finally going to come to fruition. Certainly been talking about it for the full length of 19 years or so that I've been here. That discussion on pay equity has been there. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words today, and I welcome an opportunity for a few questions.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honoured colleague for her comment. She has been here a long time, and I was wondering if she could comment because she was with the previous government, which was outraged, part of the party that was outraged when we invoked closure. Now, granted, Mr. Speaker, it was a different time. There was an economic emergency. We had to get things moving forward. But for this current government, as she quite rightly says, this is our economy is doing very, very well, not because of this government, but because we're right next door to the United States, and their economy is churning up like crazy. It's the first government that has ever gone into so much debt in a time that wasn't a time of war or during a recession. And because of this closure motion, I've been here as long as you, Mr. Speaker. We were first elected, I think, in 2004. I've always had the opportunity to do a speech for my constituents, and unfortunately, I'm not going to get a chance to do that this time around. And I was wondering if she could actually comment on the fact that there's supposed to be a government that's going to do things differently, and here it is, the same old, and this bill is 850 pages. It's an omnibus bill that I think is unprecedented. Why does she support the government's action to invoke closure on this and not give us here in this House the ability to speak for our constituents?
Honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, and it's always nice to get a question from my honourable colleague that in many ways we share similar points of view on a variety of things. One of the issues that I have been working on for the last almost 4 years, so this started when I was in one of the members in opposition, was the issue of paying our bills promptly. And so it's the issue of prompt payment. And one of the things that I find most aggravating here is the fact that it takes forever to get anything done. It takes years to get legislation through. It takes years to make changes. So if you have an omnibus bill and you're including a lot of things in that particular bill, sometimes that's a way of helping move certain agendas along. Let's talk a little bit about the issue of protecting our marine environment. There's a variety of things that are in this bill that were important and needed to get done so that there weren't more delays as we progress and move along. There's complaints all the time that governments take far too long to get things done. And as the previous government, sometimes you decide you're going to take a different avenue to get it done. At the end of the day, government is responsible to move legislation along and to move bills like C-86 along as well.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her presentation. Now, there is one thing that caught my attention. It seems that omnibus bills are now the standard way of moving things forward. I have a lot of reservations about that, but I mean, even if I agreed with that statement, why is it that in such a huge omnibus bill, there is not one single line, one single clause that has to do with pensions for workers whose companies have gone under? Now, this is a subject we've been working on in the NDP for years and years, and we've shown that sometimes it does take a very long time for this type of thing to move forward. So how are workers' pensions not a priority? Because people have sometimes invested in these pensions for an entire lifetime only to end up with nothing when the company goes bankrupt. So if they really think that omnibus legislation is the way to move things forward, why do they not at least use it to move forward on these important files? Whereas the NDP has been making progress on these both in the House and the Senate.
Black Creek.
As the honourable member knows, we've been doing a lot of work on this whole issue of bankruptcy and solvency and what we can do. Sears is an example, Nortel before that. There have been many debates and discussion in this House as to how do we work forward to protect pensions, and I think our government is looking at that, as I know that several other parties in the House are also looking to try to find a solution to a difficult issue. People's pensions have to be protected. They have to know that they can count on the money that's been put into retirement, and we all need to work forward to try to ensure that that very much happens. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are drowning Canadian job creators in red tape and tax hikes. Whether it's the carbon tax, small business tax hikes, or the many cancelled tax credits and deductions, the Liberals are driving businesses out of Canada and killing Canadian jobs, hurting workers and middle-class families across the country. Every other day, major oil and gas companies cancel future projects, stop expansions, or completely sell their Canadian businesses and take their money to other countries. It's a crisis, and it's not a result of external factors beyond the government's control. In fact, it's a direct consequence of the Liberals' message to Canadians and to the world that Canada is closed for business because of the Liberals' added red tape and imposed cost increases. Context is important. The energy sector is the biggest private sector investor and accounts for over 11% of the value of Canada's economy. To put this in perspective, it contributes twice as much as agriculture and fisheries combined, sectors in which farmers and fishermen also often have jobs in oil and gas. It contributes more than the banking and finance sector and more than the auto sector, and the benefits are shared across Canada. Every one job in the oil sands creates 7 manufacturing jobs in Ontario. Every one upstream oil and gas job in Alberta creates 5 jobs in other sectors in other provinces. But spending in Canada's oil and gas sector declined 56% over 3 years, from $81 billion in 2014 to $45 billion in 2017. More money has left Canada's oil and gas sector since the 2015 election than at any other comparable time period in more than 70 years. That's the equivalent value would be losing 75% of auto manufacturing in Canada, or almost the entirety of the aerospace sector in Canada, something no one rightfully would accept. And the biggest beneficiary is the U.S., where spending in oil and gas increased 38% to $120 billion in 2017. Today, U.S. investment in Canada is down by more than half, and Canadian investment in the U.S. is up by 2/3. The consequences of these losses are hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of work and less revenue for core social programs and services at every level of government in every single province. Over 115,000 Albertans are out of work and not receiving any employment insurance assistance right now, and tens of thousands more have lost their jobs. The Liberals' anti-energy agenda is clearly both hindering the private sector from being able to provide good-paying jobs, but it's also risking the life savings of many Canadians. Oil and gas companies are a big part of most people's pension plans, and whether through employer-defined contribution plans, employer-provided defined contribution plans or personal investments in mutual funds, chances are most Canadians are invested in oil and gas. So when oil and gas companies leave Canada, the value of those investments in Canada drops, reducing the value of everyone's retirement savings. And now CPP and the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan are also investing in the United States. I want to highlight an aspect of this legislation that will compound uncertainty and challenges for Canadian oil and gas proponents. On page 589, in the very last chapter of this 840-page omnibus bill, Clause 692 implements sweeping new powers for the federal cabinet to impose regulations on marine transport. Included in these powers is the ability to pass regulations, quote, respecting compulsory routes and recommended routes, regulating or prohibiting the operation, navigation, anchoring, mooring, or berthing of vessels or classes of vessels, and regulating or prohibiting the loading or unloading of a vessel or a class of vessels. This means this Liberal cabinet can block any class of tanker from any route leaving Canada or from docking at any port the Liberals choose. In C-48, oil tankers of a certain size will be prevented from traveling and from the on and off loading of crude at ports only off the northern coast of BC. This legislation, Bill C-86, would be a dramatic expansion, giving the Liberal cabinet the power to block oil exports from any port anywhere in Canada, or to block oil tankers in general from entering Canadian waters. Places like the Arctic could lose access to the fuel tankers that keep power on during the winter. Offshore oil and gas development in Atlantic Canada could be blocked overnight. That's alarming in itself, and it gets worse. This legislation authorizes a single minister to be able to make legally binding changes to these regulations for a year at a time, and even up to 3, regarding compulsory routes, and prohibiting the operation, navigation, anchoring, mooring, or berthing of vessels or classes of vessels. So one minister, with one stroke of a pen, can shut down an entire industry with wide-ranging impacts. But this is a pattern. The Liberals repeatedly demonstrate their hostility to the oil and gas sector in Canada. The Prime Minister, of course, said he wants to phase out the oil sands, and Canadians should believe him. He defended the use of tax dollars for summer jobs to stop the Trans Mountain expansion. They've removed the tax credit for new exploration oil drilling at the very worst time. And many Liberal MPs ran in the last election opposing exporting Canada's oil to the world. And since they formed government, the Liberals have used every tool at their disposal to kill energy sector jobs. Canada is the only top 10 oil-producing country in the world, and alone in North America, to self-impose a carbon tax. And while there are significant exemptions for major industrial emitters, it will hike costs for operations across the value chain, and certainly for the 80% of Canadian service and supply companies, which are small businesses and individual contractors. They'll all still have to pay it. Proposed clean fuel standards, which will be unprecedented globally because they will be applied to buildings and facilities, not just to transportation fuel, will cost integrated oil and gas companies, as well as refining and petrochemical development in Canada, hundreds of millions of dollars. Canada, literally the best in the world as an environmentally and socially responsible producer of oil and gas that the world will continue to demand for decades, is falling dramatically behind the United States and other countries for regulatory efficiency and clarity. The Liberals imposed the tanker ban with no substantial economic, safety, or environmental assessments and no real consultation, and a ban on offshore drilling in the north against the will of the Premier of the Northwest Territories. The Prime Minister outright vetoed the Northern Gateway pipeline and then intervened to kill Energy East with delays, rule changes, and a last-minute double standard. And now the Liberals' failures have driven Kinder Morgan out of Canada. Construction on the Trans Mountain expansion, of course, never started in the 2 years since the Liberals approved it, and they've repeatedly kicked the can down the road for months. The consequence is crude oil now being shipped by rail and truck at record levels, negatively impacting other sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, and retail. The Liberals are adding uncertainty and great expense for any resource project that has even a ditch on the property by subjecting all water to the navigable waters regulatory regime in Bill C-68. And there are no more pipelines. Bill C-69 will block any future pipelines and therefore stop major oil and gas projects from being built in Canada. Kinder Morgan is now going to take all of that 4.5 billion Canadian tax dollars the Liberals spent on the existing pipeline, and they use that Canadian money to build pipelines in the United States, Canada's biggest energy competitor and customer. The consequences are that large companies are pulling out of Canada and investing in the U.S. or elsewhere. And Canada, a made-in-Canada success story, is selling Canadian assets to buy into projects in the United States. And Gwyn Morgan, its founder, didn't mince words. He said, quote, "I'm deeply saddened that as a result of the disastrous policies of the Liberal government, what was once the largest Canadian headquartered energy producer now sees both its CEO and the core of its assets base located in the U.S. It's estimated the Liberal failure to get pipelines built is forcing Canadian oil to sell for $100 million less a day than what it should be worth. That's $100 million a day that isn't providing for middle-class families, isn't fueling small businesses, and isn't generating taxes to pay off the out-of-control Liberal deficits. And RBC recently reported that in 2008, taxes generated by oil and gas were worth $35 billion a year to provincial and federal governments. That's now down to almost $10 billion a year in 2016. That's more than $20 billion a year that could go to healthcare and education or old age security costs, or could be invested in building bridges and roads. And of course, They promised a deficit that would only be $10 billion a year and that the budget would be balanced by 2019, but none of that is anywhere in sight. They choose to spend recklessly, millions on perks like renovations for Minister's office, $5 million hockey rink at Parliament Hill that operated for a couple of months, or $26 million on vehicles. And never mind the billions of dollars spent outside of Canada building oil and gas pipelines in Asia with Canadian tax dollars, or funding groups linked to anti-Semitism and terrorism. Never has a government spent so much and achieved so little. And what's the end result? Canada trapped in a debt spiral. And who is going to pay for these deficits? Millennials and their children. And it makes life less affordable today, while federal government debt increases interest rates across the board. That poses significant risks to Canada and leaves Canada utterly unprepared for a global economic recession or worldwide factors the government actually can't control, unlike their damaging policies. Future generations will find their governments can't afford services or programs they're counting on, and their governments will be in a trap of borrowing and tax hiking. And given that's why Conservatives advocate for balanced budgets, because it's the only responsible thing to do for Canada's children and grandchildren. And given the outsized contributions of the energy sector to the whole country's economy and to government revenue, it's also why the future of energy development in Canada is one of the most important domestic economic questions facing all of us. That's what makes the Liberal layering on of red tape and costs on Canadian energy so unconscionable, and the consequences so devastating to all of Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Louis-Hébert.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the opposition member if she wouldn't agree that the policies that we put in place in the government, for example, investing in infrastructure, and you know, certainly when the economy is doing well and the interest rates are low, it makes sense to invest so that we can stimulate growth. I mean, in 2015, we were thinking we might be heading toward a recession, but we're no longer in that situation today. So this is partly due to the investments that we made. Would she not agree that these investments in communities all across the country in infrastructure were worth it? Because she must be able to see the results in her province. And also there were tax cuts, and we took a much more progressive approach to give more money to families. This means that in spring 2019, Canadian families will have an average of $2,000 more than they had under the former government. So would she not agree that this is leading to concrete results in the lives of her constituents?
Lakeland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have a lot to answer for in terms of their infrastructure commitments, and municipalities and rural and remote communities across Canada and provinces and territories deserve their answers because, of course, actually only 6% of the $180 billion that they committed for infrastructure across Canada has actually flowed, and 95% of it hasn't even made it out the door. So just like almost every single thing about these Liberals, every time they talk about budgets or make promises to Canadians, as our leader once said to me a couple of weeks ago, the Liberals are really good at announcerology and not so good at deliverology, and that is certainly the case about infrastructure.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the very disturbing fictions that is being perpetuated by the Liberals every time they get up speaking specifically about this bill is about how incredible the child tax benefit is and how many children are being helped and how much this government is bringing children out of poverty. And I don't know what it's like in my honourable colleague's riding, but I deal with single mothers almost on a daily basis who are suffering a level of harassment from CRA that is staggering, who have their benefits cut off at Christmas time. We've had to get food baskets for children in my region because their right to the child tax benefit was denied by CRA, and that minister who sits there day after day after day defending the undefensible, which is $1 billion that's been clawed back from ordinary working class people while they turn their backs on friends like the Brofmans and friends of the Prime Minister who keep their money in offshore havens. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, on this level of scrutiny and the hoops that they force single mothers, young working class families to go through in order to claw back money so that they can show a benefit at the end of the year. Does she not think that that is a really unconscionable way to raise money at taxes when you're leaving the super rich protected in these offshore tax havens?
The honourable member for Lakeland.
I certainly hear the same thing from my constituents, especially those families that have been decimated by the job losses and the loss of investment in the energy sector, and from Indigenous communities and families throughout Lakeland who are also involved in oil and gas development and have suffered job losses in the same way as other people across the riding. But this, I also heard similar things from families in my riding about their dealings with CRA, particularly around the disability tax credits that they and sometimes their children are dependent on. But this is the Liberal way, isn't it? To say one thing and do something completely the opposite. The facts are, of course, under these Liberals, the wealthiest 1% in Canada are paying fewer taxes. The average middle-class family is paying more. I know we were proud of our record as Conservatives to leave a surplus to this government while lowering taxes to the lowest level in 50 years, while also child poverty in Canada dropped to its lowest level since it was recorded. And all that while we managed to also increase transfers to the provinces for health and social services so that those governments could provide the programs that their citizens value. So I would agree with the premise of the member opposite that the Liberals raise funds for their out-of-control spending in unconscionable ways.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now what we'll do is we'll have some reality in terms of what has actually been happening over the last 3 years. You know, it's interesting listening to Conservatives and NDP. At times they want to come together. I guess they recognize the government as the kind of, I heard it saying the enemy of my enemy is my friend type of thing. And often I see NDP and Conservatives come together as they try to portray something that's far from the actual reality of the day. And let me explain to my friends across the way what it is. You know, virtually from day one, even before day one in terms of being in government, let me backtrack to the days in which our Prime Minister was the leader of the Liberal Party on the other side, on the opposition benches, when there was about 30 or so Liberal members of Parliament, as someone has pointed out, way on the other side in the back corner. Even back then, the leader of the Liberal Party made a very clear statement. Canada's middle class is priority one for the Liberal Party of Canada. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, from day one after taking government after the last federal election, this government has been focused on Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and day after day we find opposition members consistently trying to change the track. I believe that they realize that there's a lot of good things that are happening in Canada under this regime. And as opposed to talking about good, solid policy ideas, they tend to want to take the personal attacks. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to kind of set the record straight. Go back to day one. What were some of the very first initiatives of this government? Members will recall. It was the tax break to Canada's middle class, something in which the Conservatives and the NDP voted against. Another piece that we brought forward was the special tax on Canada's wealthiest 1%. Again, the Conservatives and the NDP joined hands and voted against. Then we brought in the increase to the Canada Child Benefit Program, Mr. Speaker. And within this budget, we've now seen annual increases brought to the Canada Child Benefit Program. We took the tax, we made it more so those individuals, Mr. Speaker, that were making a lot were not receiving as much. So those individuals that needed the money and the support the most were receiving the most. In fact, when you think about the Canada Child Benefit Program, every month, Winnipeg North, the community in which I have the distinct pleasure of representing, receives $9 million plus every month. Imagine what that does for the macro disposable income, if I can put it that way. The amount of consumer spending that takes place as a direct result of that one initiative. But we didn't stop there. We also brought in the increase for our seniors, the GIS. Some of the poorest seniors in the country happen to live in Winnipeg North. And in Winnipeg North, many of those seniors received a top-up of over $900 a year, Mr. Speaker. So whether they were the poorest seniors or the children in poverty, we saw literally tens of thousands, going into the hundreds of thousands, being lifted out of poverty, both children and seniors. And I can tell you that it was the NDP and the Conservatives that joined together, as they have demonstrated time and time again, to vote against it. And it's interesting listening to their arguments, Mr. Speaker. I've now, for several days, listened to New Democrats and Conservatives try to come up with the best arguments against this budget. For the Conservatives, it's all about the deficit. They like to cry, oh, how bad the deficit is. I'd like to remind those that are following the debate about a couple of what I think are very interesting facts. Number one, that the Conservatives have been in government for about 40%. Canada is 151 years old. Just under 40% of that time, the Conservatives have been in government. During that 40% of the time, Mr. Speaker, they accumulated about 75% of Canada's national debt. And when you point that fact out to them, Mr. Speaker, they like to, again, try to somehow, in some sort of a twisted, contorted way, try to blame the Liberals. Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is, again, nothing could be further from the truth. No. All you have to do is take a look at Stephen Harper. They all know Stephen Harper. You would think Stephen Harper is still sitting in those benches, Mr. Speaker. Sure. They're still operating on Harper's policies. Well, when Stephen Harper became the Prime Minister of Canada, he actually inherited a multi-billion-dollar surplus. Within 2 years, even before the recession, Mr. Speaker, he took that multi-billion-dollar surplus and converted it into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. And for almost 10 years, Canadians had to put up with Stephen Harper. And they try to say, well, you know what, in our last year, we actually had a balanced budget. Well, yeah, you know, they sold off those GM shares, I should say, and brought in $1 billion here and brought a few more million here and there, and they try to say that they have...
Order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is speaking. He has a good tone and it's very loud and it's very good. But even with that talent, I'm having a hard time hearing because there's some comments. And it's nice because he engages everyone. It's nice to see. But I don't think that's quite the way we want to see here in Parliament. So I'm going to ask the honourable members to let him speak, and I'm sure he'll tone it down if everyone lets him talk. And he can continue. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, part of it is you've heard the saying, the truth hurts. And that's what's happening is I'm trying to explain to my friends across the way the reality of the Stephen Harper era, which was not all that good for Canada when you really stop and look at it. Today, you know, in the last 3 years, with the support of small businesses in every region of our country and good government, we have seen over 500,000 full-time jobs, tens of thousands of other part-time jobs, Mr. Speaker. Even in the best years, Harper couldn't even come close to that. Mr. Speaker, we have demonstrated very clearly that the biggest benefactor under these policies, under the budgets that this government has introduced, is Canada's middle class. And that is something in which we take, collectively, a great sense of pride in, because that was the #1 commitment that we made to Canadians in the last federal election. That because we recognize the importance of the middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, that it's time that government gave them the attention that they deserved. And we saw that budget after budget after budget, Mr. Speaker. And we'll take that to the next election because of the many different initiatives that we have brought forward. Interesting, I don't want to leave my friends the New Democrats out. I understand I only have 3 minutes left, Mr. Speaker. Well, I listened to my New Democratic friends, and what do they have to say? Well, you could never, ever spend enough money. It's almost, they live in some sort of a fairyland, Mr. Speaker, where they'll say, well, we should have a national child care plan. Even though when they had the opportunity to vote in favor of it, they voted against it. They caused the government to fall. That, along with other issues, Mr. Speaker. But they have wild, crazy dreams of spending billions and billions and billions of dollars, yet you can't fool Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Remember the last election? Thomas Mulcair was their leader. And what did Mr. Mulcair say? That he would balance budgets at all costs. That's what the NDP said back then, Mr. Speaker. They know full well many of the things that they say when they criticize this budget that they would never do themselves. And that is the reality, even with my New Democratic friends that try to give an impression. What I would suggest to you is a false impression. In this budget, some of those social programs that are so important to Canadians, such as health care, we see a commitment to look at a way in which we can try to develop a pharmacare program that Canadians could be proud of. For generations, we have seen virtually nothing done on that file. Under this Prime Minister, in this government, we are addressing the high cost of medications. We are looking at ways in which we could take a national pharmacare, working with different provincial entities, territorial entities, other stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, because we recognize how close to the hearts Canadians hold our healthcare system. And I am so proud of the fact that one of the things that we've been able to accomplish that Harper could not accomplish was to get agreements with all the different provinces and territories on a healthcare accord. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that truly cares about Canadians, and it understands the importance of ensuring that a healthy economy ensures that we have a healthier middle class, and we strive day in and day out to work with Canadians in order to create the opportunities for our middle class and all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened very carefully to the member from Winnipeg North there. He talked about fooling Canadians. I remember back in 2015, they boasted about real change coming to Parliament. And I remember in my first term here in Parliament when that member was part of the third party at that time, sitting in the wee corners of this wonderful House of Commons, how he railed at that point, how he railed against omnibus bills and how undemocratic they were. And so, Mr. Speaker, the 2015 Liberal platform talked about real change. This is what it says, and I'm going to quote right out of their Liberal platform book. Stephen Harper has also used omnibus bills to prevent Parliament from properly reviewing and debating his proposals. We will change the House of Commons standing orders to bring an end to this undemocratic practice. 850-page omnibus Budget Implementation Act bills. Unheard of, Mr. Speaker. Is that the real change they were talking about?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what real change means. A tax increase on Canada's wealthiest 1%, tax decrease for Canada's middle class, tax fairness, small business tax cut from 12% to 9%, tax evaders, over $400 million invested to try to get back and recover billions, guaranteed income supplement increases, Canada Child Benefit Program increases, investments in infrastructure, historic investments, healthcare accord, Canada Pension Plan agreement, agreement on carbon pricing, Mr. Speaker, or a price on pollution, some completely foreign from the other side. A public inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous girls and women, gender-balanced cabinet, assisted dying legislation, labour legislation, access to information, modernization from over 34 years, admitting Syrian refugees, restoring eligibility of old age from 67 to 65. So many things, Mr. Speaker. The list goes on and on. That's real real change that we've witnessed, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, the average Canadian is going to receive more money from this government than under Stephen Harper. We have seen incredible job opportunities that have come available, as I've indicated, over 500,000, over 500,000 jobs in the last 3 years, plus tens of, and those are full-time jobs, plus tens of thousands of part-time jobs, Mr. Speaker. This government has put in real change, and we look forward to the challenges ahead in 2019.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
And I want to thank the honourable member for his enthusiastic speech. It was truly amazing. Well, Mr. Speaker, he announced many times about he's helping middle-class Canadians. But one of the things that they did run on in 2015 is that they were going to help people that in bankruptcy protection, they're going to protect the people's pensions. They also did it at the Liberal Convention. They made it a priority. But yet we see here, nothing. 3 years, and we've done nothing for it. And yet you're going to open it up to help the wealthy companies, but you deny the people protecting their pensions. They're tired of having it stolen. What are you going to do about it?
I just want to remind the honourable members that I didn't deny anything. I'd like them to speak through the Speaker and on to, so I'll let the Parliamentary Secretary answer that question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question, and it's because, you know, the enthusiasm is there because in 2019 we expect to see an election. I'm actually fairly excited about it because when I look at the commitments that this government has made in the last federal election, Mr. Speaker, I look at the next election in a very excited way. I believe that Canadians as a whole will be very pleased with the many different accomplishments that we've actually been able to achieve over the last 3 years. But there's so much more to come, Mr. Speaker. When the member made reference to pensions, you know, we can talk, as I made reference to the guaranteed income supplement. That is something in which we as government increased to the poorest seniors across Canada. I've talked about that. We decreased the age from 67 to 65, so seniors that once they hit 65 into the future will be able to retire. That means a lot to a lot of seniors, Mr. Speaker. Most importantly, we also had negotiations and discussions with the different provinces to increase the CPP, which means that there's going to be more money in the pockets of seniors when they retire from the places in which they were working, Mr. Speaker. That is something in which Stephen Harper could not get done or refused to get done. We were able to bring everyone together in order to do that. Is there more work to do? Absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why in 2019 we're going to go to Canadians. We're going to say, here's what we've been able to accomplish in a relatively short span, and we can do so much more with a new mandate. And I'm hopeful that we will get that new mandate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know the members of the opposition are saddened that it is me before them. The enthusiasm. I'm truly saddened that the honourable member from Kawartha has applauded to that, but it is true, Mr. Speaker. The enthusiasm that the honourable member from Winnipeg North brings to this place is inspiring, and I think every time one of my favourite stories of the honourable member is he stood before the House with one word written on a piece of paper and stood and said, "Mr. Speaker, I have in my left hand a 20-minute speech," and as always, made good on his promise with one word written on the piece of paper. But it would be lovely to hear the honourable member from Winnipeg North go on and on and on. But we'll have to wait until the next debate. I'm sure. I'm certain he'll have a question for us as well. But Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased today to rise on the Budget Implementation Act, and the first item I'd like to discuss is the issue of a price on pollution. This is, global climate change is the greatest threat facing humanity, Mr. Speaker. A grave threat, and members of the opposition, members of the Conservative Party, both here in Ottawa and across the country, seek to deny that. They're facing, and we as civilization are facing this great threat, and they believe nothing should be done. They offer no plan, they offer no solution, they merely criticize. Shameful. Plans that have come forward, plans that have been supported, for example, by Stephen Harper's former budget chief, by Preston Manning, by many other Conservatives, as a plan that will work, as a plan that will allow market forces to move forward and reduce emissions, is rejected out of sheer politics, Mr. Speaker. Global climate change shouldn't be an issue about, it's not a liberal idea versus a conservative idea. This is a threat facing all of us. It'd be interesting to see, as we're coming up on Remembrance Day, it'd be interesting to see these same individuals in 1939 say, there's this grave threat across the ocean, but we shouldn't go, Mr. Speaker. We shouldn't go, Mr. Speaker. Here's this grave threat facing humanity, and we shouldn't do anything about it. The cost is too high, Mr. Speaker. The cost is too high. And the interesting thing, we hear from the honourable members, Mr. Speaker, that they think this is a joke. People are dying. People are dying. People are dying. And the honourable member is asking...
I just want to remind the honourable members that the rules are that when one person is speaking, we let that person speak. We don't interrupt. We don't shout, or we try not to. I just want to remind everyone, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
The Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, are heckling that they don't believe people are dying, that they're seeing these superstorms that are happening, these wildfires that are happening out of control. They can see the environmental phenomenon that are happening, our climate is changing in front of us. And they're still heckling, Mr. Speaker. They don't believe in this. It is climate change denial. And it is unbelievable. Again, this is a group of people who in 1939 say we shouldn't do anything, the cost is too high. We are facing a greater threat to humanity now. We are facing a greater threat to humanity. The potential catastrophe is even greater. Science has said so. And they're scoffing, Mr. Speaker, because again, they deny the science. They don't accept it. They pretend on occasion to go before the media and say climate change is real and will vote every once in a while to fool Canadians. But again, there's no plan. There's no plan, and they don't support a price on pollution. They don't support any plan, Mr. Speaker. And that they don't have a plan. That's simple. Their only plan is to make pollution free. And we all know pollution is bad, all of us. All of our constituents want clean air and clean water. I think I can say that, all 338 of us, all of our constituents want clean air and clean water. But the Conservatives don't have a plan, Mr. Speaker. And that's shameful to see. We are the first generation to see the impacts of climate change, and we are the last generation to be able to do something about it.
That's right.
I have a young son. He's 2.5 years old, and a young daughter who's about 4 months old. And it's unbelievable to hear the laughter on the other side, Mr. Speaker, about this. But going forward, I don't want to be looking at them when the situation is far worse and have them ask me, why didn't you do anything? It's time to stand up, Mr. Speaker. I tweeted something out today. It's an article. It's from a few months ago, but the CEO of Suncor, Canada's largest oil company, supports a price on carbon.
Hear, hear.
He calls on climate change deniers, like the members heckling me at this moment, trying to shout me down, to be brave, to stand up and have a plan. And they refuse again to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Terrible.
And again, Mr. Speaker, the heckling is fascinating. We're talking about a catastrophe that we can see with our own eyes. In my own riding, we have gone from floods to drought to flood again. My constituents know, they can see it in the weather, that the weather is different, that the climate is changing, that we can see it with their own eyes. We see forest fires, we see flooding, we see hurricanes that have been stronger than ever before, ocean temperatures rising.
All over the world.
And all they have is heckles, all they have is scoff and scorn, Mr. Speaker. It's shocking, and they continue this to this day. And it's an interesting new argument that's developed, is that, well, Canadians only produce 2% of emissions, so we shouldn't do anything. 1.6, I'd like to thank the honourable member for correcting me. Only 1.6 of total emissions are from Canada, so we should abandon any form of leadership on the subject because it's 1.6. Even though Canadians are only about 0.5% of global population, we are contributing to this problem, Mr. Speaker. And again, and I go back to another example, back to World War II. And, you know, during D-Day, Canadians played a fundamental role, but these would be the same individuals who would say, Mr. Speaker, that, you know, this is an important situation, but we're too small a country to take part. We don't need to take Juno Beach. We don't need to take Juno Beach. It's not something that we should do. And that's something the Conservative Party, it's the same argument to this particular case, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, as it has just changed. We are presented right now with a great opportunity, not only to do right, but to benefit our economy. I had an opportunity, and it was kind of out of the blue, to meet with a local company from Niagara a couple of hours ago, Walker Environmental. And Walker Environmental is a waste management company in Niagara. And you would say, well, what could they possibly be doing? But they are doing some incredible work to divert waste from landfills into amazing new opportunities. For example, turning railway ties. There are millions of railway ties sitting around, Madam Speaker, in landfills across this country. And they have a plan to put it into the coking process to not only reduce that waste, but also to limit the amount of, reduce the amount of GHGs in the steel process. They have a plan, and they're doing it right. They have a plan to take landfill waste, and send that down to the local GM plant, again, to reduce greenhouse gases and to make that GM plant one of the most environmentally sustainable in the entire GM chain.
Right on. Innovation.
And this is just one company. And the innovation that they see, that's a local example. They are creating jobs. As the minister has talked about, this is $1 trillion opportunity ahead of us, the green economy. Now, the Conservatives are taking their marching orders from Doug Ford. When Patrick Brown was in charge, they were supportive of a price on carbon pollution, but now that Doug Ford's calling the shots, they're against it, which is shameful that we as Ontarians are abandoning the green economy. This is something that we need to look forward, not only for ourselves, but for our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate, I don't appreciate my colleagues' comments to somehow equate what happened in World War II to what is going on with the carbon tax. I think it's absolutely unbelievable, one of the most incredible arguments I've ever heard in this House. But my question to my colleague would be, and he's talking about his constituency, his riding has gone from floods and droughts, and that's happened for hundreds of years. And I take great offense to say that we're all climate change deniers, because I absolutely believe that climate change is something that we have to address. But I would like to ask my colleague, I grew up in High River, Alberta. We have flooded dozens of times over the last 150 years. In fact, we had one of the worst floods in 1998, and again, a horrible one in 2013. My question to you is, to my colleague, through you, Madam Chair, would be, I want to go back to my constituents and tell them the Liberals are telling me you have to pay this much of a carbon tax and we'll never have to worry about flooding again. How much does that carbon tax have to be?
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Madam Speaker, this is shocking that the Conservatives are willing to ignore the science. And the member on one hand says that he supports the science, but he's against any action. And this is the Conservative Party plan. It is fundamentally denial of climate change. He started his comments with shock that I would compare this to the Second World War. This is potentially greater in terms of the loss of life that can happen by the end of this century. And I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, that the Conservative Party cannot plan beyond 4 years, but this is a crisis that needs action.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague. Where is he from again? My goodness. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague from St. Catharines because I think that choosing to bring this subject back when we could talk about a number of things in those 800 pages, well, I appreciate it because I think it's an important subject. Indeed, it's very worrisome to see that our colleagues here seem inclined to either deny evidence or solutions, and it's sad. So, I think he's right. With all due respect for our veterans, he's very right to talk about a war effort required here because that is the situation. The enemy is a greater enemy than what we faced during the wars, and we need to have a war effort, if you will. And so I'll ask the question of the member opposite because I asked it of the minister. Are you prepared, given this negation of the phenomenon by the Conservatives, to appoint a minister to wage this war against climate change? I'd also like to remind the honourable member to make his comments through the chair and not directly to the members opposite.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We do have a Minister of Environment and Climate Change. That minister has been appointed to handle this war effort and start to galvanize Canadians behind this. Again, Madam Speaker, all of our constituents want clean air and clean water. And I hope at the end of the day, the Conservatives who claim that they believe climate change is an issue will actually seek to do something about it and support a plan to combat climate change. Thank you.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Speaker, my colleague compared the fight against climate change to World War II. It's a good thing they weren't in power then because their solution would have simply been a Nazi tax. Our quarrel is not with fighting climate change. Our quarrel is with the silly way in which the government approaches the response. Now, under Stephen Harper, emissions went down, but this government wants to give a holiday to the biggest emitters while imposing a carbon tax on everyday consumers and businesses. How does this government justify a totally unequal approach that gives a holiday to the larger emitters and puts all of the pressure on the little guy? That's the important question about their plan, which is not a plan at all.
Brief answer from the member for St. Catharines.
The honourable member is singing from the Conservative choir book that he denies climate change, denies any action upon it, and it's shameful, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Drummond.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Alors, je vois que le débat...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can see that the debate is continuing at the end of the chamber, but I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak to the Budget Implementation Act 2018 number 2. As it has been mentioned several times, this is a mammoth bill, an omnibus bill, 850 pages. And where will this stop, Madam Speaker? We've been accustomed to 400-page omnibus bills under the Conservatives. Now we've got 800-page bills under the Liberals. I'm not sure where this is going to end. It makes no sense whatsoever. And with the two budget implementation bills combined together, it's over 1,200 pages. So it really hinders our ability to do our work properly as members of Parliament on behalf of our constituents. The government has put in place some good measures. It will be proceeding with pay equity, but it's telling women they have to wait. This time, 4 more years for pay equity. But it's an extremely important file in the NDP for us. I have tabled many petitions from people in Greater Drummond. Well, when I tell them, no, we don't have pay equity yet at the federal level, they are pulling their hair out. They don't believe it. They say, what? How can that be? It's an unfortunate reality. But the Liberal government is forcing people to wait, women to wait for pay equity in this beautiful country of ours. We need to take action on that file quickly. Now, Madam Speaker, there's another aspect with respect to what we disagree with in the bill. For 3 years now, people in Greater Drummond have been waiting for changes, and this bill finally amends the bankruptcy bill, or they've been asking for that, but it's not in the budget implementation bill. We have been focusing on workers in the event of a bankruptcy, but what this bill does is open the bankruptcy bill, but it's protecting people holding licenses and not the workers. So this is bad news. We have been fighting on this file. We've been calling for action on it for many years, but we're very disappointed with that measure. Another issue we've been working on for a long time now, which has been in the news for some time now, it deals with employment insurance sick leave benefits. Now, we've got a good opportunity here. The Liberal government has been in power for 3 years, and they could have put in place reforms to EI for sick leave. Madam Speaker, people only have 15 weeks. That makes no sense. 15 weeks to heal, and that measure dates back to 1971. No one appears to have thought that it might take longer. Over the past 50 years, the situation has not been improved. We need to take action in that area. I'd like to mention someone who's doing a lot of hard work in the field to alert people to the situation, to alert Liberals here in this House to the situation, and her name is Marie-Hélène Dubé. She is behind the 15 Weeks Isn't Enough campaign. She put forth a national petition in 2009 calling for an extension of EI sick leave benefits. She's got over 600,000 signatories. So this extends to Quebec, across the country. It's something people are affected by. Marie-Hélène Dubé faced cancer 3 times in 5 years. She's had a series of problems. She's suffered through the stress of the disease as well. She's a single mother who had to manage all of these difficult issues. Now, what she says is the majority don't benefit from these measures. Women are often the most vulnerable. If they're single-parent families, they can never overcome the difficulties they face.
So this really doesn't make any sense. The Liberal government needs to wake up. And on the same subject, Madam Speaker, I received letters from my constituents, and one of them, Ms. Parent, told me that for several years, our EI system has been reformed, of course, and what she says is, Mr. Choquette, I had surgery for a brain tumor, and now I have to travel to get radiation therapy and chemotherapy. I have to stay in a room that costs $30 a day. I don't have a lot of money. In addition to my treatments, I have to pay for my house. Because of my brain cancer, it's impossible for me to heal in 15 weeks. So can the Liberal government show some empathy and listen to my constituent? 15 weeks is not enough to heal. We really need to increase the benefit here. So this is just one example, but I have more. And it's really devastating. There are so many examples here, and I don't understand how this situation hasn't been resolved. Another woman in my riding, and I'll quote her here, her name is Cynthia from Drummondville. She says, in 2016, my life was completely overturned. After a difficult pregnancy, I received a diagnosis of spinal cancer, and I had no other choice but to take EI sickness benefits, and 15 weeks later, I ended up with no income. I had to go through rehabilitation to learn to walk at the same time, and this just doesn't make sense, Madam Speaker. When is the Liberal government going to do something for these citizens in Drummondville? 15 weeks is not enough to get over an illness like this. These are just examples, Madam Speaker, but they show that people could have gone so much further in this budget. They could have done so much more for pay equity, for example, or to defend workers' pension plans. You know, when companies go bankrupt, a lot of times workers are not protected and their pensions are not protected, even though workers contributed annually to those pensions so that they could retire. These people are being deprived of this money. And then they're told, well, we went bankrupt and sorry, you're at the bottom of the list. So you might not be entitled to any pension for your retirement. It just doesn't make sense, Madam Speaker. Now, in terms of these 15 weeks I was talking about, Madam Speaker, I can name a number of organizations, social rights organization in Drummond, for example. The director, Joanne Salva, does excellent work to defend people who are facing difficulties with the EI system or with income security. Now, she says that the rules of EI are not really known by anyone before they need those benefits. The reality is that 15 weeks is clearly insufficient. This amount represents only a small fraction of the regular salary, and the benefits end even before the healing has finished. This is the beginning of a long period of financial difficulty for many of the beneficiaries. So, Madam Speaker, what is the Liberal going to do to respond to these concerns? 15 weeks just isn't enough. Why has the Liberal government not dealt with this yet? 3.5 years after having taken power. I just don't understand. And this is despite the fact that we are now facing an omnibus bill that is over 800 pages long. It's just incredible. And despite these 800 pages, people still can't figure out how to solve simple problems like increasing the number of weeks for EI sickness benefits. We need to increase this to at least 50 weeks. Most serious illnesses require about 50 weeks or close to a year for patients to heal properly. So I hope the government will listen to my constituents and solve this problem before the election. Thank you.
And comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened to my colleague's intervention today and how he spoke about a number of the different programs, in particular those employment benefits that Canadians have. And, you know, this seems to be a continual critique from the opposition parties, whether it's the NDP or the Conservatives. The NDP try to say that we're not doing enough. We need to do more. We need to spend more. The Conservatives saying that we're spending too much. I'm wondering if the member from the NDP can explain to me how they would have been able to spend everything that they're proposing and that they're criticizing this side of the House for not spending, while at the same time balancing the budget, which they promised to do at no cost. And I know they brought up you know, they're continuing to heckle me, but hopefully somebody will listen to what I've actually said and could answer that question.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'd be pleased to answer. The EI program is an independent fund, so people shouldn't be dipping into it like the Liberals and Conservatives have done. That money belongs to workers. And I'm going to mention someone else, Ms. Sabourin, who says, I am at the end of my rope. I've had cancer for 2 years, and I've had to continue working. My 15 weeks ran out, and in order to convert this into regular benefits, I've been waiting for the board's decision for weeks, and I haven't had any income. So what are the Liberals going to do for this woman to help her? What's happening now just doesn't make sense.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Drummond. We had a lot of really good debates back and forth in the Environment Committee, and I have the utmost respect for him. And I was wondering if he could address the reality that the Liberals are now in a credit card economy. The Liberals have been insulting the NDP all day, saying that they just want to spend more and more money. But the reality is, in the last election, the NDP had a costed platform. They were not going to be going into a huge debt. And now the Liberals, who said they were going to have a small $10 billion debt, it's now expanded immensely over 3 or 4 times every year, and there's no plan to get it back to budget. Could he please explain why Canadians really can't trust the Liberals when it has anything to do with numbers, and what he thinks they should be doing in order to fund the proper programs that he is respectfully bringing forward?
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Of course, we've had a lot of respectful disagreements at the Environment Committee, and he is right about one thing here. The Liberal government could have done all kinds of things that wouldn't have cost them anything. For example, increasing the 15 weeks. That wouldn't have cost them anything. Another thing they could have done was changing the Bankruptcy Act to ensure that workers had a right to their pension. To protecting workers' pensions when a corporation goes bankrupt would have cost them nothing, Madam Speaker. And the Liberal government didn't do those things, which are really essential if we are to improve the situation of Canadians. So I really need to criticize the government's total lack of action on these 2 files, which wouldn't have cost them anything. We have time for a very brief question.
Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that, and it's a good observation to make in regards to the last federal election. The NDP, Thomas Mulcair, said that they would have a balanced budget at all costs. I asked the member, does he have any regrets, personally? Does he believe the NDP regret making that statement, or would he say that he stands by that today?
Honourable Member for Drummond. What I regret, Madam Speaker, is that in this budget, nothing was done to protect workers' pensions. Nothing was done to protect mothers that I mentioned earlier who only have 15 weeks to heal. What would it... We've been calling on the government to increase this 15 weeks for weeks, and you've done nothing. I just want to remind the member that he is supposed to address his comments through the chair.
I want to remind the member that he only has a couple of minutes to speak before the time will be up. So the Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to support the Budget Implementation Act, and specifically the legislation establishing the College of Patent Agents and Trademark Agents. This is an important element to the government's IP strategy, a strategy that, taken as a whole, will ensure that Canada's intellectual property regime is modern, robust, and supports Canadian innovations in the 21st century. Patent and trademark agents are a key component of the innovation ecosystem, as they help investors to secure exclusive IP rights. Given the rising importance of IP in the innovation economy and the central role of patent and trademark agents, it is time to have a professional oversight body responsible for maintaining the high standards that are expected of trusted advisors. As a bonus, this will address long-standing gaps in the current framework for their regulatory oversight, which lacks clarity and transparency, and it is without a binding code of professional conduct. Given the importance of the profession, good safeguards here ensure that agents do the jobs they do well and have the trust of their clients and Canadians more broadly. While there is no evidence suggesting a large problem with agent conduct, the need for modernisation is imperative now that communications with IP agents are protected by statutory privilege in the same way as solicitor-client advice. This is an extraordinary right that requires ethical guidelines to prevent its abuse. The College of Patent Agents and Trademark Agents Act will establish an independent regulator, specifically a college, for the professional oversight of IP agents in the public interest. The college will administer a licensing system to ensure that only qualified professionals are authorised to provide agent services. As an independent regulator, it will also be responsible for enforcing a code of professional conduct to ensure that IP agents continue to deliver high-quality advice. The College will also be responsible for implementing requirements for continuing professional development to ensure that agents stay informed of the ever-evolving IP landscape. Ultimately, these measures will raise the bar of IT professional services in Canada. The College will have an investigations committee to receive complaints and conduct investigations into whether a licensee has committed professional misconduct or was incompetent. A separate discipline committee will have the authority to impose disciplinary measures if it decides that a licensee has committed professional misconduct or was found to be incompetent. Finally, this Act also creates new offences of claiming to be a patent agent or trademark agents for the unauthorised representation of another person before the Patent Office or the Office of the Registrar of Trademarks. These offences are intended to serve an important consumer protection function to ensure that innovators are receiving representation from a qualified licensed agent. I would like now to speak about the important features that will have been built into the legislation to ensure that regulation is undertaken with the public interest as priority. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know I'm not out of time yet. Careful consideration was given to ensuring that the legislation supported the public interest in a competitive marketplace of well-qualified and professional IP agents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 5:53 p.m., pursuant to an order adopted earlier today, it's my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to immediately put forward all motions necessary to dispose the second reading of the bill which the House is seized with.
The question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Champagne, move that Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee of Finance. Amendement.
Recent amendment. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-86. Shall I dispense?
No. La Chambre.
The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, since the bill fails to address the fact that deficits are 3 times what the Prime Minister promised, that the Department of Finance admits that the budget will not be balanced until 2045, and that the average income tax bill for middle-class families has increased by $800, not including new carbon taxes and payroll tax hikes.
Is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favour of the amendment will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! À mon avis, les non.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moved that Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, since the bill fails to address the fact that deficits are 3 times what the Prime Minister promised, that the Department of Finance admits that the budget will not be balanced until 2045, and that the average income tax bill for middle-class families has increased by $800, not including new carbon taxes and payroll tax hikes. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Zetchemin-Lévy.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Zetchemin-Lévy.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr.
Mr. Tansey. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pescasolido. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Baylis. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bretina. Monsieur Breton. Mrs. Cesar Chauvin. Mr. Bittle. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Moff. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Elkouri. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailfson. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Monsieur Graham. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Monsieur Yacono. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Monsieur Massé, Avignon Limitis Matan Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Monsieur Willett. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Monsieur Serre. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Masque Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rota. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Monsieur Caron. Mr. Julian. Madame Brosso. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Angus. Ms. Ashton. Ms. Matheson. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Mr. Rankin. Monsieur Dubé. Mr. Davies. Mr. Bouliris. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Donnelly. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nantel. Ms. Malcolmson. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Kwan. Ms. Jolibois. Madame Quash. Mr. Blakey. Monsieur Choquette. Madame Moore. Mr. Duval. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Mr. McGregor. Madame Trudel. Madame Sans Souci. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Beaulieu. Oh, back to Ms. Hardcastle. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Boudria. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Marcil. Monsieur Thériault. Madame Posé. Madame Gill. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. Mr. Tutu. Mr. Kong. Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 83, 83. Nays contre 212, 212.
I declare the amendment defeated. Conformément à l'article 69.1 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 69-1, the question is on clauses 535 to 625 regarding the head of compliance and enforcement in the Canada Labour Code. Is it the pleasure of House to adopt these clauses? All those in favor will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion, appuient ces articles.
All those in favor of these clauses will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Sajjan. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Monsieur Leblanc. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Ing. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Sgro.
Ms. Sgro.
Monsieur Lausanne Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et des Sarres.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansi.
Mr. Tansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Cheval.
Mrs. Cesar Cheval.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinney, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mr. Maskery, Fraser.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. May, Sanders Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sanders Gulf Islands.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kung.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Keir.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Cameron, Thompson, Caribou.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Saint-Germain, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Etchemin, Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Wagentall. Wagenthal. Ms. Alislav. Madame Boucher. Mr. Lake. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Clark. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Stanton. Monsieur Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Urdega. Mr. Diot. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Trost. Monsieur Caron. Mr. Julian. Madame Brosseau. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Angus. Ms. Ashton. Ms. Matheson. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Mr. Rankin. Monsieur Dubé. Mr. Davies. Monsieur Bouliris. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Donnelly. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nantel. Ms. Malcolmson. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Kwan. Ms. Jolibois. Madame Quash. Mr. Blakey. Monsieur Choquette. Madame Moore. Mr. Duval. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Mr. McGregor. Madame Trudel. Madame Sans Souci. Ms. Hardcastle. Madame Hughes. Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 175, 175. Nays contre 121, 121. Je déclare ces...
I declare these articles carried.
The next question is on all the remaining elements of the bill. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt all the remaining elements of the bill? All those in favor of all the remaining elements of the bill will please say yea. Those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of all the remaining elements of the bill will please rise.
Ms. Chager. Mr. Hare. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Sargent. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Monsieur Leblanc. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Ing. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Ms. Scrow. Monsieur Lausanne, Chantal, la Petite Nation. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Carr. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Monsieur Champagne. Mr. Holland. Ms. Monsef. Monsieur Garneau. Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North. Monsieur Duclos. Ms. McKenna. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Cusner. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Lemetti. Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs. Monsieur Schiffke. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Fillmore. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Oliver. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Monsieur Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Verani. Monsieur Poisson. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Monsieur Vandal. Ms. Kara. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pescasolido. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Area. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Baylis. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bettina. Monsieur Breton. Mrs. Cesar Chauvin. Mr. Biddle. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, le Métis Matan Matapedia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, le Métis Matin, Matapedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Mashpee, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
All those opposed to the remaining clauses of the bill will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Monsieur
Caribou.
Blaney, Bellechasse, et Chemin, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Zetchemin, Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Warawa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms.
Madame
Alislev.
Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Bedford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lausanne, Stormadunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, Southern Gary.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Baudrillard.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 129, 129.
I declare all the remaining elements of the bill carried. The honourable member. Let's wait till things quiet down a little bit. The Honourable Parliament, the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Speaker, on a point of order, I want to remind members of the invitation.
Order. I think I better deal with this first, and then the Minister wouldn't mind. The House has agreed to the entirety of Bill C-86, the second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures at the second reading stage.
Bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi. Second reading of this bill.
The bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. It being 6:51 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-393, standing in the name of Mr. Thériault. Concerning an act to amend the Canadian Multiculturalism Act, non-application in Quebec.
On order, could I ask members to say shh to assist me? I thank members for their cooperation. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, on a point of order, I want to remind members of the invitation they would have received from my office late last week to the unveiling of the plaque commemorating Lieutenant Colonel Sam Sharp at 12:15 tomorrow afternoon. While the Centre Block may be closing shortly for renovations, this plaque will find a permanent home here when it reopens, and it is important that during Remembrance Week we commemorate veterans and their visible and invisible injuries.
The l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette has 2 minutes remaining in his speech. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill presented by my colleague, the member from Montcalm, aims to withdraw Quebec from the Canadian Multiculturalism Act. It's simple and clear. Contrary to what some of the members in this House have said, having Quebec withdraw from this act doesn't mean that we are closing ourselves off to others. It just means that we want to welcome people our way, not Canada's way. As Boucard Diouf says, we are métissés serrés, diverse but tight-knit. We don't just want to tolerate other people, we really want to live together in an authentic way. That requires some effort on both sides. It means that we have to make an extra effort to get to know each other. It means that we have to have some common values that we agree on enough to understand each other when we talk. It means that we need a shared language to understand each other. That's how we handle diversity in Quebec society. So we can interact, mix, and be diverse but tight-knit. So together, in that way, we will be able to build Quebec. That's how we will be able to continue the adventure of building an original society in America. But to do so, our interactions, our way of handling our differences, need to be done by people deciding that in Quebec. And that's what this bill would allow us to do. And that's it. 40 years ago, Mr. Speaker, Ottawa and Quebec signed the Cullen Couture Agreement. It was signed by the Lévesque government and the Trudeau government at the time. From that point on, the government of Quebec became responsible for welcoming and integrating immigrants into Quebec. But despite this agreement, Quebec is still a prisoner of the Canadian multiculturalist model of integration. But the right to welcome new Quebecers, the right to ensure our diversity, to ensure that everyone fully participates in Quebec society, that's a right that we care about. Quebec is a nation, and so this House should respect our right to have our own integration policies. What I've noticed in this House, though, is that the majority doesn't recognize that my people, a minority people, exists and has rights. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, ce projet.
Mr. Speaker, this bill aims to withdraw Quebec from the Canadian Multiculturalism Act.
Bravo, français. Bravo. This bill aims to exclude Quebec from the Canadian Multiculturalism Society, Madam Speaker. Let me just say, first of all, to make it absolutely clear, I have nothing in agreement with Bloc Québécois. I do not agree with their philosophy. I do not agree with whatever they say because they want to take Quebec out of Canada. Simple and straightforward, Mr. Speaker, Quebec is part of Canada. So let me say this, Mr. Speaker. In May, what I said was, comme je l'ai dit au mai.
As I said in May 2014, here in this House, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian.
Making it very clear, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, Mr. Speaker, that I said during my speech in May. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. Whatever I heard the Speaker, the member say, Quebec Society, Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Society is very large. It is represented by 100 and by other parties as well who do not agree to the Bloc's vision of what they are talking about is being excluded. Rather, Mr. Speaker, they are going in the past. They want to say that, yes, Quebec is changing, but at our terms. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear, Mr. Speaker. Quebec is part of Canada, and the Canadian laws do apply. However, Quebec is also given a lot of leeway, Mr. Speaker. It is recognized, Mr. Speaker. They have a lot of decentralization issues that has been given to them. Not also that, Mr. Speaker, we agree that, we respect the Quebec jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. However, when it comes to major issues, Mr. Speaker, like multiculturalism, which applies to all across the country, then let me put it very clear. I had the honor and the privilege to go to Quebec during the leadership race. I spoke in French, Mr. Speaker, tried, because I recognize French is very important. I thoroughly enjoyed Quebec. I love the Quebec culture. I love the French culture in there. I really enjoyed it, and I felt very proud that this culture was part of our larger mosaic, the Canadian culture. It is part of our society. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. Quebec culture, French culture is a very important part of Canadian multicultural society. So let me say to my honourable colleague over there, there are Indigenous Canadians who are part of the multicultural society that live in Quebec, as well as a lot of other communities. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I find it a little strange when everything is said that because we have immigration coming in here, we have a changing face of Canada. It is not only the immigration that is the changing face of Canada, Mr. Speaker, but rather Quebec is also changing. As young Quebecers go out and become more learned, become more multicultural, visit other countries, Mr. Speaker, Quebec by itself then opposes what other Canada is, Mr. Speaker. To be very honest with you, Mr. Speaker, Acadians in New Brunswick, there's a thriving culture of Francophonie in Alberta, in Calgary, and they're thriving, Speaker, because we have this policy of multiculturalism, and they can practice their culture in Calgary and share it with us. Therefore, this bill, Madam Speaker, thoroughly I oppose it, because it makes as if the Quebec is not part of Canada, and I've always said since I've come into this House that Quebec is part of Canada, Mr. Speaker. Now, I have been as Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs. I have gone around the world, Mr. Speaker, and I have seen the great respect that is granted to Canada, and that includes Quebec, Mr. Speaker, because also Quebec ministers were there as well as on many journeys that I went, that the immense respect Canada gets because of our ability to be together, Mr. Speaker. This is a dangerous precedent where he says, I will dictate, No, you will not dictate. I mean, say, you will not dictate. The law will dictate, Madam Speaker, and the law says every Canadian is a Canadian, and is equal with it. Henceforth, taking that into account, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois that I do understand that they are now having a complete review of their party because they have, they seem to be missing in touch with the Quebec society, Mr. Speaker. Nevertheless, I strongly encourage them to look at it because I also view them as Canadians. I respect their culture. I respect their language, Speaker. but it is part of our multicultural mosaic that has been built in this country, which is the strength. Now, I find it very strange when you say multicultural is a weakness, which is wrong. Multicultural is our strength. You know, wherever you go. My former colleague, the member for Boss, said extreme multiculturalism. No, Mr. Speaker, there's no such thing as extreme multiculturalism in this country, Mr. Speaker. Our laws give respect to every Canadian, irrespective of what their religion is. During the leadership race, the question rose very strongly about Canadian value, Mr. Speaker. One of the candidates brought the Canadian value, which we then questioned. What was the Canadian value? It is an evolving value, Madam Speaker. As Canada grows, as the system grows, we evolve, Mr. Speaker. And so Canadian value become evolved, but it stays very strong mandate, which is the respect for everyone, Mr. Speaker. And I must say to this, my colleagues who have brought this bill over here, is that honestly, in all these things, they are moving backwards. They want to go backwards, and they want to close it and go back to the old days. Well, Speaker, everybody would like to go back to the old days, but the old days are gone. They're gone the way of the dodo bird, Mr. Speaker. We all maintain our culture, we all maintain, but we share with everyone else, and this room in Canada has room for everyone in there, including in Canada. So, Madam Speaker, may I say this very strongly, I and my colleague will oppose this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to rise and speak today, and just in time to make my speech. The concept of multiculturalism is something that Canada is founded on, and when we think about our country, we think about the French-Canadian fact. We think about English Canadians. We think about First Nations, each with their language, their culture, their nation. And this shows that the country itself is a multicultural one. And this goes back 250 years. And when I look at the Francophone fact in Canada, it begins in Acadia. It goes through Quebec. The French-Canadian nation is centered in Quebec. It goes through Ontario and then to southern Manitoba. And in Manitoba, we see the meeting of two nations, French-Canadians and First Nations, who created a new nation with a new culture, and these were the Métis. So we see that Canada itself is a multicultural country, which goes back centuries. And now you'll say, it's different in Quebec. The idea of multiculturalism actually began in Quebec, was born in Quebec, and it begins with the first governor of Quebec, Mr. James Murray. Mr. James Murray, who brought in a peace and friendship treaty with the Algonquin people. And this treaty later, the Supreme Court has found that this treaty still stands, is still valid. Governor Murray did something quite extraordinary in British North America. He came up with the Act of Quebec, where he put in a legislative form the rights of French Canadians to their language, to their religion, to the civil code. In effect, he put French Canadian culture in an act, in legislation. So it begins with James Murray, almost 250 years ago. And this was a new idea in the British Empire, the idea of a multicultural country. And this was born in Quebec. And throughout Quebec's history, we have seen multiculturalism. We saw it in 1847, where there were orphans from Ireland, and they were welcomed. They were taken in by Quebec families, by French-speaking Canadians. And they told these orphans, you can keep your names, your family names. You'll learn French, you'll be integrated into our society, but you can also keep your own culture. And we still recognize these names today, names like O'Neill, O'Hara, and many of them are Francophone. There are also names like Johnson and Ryan. And anyone who's interested in politics will recognize these names, these Irish names, but they're also Quebec names. Irish and Quebecer. This is multicultural. If we look, for example, at the flag of Montreal, what do you see? A flag that was designed in 1939, 80 years ago. On it, you see the symbol of the fleur de lis, which represents the Francophone fact and the founders of the City of Montreal. You also have the Rose of England, which is an emblem which shows that it was the English who founded the City of Montreal. You can also find the thistle, which represents the Scots. And finally, you also have the shamrock, the Irish shamrock, because the Irish were also involved in founding the City of Montreal. City of Montreal, which is multicultural. It's barely a year that the City of Montreal changed the flag. And why this change? They changed it because when the flag was designed, one of the great nations was missing on the flag. A great nation that was involved in the foundation of the City of Montreal, but which was not represented on the flag. And they said it's high time that we make a change to the flag so that we can demonstrate that First Nations, that Indigenous peoples, are also among the founders of the City of Montreal. So they put a white pine, which represents peace for these nations. So if you look at the flag of Montreal, you see a flag which represents multiculturalism with the French, the English, the Scots, the Irish, and First Nations. This is a fact. It's still a fact. A multiculturalism which is alive today in Quebec and which began 250 years ago. And you ask for more proof. Maybe my colleague want more proof that Quebec is multicultural. Well, I would suggest that you look here in this House at members of Parliament from Quebec. Look at them. You have Francophones with Francophone names who represent the majority, doubtless, of the Quebec fact. But we also have a Francophone member from Quebec with an Irish name who sits across from me. A kind of Irish, French, Canadian. You have Francophones with Anglophone names, but that's not the end of it. You'll also find in this House MPs from Quebec with names that come from Asia. And it doesn't end there. If you look around this House, there is an MP who is a member of the Cree Nation, another who speaks Algonquin but also French. So in this very House, we see that Quebec's multiculturalism is a vibrant and living thing, and we can't ignore the fact. So, with all of Quebec, in Quebec, we see that Canadian multiculturalism begins in Quebec. The Canadian Multiculturalism Act, which is from 1988. Now, the word multiculturalism didn't exist 250 years ago, but the concept did, and that's a fact. So, Quebec. In Quebec, multiculturalism begins with James Murray, who accepted the Hurons, the French fact, the English fact. It continues with these Irish orphans who were accepted and were allowed to keep their family names and culture. You can see it in the flag of the great city of Montreal, and we see it in this very House. To deny this fact just is a nonsense because Quebec, like Canada, is multicultural. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to talk about multiculturalism, quoting Boukhar Diouf. He is a columnist. He's also a comic. He has many talents. But he wrote a column about a year ago, and it is entitled The Excesses of Multiculturalism. He says there are so many compartments in a multicultural society that you sometimes need a list to decide on which communities you give fealty to. There's your race, your gender, your religion, ethnic background, etc. With all these walls, how can we celebrate national identity and common values if we see that communitarian identities, which characterize Canadian multiculturalism, do not lead to cultural osmosis? Quite the contrary, they degenerate and lead to discrimination and racism. On the other hand, the intercultural model, even if it doesn't knock down all walls that divide us, it helps to at least lower them. Later, further in the article, he talks about Quebec. Quebec is far from perfect, but Canada talks about incarnating tolerance. What he gives as an example, some of the articles by Mordecai Richler and Mr. McCullough in the Washington Post. These people who see Quebec as the most intolerant place in the country. And more surprising yet, a lot of the rest of Canada thinks that immigrants should set aside their culture and adopt Canadian culture, Canadian identity. The model that most Quebecers aspire to, and that a certain elite from the rest of Canada perhaps don't understand, is that there is a gap between the media vision and what the people think. If you scratch the surface a bit, you'll see these frustrations everywhere, and they're just piling up. These are the same demons we said didn't exist, which led the United Kingdom, which was multicultural, to Brexit, and the same thing that brought Trump to power. I'm not saying this, Mr. Boucard-Diouf is saying this. It's not possible to live together if you don't have an incarnation of the word together. We have to admit that multiculturalism means living side by side rather than living together. And it's far from the ideal that politicians talk about. We believe that those who choose to live in Quebec appreciate its unique characteristics. Now, Mr. Diouf says to those who want to immigrate to Quebec, you're getting ready to go to the most peaceful and open parts of the Western world, where people get hives when they think about religion playing a major role, where you can get paternity leave, where marriage is according to the wishes of the couple, where children at puberty can go out, where gays and lesbians can demonstrate their identity freely. Madam Speaker, I think he got the essential facts about Quebec. He says that we're not perfect, but we are not racists. Boucard-Diouf is someone who is really enlightening and inspiring. He's one of the most popular personalities in Quebec, and as you may have heard, he is not a fan of multiculturalism. He has said that that model, for example, in Great Britain, is a failure. Mr. Charbonneau from the National Assembly said recently, the great challenge in Quebec and everywhere in the West is and will be the successful integration of immigrants in order not only to make sure that people here will help to assume our collective future, but also so that we can create a single and singular culture. You know, Madam Speaker, there are so many aspects we could address when we talk about immigration, integration, and diversity, but I am talking to you through the words of other authors who underscore that the politics of division directly linked to multiculturalism is an ideology where individual rights take precedence over collective rights. And it also means that certain basic rights have to be interpreted in the light of multiculturalism. I think the solution begins with dialogue. I was traveling, I met an Italian diplomat. He had stopped in Toronto and wanted to get some people from various communities around the table for a discussion.
And everyone was having trouble discussing. There was a lack of trust. And they said that multiculturalism was not the solution. Quebecers are patient, peaceful, but we refuse that certain segments of the population being hunkered down into their practices because that systematically has an adverse effect in a free, democratic society that is secular-based. We all have obligations towards each other, and that is what a real process of immigration means. Quebec must be free to establish. And this is what my colleague is bringing forth. Quebec must freely establish rules for life in accordance with what it is, with its history, with its concerns, its culture, that encourages us to sit down together instead of putting us into separate categories or bunkers. Madam Speaker, we are not ashamed of our vision. On the contrary, we are very proud to have brought forth this bill in the House of Commons. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start by reacting to the remarks made by the member for Pierrefonds. It is a way of deforming history, talking about multiculturalism, diversity. It exists more than 250 years, at least 400 years. The Quebec Act, my colleague opposite referred to, was a compromise to prevent Canadians who were descendants of New France, didn't align with the Americans who were involved in a war of independence. So it wasn't generous. And after that, when there became a majority of people in Ontario, there was the Act of Union, Confederation, and legislation in all provinces, which are, for the most part, Anglophone, that they banned the teaching of French in schools and among Francophones. And that's why in Alberta you see there are many villages and towns with Francophone names in Alberta, but where the people don't speak French. In the 60s, we saw the action taken by Pierre Elliott Trudeau on biculturalism and bilingualism. That policy was highly criticized in Quebec because it was an attempt to trivialize Quebec's identity and the Quebec people as such. We are a unique people in North America with history, culture, a way of looking at the economy, a national language, and this unique identity was shaped by those who came from New France, but also with First Nations, Scottish people, among others, with whom we mixed and who made Quebec their home over the years. Multiculturalism is a way of managing diversity. It's full of arguments that corresponds to the vision of the Canadian nation, which is not Quebec's vision. In Quebec, we have developed our model of integration. We call it cultural convergence, where we include all citizens in the public space in Quebec. And this is what our colleagues don't seem to understand. There are people like the Conservative member for whom multiculturalism and the multicultural policy in Canada is a social standard or a religion. We can't be excluded from it otherwise, we're xenophobic or racist. But they don't seem to realize that there are other ways of integrating diversity and that in Quebec we have an original model. We are the only Francophone people in North America. We are a pluralistic state, secular. We have the rule of law. We have fundamental values, even if we don't always like the word values, but we have a specific approach, and we have succeeded in including newcomers in that space. And if we want to continue to exist, well, there we have the UN Charter, which talks about self-determination for peoples, and that includes the right to ensure our economic and social development alongside our cultural development. And to achieve that, we must make our own decisions regarding our intercultural management and over-integration. That model runs counter to the Canadian multicultural model, which has been imposed on us and which was imposed, in fact, in the 1960s. What we want is to do things our way, make our decisions over our policies for integration, and I believe that we have the right as a people. It's part of our right to self-determination. A newcomer who comes to Quebec, arrives in the province, will tend to side with the majority, and while Quebec is in Canada, it is an Anglophone majority that we're looking at, and so if we don't have our specific model for integration, we will not ensure our development as a people. We will not continue to thrive. So it's very important for Quebec to make its own decisions over integration. It's important for Canadian multiculturalism to not be imposed upon us. It's important for us to manage our diversity. We don't want a model that focuses on people based on their ethnic origin, that focus on division in a vacuum. We know that English Canada has a majority which focuses on people based on their ethnic origin. But in Quebec, we want to continue to exist as a people and as a nation, and we are calling for the right to make decisions over our integration policy. Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Montcalm a 5 minutes.
The honourable member for Montcalm has 5 minutes, a 5-minute right of reply. Madam Speaker, the bill that I have the honour to present in the House today has a simple objective: ensuring that Quebec can choose its model. It's not up to Ottawa to choose the model of integration for Quebec. This House has recognized the Quebec nation, and that could have meant something, namely that, as Quebecers, we exist. It took a long time for Ottawa to realize that, but it didn't take long for that recognition to become symbolic. I heard colleagues in other parties during the 2 hours of debate on this bill state utter nonsense. In listening to the NDP, our bill, and I quote the member, is a blatant attempt to fan the flames of anti-immigration, anti-refugee rhetoric, end quote. The Bloc is proposing the exclusion of Quebec from the Multiculturalism Act so that Quebec can determine its own model for integration, its way of living together. And the NDP concludes from that the Bloc is opposed to immigration. Why? Because if we don't like multiculturalism, we're racist or pro-Trump. If we prefer to use another way of living together, we're xenophobic, nationalistic, against refugees, anti-immigration. This type of statement is something I cannot stand, Madam Speaker. There is disdain towards Quebec and echoes of Quebec bashing. The member should apologize, something I'm not even asking her to do. Madam Speaker, in Quebec, we like to be a tight-knit, mixed community. We like to live together. We consider that diversity is a wealth that deserves to be shared. We welcome and respect, not tolerate. We like to learn to know others and grow together in their presence, not simply live side by side. The Liberals attempted to be more conciliatory. They talked about culture, they talked about multiculturalism and interculturalism and the ability of the two to exist side by side. But that's not the issue. Quebec should not be required to work within the parameters of multiculturalism. It must be in a position to choose the model of integration it wants. Now, it's possible that interculturalism or cultural convergence, or a common branch or cultural concordance, or multiculturalism, which I hope it isn't, but regardless of what we call it, it's up to Quebec to make the decision. Integrating newcomers and our choice to ensure openness towards others, the promotion of plurality, should not be subjected to the political objectives of the Government of Canada. As for the Conservative Party, they identified an issue. I acknowledge that, and I will quote the member for Richmond Arthabaska. The Multiculturalism Act aims to recognize that multiculturalism is a fundamental characteristic of Canadian identity and Canadian heritage, and is a resource for the future of our country. For the Liberals, for the NDP, and for the Conservatives, challenging multiculturalism is an attack on Canadian identity. For the three Federalist parties, multiculturalism is a state religion. But that's not the case in Quebec, because the Act creates a lack of understanding in newcomers. Ottawa makes promises that nothing will change, but they come to Quebec and they're told that it's in French, there's equality between men and women. That's not negotiable. State and religion are separate. Now, I see that the bill won't go on to second reading, and I'm sad about that. But we can't be accused of having racist intention. That is not the case. The Federalist parties have reminded us once again that Quebec is our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question is as follows. Mr. Thériault, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, moves that Bill C-393, an act to amend the Canadian Multiculturalism Act, non-application in Quebec, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my view, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the vote is deferred until November 7, 2018, at the time preceding the time for private members' business.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise again today to talk about a very important issue for people of Courtenay-Alberni and certainly across Canada. Madam Speaker, as we know, the amount of plastic that's entering our our oceans and our aquatic environments is happening at a rapid pace. Over a garbage truck of plastic is entering the environment in our waters every minute, Madam Speaker. My motion, M151, has spelt out 7 different reforms based on a very solid report. The 7 reforms to address plastic pollution developed by the University of Victoria Environmental Law Centre. This report is a very important report, and it was actually the member from Victoria that helped introduce me to Calvin Sanborn and the T. Buck Suzuki Foundation that helped develop the report. It's a 100-page report, and it outlines different ways that we can combat plastic pollution. And we know that single-use plastics is a very important issue when it comes to plastics and how we can reduce the amount of plastic entering our waterways. So I was proud to rise in this House to bring forward a question on behalf of coastal people and people that live near waterways across our country. Most people live near a lake or a river or the ocean. We have the longest coastline in the world. We have 60% of the world's lakes, 20% of the world's fresh water supply. So that would make us, stewards of a very important resource that we need to protect. And it requires some leadership. And one thing I wanted to touch on most importantly tonight was around ghost fishing gear and derelict fishing gear, because it's very important to the people in my riding. There's a couple of groups that are working on cleaning it up. One is Ocean Legacy, led by Chloe Dubois and James Middleton. They take fishing gear, they recycle it and actually repurpose it for companies like Lush that use it in their cosmetics, and they make sure that actually we remove plastic from our environment and use it for purposes. There's another group called Emerald Sea Society. It's a group of divers that go down and seek out this gear and remove it. And we know that Washington State, Oregon, and California, they've taken great leadership on this and removed thousands and thousands of tons of ghost and derelict fishing gear. So I don't understand why Canada hasn't, used a model that's so close, especially for me. I live, near the Salish Sea, that, we share the same sea, we share the Strait of Juan de Fuca, where we could actually, use their expertise and their knowledge and their legislation and apply it in Canada and actually take action that's important, because, as you know, Madam Speaker, ghost fishing gear is dangerous in terms of the mammals and species that are in the ocean. A lot of birds and seals and crab, even our fish, get entangled in ghost fishing gear. So it's very important that we explore ways to get it out, and it's costly for the economy. Washington State says it costs them about $700,000 U.S. just in lost crab to crab pots that have been left at the bottom of the sea that have escaped. And the UN Environmental Program estimates about 640,000 tons of gear is actually in the ocean right now. So I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a great opportunity for us to spotlight a very important issue for all of us.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to begin by thanking the Honourable Member for his work on marine pollution, and I found his comments interesting. He led by commenting that this is an issue that coastal communities in BC across Canada should care deeply about. I'd go one step further, and I'm sure he'd agree, to suggest that marine pollution and plastic pollution in particular is an issue that has captured the attention of the entire world. There's no question, Madam Speaker, the plastics are choking our oceans, our lakes, our rivers, some of the most treasured places that Canadians know and love. I know my colleague from BC has put a lot of energy into this and represents coastal communities, and some of us would be very familiar with some of the very picturesque places like Tofino that the Honourable Member represents. Back home for me in Central Nova, we've got places like Melmurby Beach, Martinique Beach, Clam Harbour that are really a sight to behold, and we need to do our best to protect these gems for our kids and grandkids so they can benefit from the marine environments that we love so much. Madam Speaker, in his remarks, my colleague acknowledges that our government is familiar with the critical problem of plastic pollution in our waterways, and he has been asking for quite some period of time what we're doing on this issue. Well, I'd like to take this opportunity to survey some of the actions that we are taking and offer to him that we're continuing to work, willing to work in partnership as we move forward. We have made as a government it a priority to address oceans health and plastics pollution under our G7 presidency in 2018. During the G7 Leaders Summit in June, we launched the Oceans Plastic Charter and the Charlevoix Blueprint for Healthy Oceans as well. Excuse me. We've also committed $100 million to help vulnerable regions improve their waste management and practices to combat plastic pollution. Now, this is no small thing. $100 million can go a long way to helping move the needle on this important file. In fact, Madam Speaker, while the Minister of Environment and Climate Change was recently in my home province of Nova Scotia for the G7 Summit, she announced that we'd be eliminating unnecessary use of plastics in government meetings and importantly committed to reducing the Government of Canada's use of plastics by 75% by the year 2030. Madam Speaker, further to this, we've regulated the manufacture, import and sale of microbeads and toiletries earlier this year, made a commitment to procure only sustainable plastic products. We are taking serious steps forward on this important issue. The fact is, federal, provincial and territorial governments are currently working together through the Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment to develop a national approach that responds to the Charter and moves forward towards zero plastic waste. Our shared goal is to keep all types of plastics out of our landfills and out of our marine environment in particular.
Now, this is an ambitious vision, and it's going to require actions by governments, by industry, consumers, and individuals. We're all working with these partners to identify innovative ideas to improve the design, use, and management of plastic products. I'm very interested in some of the remarks my colleague gave about lost fishing gear, and if this is an area that we can work in partnership with him and other folks in Canadian communities, I'd be pleased to do so. The fact is, there's no one solution that's going to allow us to completely remove plastics from our marine environment. It's going to take a varied approach, considering different aspects where we can reduce our plastics. We recognize the need to address single-use plastics in Canada, such as straws or bags, but we need to develop a more comprehensive approach to effectively address this issue. This includes evaluating all available policy options, which I'm willing to do, and I genuinely welcome the members' continued effort on this important file. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary. It's great to see him so active on this file. What we do need is regulation. We need traceability, tracking, accountability when it comes to plastics in the ocean, especially when it comes to industry. We look at salmon farming and oyster shellfish farming. We want to support the shellfish industry, but at the same time, we want to make sure that there's traceability when it comes to plastics that they're using, in their environment. And so we need legislation and regulation. In terms of polystyrene and styrofoam, we need to stop using it in a place where it can escape and end up on our shores, breaking apart, impacting our sensitive ecosystems. And so I hope that the member will actually look forward to bringing forward solutions so that we can mitigate this. And I want to commend them for signing on to the Global Ghost Gear Initiative. It is a great initiative, and it's a good start.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So, Madam Speaker, again, it's my pleasure to serve as the representative for a riding that has two coasts, the beautiful Northumberland Strait and the pristine eastern shore of Nova Scotia. This file is near and dear to my heart, and we need to protect our marine environments. Again, just to demonstrate how seriously we're taking this file, our government's finally taking actions to protect our marine environments. We've got a $1.5 billion oceans protection plan. We're moving forward with initiatives to protect our freshwater resources. We've helped achieve a G7 Oceans Plastic Charter. We're knocking off 75% of the government's use of plastics by the year 2030. We're now regulating the use and import of microbeads in Canada. There's a number of other measures that I outlined during my remarks, and I know I don't have a full opportunity. I only hope to communicate that we're taking this problem seriously, and we remain open to innovative ideas, no matter what side of the aisle they come from, to ensure that plastics stay out of our oceans.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Back in June, we learned that the Liberal government's financial advisor approached the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, raising the idea of the Canada Pension Plan investing in the Liberals' government's plan to purchase the Trans Mountain Pipeline. As we know, the pipeline was actually already 65 years old before the Liberals brought it, and brought it for $4.5 billion using public funds. It is bad enough that the Liberal government decided to spend $4.5 billion of public funds on an old leaky pipeline. Imagine, at the drop of the hat, the Liberals felt the need to truly back up their talk on climate change action and spend $4.5 billion transitioning Canada into a cleaner, greener economy and putting Canada on a pathway to be a global leader in green technology. Imagine what that would be like if that had happened instead. It's worse that following the deal, the senior executives of the Texas Oil Company the Liberal government bailed out, they literally, I think, laughed all the way to the bank, cashing in on $1.5 million in bonuses just to continue their jobs. It's even worse when this bailout is for a project that the federal court found the National Energy Board's review failed to include increase in tanker traffic and the negative impact that it would have had for endangered killer whales, and that it also failed in its duty to engage in meaningful consultations with First Nations before giving the green light to the project. It is inexcusable that the Liberal government is failing to follow through on its promise to scrap tax subsidies to fossil fuel industries. And finally, it simply cannot be defended when all of these bad decisions are made in the face of the greatest issue facing our generation, and that is how we deal with climate action. Where there is unprecedented forest fires, record floods, increasingly radical weather patterns, the acidification of our oceans, or the melting of ice caps, we are faced with catastrophic situations if we do not take real action now. To limit global temperature increases to 1.5 degrees, Canada needs to lower our emissions to 335 million tons by 2030. And according to the government's own performance report, we will only get down to 500 million tons. We are not even close, Madam Speaker, and bailing out tax oil companies won't get us to our targets. Public tax dollars funding executive bonuses instead of green energy infrastructure won't help us reduce emissions. Continuing to subsidize the fossil fuel industry through generous tax giveaways will not incentivize investment into green technology. Failing to consult with Indigenous peoples impacted by these ill-advised projects flies in the face of our commitments on reconciliation. And yet the government now sees it fit to have the advisors pitching to the Canada Pension Plan to invest in this leaky pipeline. Not only is the government making a terrible financial decision now on climate change, but they are trying to sell the Canada Pension Plan, tying future generations to this bad decision, Madam Speaker, is the wrong way to go.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question, and I'm pleased to stand today for my colleague to answer the question more fully. First of all, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to note that this is the government that has introduced a price on pollution to no longer make pollution free in order to address climate change, which we agree, Madam Speaker, is the most important issue of our time. And we as a government are moving the Canadian people in the right direction with regards to putting a price on pollution. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to highlight the importance of the Trans Mountain Expansion project to Canadians. It is a project that means thousands of good, well-paying jobs for the middle class, including in British Columbia, where the honourable member from Vancouver East comes from. It will help us get a fair price for Canadian resources. At a time when 99% of Canada's oil exports are destined for the United States, it makes sense to seek other buyers for our resources. In the past 2 months, we have reached important milestones related to the project. We had the Federal Court of Appeals decision related to the Trans Mountain Expansion project, which provided us with a way forward. We have reinitiated Phase 3 consultations with First Nations impacted by the expansion project. Through these consultations, we will ensure that Indigenous voices are at the table as we move forward in the process. De plus, le gouvernement
Furthermore, the government appointed former Supreme Court Justice, the Honourable Frank Iacobucci, as a federal representative to supervise the consultation process. He will ensure that the consultations with Indigenous peoples will be meaningful and will respect the Federal Court of Appeals ruling. Madam Speaker, Justice Iacobucci has had a lot of experience with consultations with Indigenous peoples in the past. And I'm very proud of this because he acted as a mentor for me in my career. And I'm also of Italian-Canadian origin. As a government, we take our responsibilities seriously. We want this project to go forward, but we also want to ensure that it does so in a way that protects the public interest. This means ensuring the highest possible level of governance, including environmental protection, respecting our commitments to Indigenous peoples, and protecting Canadian investment in a responsible manner.
With regards to the honourable member's comments on the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, Madam Speaker, I would like to remind this House that the CPPIB operates at arm's length from governments. I'd also like to highlight its strong investment track record. The CPPIB's 10-year annualized nominal rate of return is 8%, and Canada's chief actuary has confirmed that the legislative contribution rates are sufficient to ensure the sustainability of the CPP for at least 75 years. That's for both the base CPP and the enhanced portion of the plan. Which brings me to my second point, Madam Speaker, the enhancement of the CPP.
The agreement to enhance the CPP reached by the Minister of Finance with his provincial counterparts in June 16 is one of this government's most important achievements. It will mean more money for Canadians when they retire so that they can worry less about their savings and focus more on enjoying time with their families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, the Liberal government continues to talk a big game on climate change, but their actions undermine their own rhetoric. Climate leaders don't fail to consult Indigenous communities. Climate leaders don't buy 65-year-old leaky pipelines with public funds. And climate leaders don't hand out massive tax breaks for the fossil fuel industry. And climate leaders certainly don't put the retirement security of future generations at risk by pitching investments into a disastrous pipeline bailout. This government needs to recognize that putting a stop to the excessive blowing of hot air on alleged climate action would likely have more an impact on reducing greenhouse gas emissions than any action they're actually taking. What would it take for the Liberal government to finally stop undermining their own talk by bankrolling their corporate friends in the fossil fuel industry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, climate change leaders put a price on pollution. Climate change leaders take care to protect endangered species. Climate care leaders also have a responsibility to their people in order to make sure that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. And in that light, Madam Speaker, the Trans Mountain project is a sound investment. The government purchased the expansion because as a government we can manage risks that in these particular circumstances would have been difficult for any private sector company to bear. The
Trans Mountain Expansion Project will help communities, including Indigenous communities. And thanks to Canada's Ocean Protection Plan, this project can be achieved while still protecting Canada's coasts and navigable waterways. This project is an investment in Canada's future. Once implemented, it will allow us to safely ship oil resources to world markets, including Asian markets. This will give Canadian producers more possibilities to get a fair price for their product. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, last June, and since the beginning of my term, in fact, I've been calling on the Minister of Social Development to set up a poverty reduction strategy. Today, we saw such a strategy, but unfortunately, it's very lackluster, and it includes no new investment and no new programs. It's hard to believe that people who live in poverty have waited 3 years, rather 3.5 years, for this lackluster measure. It's time to see some leadership and ambition. Families in all of our ridings count on us to invest in social housing, not after the election, but now. Madam Speaker, this debate gives me the opportunity to tell you how in my community there are so many people who have dedicated their time and effort to social and community housing. For example, Fernand Grégoire is a real leader of the community movement in my riding. He's dedicated over 40 years of his life to vulnerable people in his region. He's worked in 3 different cooperatives and some 15 community organizations. In fact, he co-founded 9 of those organizations. Jean-Claude Ladouceur of the Municipal Habitation Office has worked tirelessly to develop social housing in the region of Saint-Hyacinthe on a human scale. Germain Chabot has worked tirelessly to develop and consolidate affordable social housing in the village of Saint-Damas. He's a real trailblazer for cooperatives and social housing in his riding. Then there's Jacques Bousquet, who is involved at the regional level. He's a man of his word and a man of action. Throughout his life, he's worked to improve his community. Jacques Bousquet was recognized twice as a volunteer who was awarded the Order of Merit by the Conseil québécois de la coopération et de la mutualité in 2007. In some ways, he represents the living memory of the community and of all the cooperatives in the region of Saint-Hyacinthe. Madam Speaker, I could name a number of other volunteers, dozens of them, in fact. But I will simply underline some of the exceptional work of the volunteers who give so much of their time to improve housing and community housing. And I'd like to thank them and say you've made the world a better place. Madam Speaker, in my riding, I have a lot of organizations who work every day to help the poorest and most vulnerable. Thanks to these organizations, they've made my riding a better place. For example, La Chaudronnée Acton Vale, L'Accueil Fraternel, the Comptoir Partage l'Ami, the Moisson Mascoutaine, and the SF Montérégie Est. It's imperative that we invest more money to ensure that our fellow citizens have a roof over their heads at all times. And we especially need to recognize the right to housing as a right. We know that there are huge needs, but why has the Minister of Social Development not announced a program today that would really eliminate poverty? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank my colleague for her question. It couldn't have come at a better time. As she mentioned, our government this morning tabled Bill C-87, which is Canada's first ever poverty reduction strategy. Bill C-87 is the enacting legislation for Canada's first strategy. Le projet de loi
Bill C-87 is the enacting legislation for Canada's first poverty reduction strategy.
Today we took an important step forward in making that vision a reality. Aujourd'hui, nous avons
And today we took an important step forward in making that vision a reality.
And I thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for St. Hyacinthe-Bagotte, for giving me the opportunity to once again highlight this extraordinary achievement.
And I thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, for giving me the opportunity to once again highlight it.
Opportunity for All is Canada's first poverty reduction strategy, and it is the reason why we now have Bill C-87. And since our election in the fall of 2015, we have shown our determination to be a full partner in the fight against poverty. We've been doing what we said we would be doing in our campaign platform. Our government has consulted those Canadians impacted by poverty, as well as those working on the front lines every day to ease their burdens, including people with lived experience. We have consulted with experts, with academics, with provincial, territorial, and of course, Indigenous partners. Canada's first poverty reduction strategy introduces 3 key elements that will guide our action against poverty. And those are Canada's first official measure of poverty, a consistent line across the country, concrete poverty reduction targets, and of course, a new National Advisory Council on Poverty to make sure governments achieve these targets. And I want to highlight the fact that we will establish measurable targets for the reduction of poverty. We now have an official measure of poverty. Mr. Speaker, Opportunity for All represents a concerted, coordinated fight against poverty on multiple fronts. It is our strategy for making sure that wherever you live, wherever you come from, you have a real chance of success in this country.
Opportunity for All represents a concerted, coordinated fight against poverty on multiple fronts. It is our strategy for making sure that wherever you live or wherever you come from, you have a real and fair chance at success.
Opportunity for All reunites all of our concrete actions to reduce poverty in Canada since taking office. Opportunity for All is the Canada Child Benefit. It's more generous. It's a more generous benefits for seniors. It's our first ever national housing strategy. It is the Canada Workers Benefit. It's also the historic framework for early learning and childcare. And Madame, the member opposite said that she was disappointed that we didn't announce spending measures today. You do that during a budget, not during a regular tabling of bills. But let me assure the member opposite that the $40 billion national housing strategy, which kicks into full gear in the months and days to come, is that spending which will have the direct impact on reducing poverty. When the Canada Housing Benefit arrives in people's homes and helps pay the rent, that too will reduce poverty levels in this country substantially. 650,000 people by the end of this term, and by the end of the National Housing Strategy, more to come. We are working hard to reduce poverty, and we hope we get the support of the NDP to achieve the goals we've set out today. Merci.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, when I tabled Bill C-245, the Liberals voted against it because they said that they could do better. But today, with C-87, because of course you can't be against apple pie, so I will vote for it, but they really didn't do enough. The problem with C-87 is there's still no definition of poverty in Canada. Poverty is not listed as a source of discrimination. And the bill doesn't talk about the importance of collaboration and partnership with municipalities, provinces, and territories. When we did the study on poverty, all across Canada, people told us, all of the communities who appeared before the HUMA Committee told us that you have to work together. And that should have been in the bill. But I think there's still far too many aspects that are missing from this bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam President, let me opposite that we are working with our partners, municipal, provincial, and Indigenous. The poverty reduction strategy will have for the first time ever an Indigenous definition of what constitutes poverty and Indigenous-led and designed programs to eliminate poverty both on and off reserve in remote and urban and rural communities. Additionally, when we talk about the National Housing Strategy, the bilateral agreements we're signing with the provinces is an example of provincial, federal, and municipal cooperation, as is the Co-Investment Fund. We work completely in a spirit of federation to make sure that all governments are working to reduce poverty in all corners of this country. And the child benefit, the investments we've made in child care, the $7.5 billion, again, dollars to flow in future years, is also a partnership with the provinces. The only thing I can say about poverty reduction strategy is very simple. The worst possible thing that could have happened after the last election was for the Harper government to be re-elected. The second worst thing, though, was for the NDP platform to be enacted because the investments there simply didn't exist on housing and other key investments. Our plan will work. Our plan is...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.